Hello, everyone. Could we please have all the guests inside the hall so that we can start the proceedings for the day? Please grab your of coffee, tea, and join us inside so that we can start at 9:30. Good morning, namaskar, salam. Welcome again. आप सबका स्वागत है. Today is day 2 of the investment forum. And I'd like to welcome some of the new entrants and the guests who have joined us today who were not here yesterday. My name is Shalini Bhutani. I'm associated with the Food and Agriculture Organization. And on behalf of the organizing committee, I welcome you all to this initiative, which has been co organized by the NITI Aayog, the Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers' Welfare of the Government of India, and the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations. The idea is to co develop with all the relevant stakeholders, which have been invited from across the country, to initiate a process for an investment and partnership strategy for advancing climate resilient agriculture, as well as creating a space, co creating a space where all the ideas, knowledge, experiences can be pooled together to take this forward. One of the things that has emerged in the four rich discussions that we had yesterday in the thematic session is that promoting climate resilience in a country as diverse as India would also require diverse approaches and diverse players. So I think the one line, if I were to even try and attempt to summarize, that emerged from yesterday was that building climate resilience and promoting investments for that would necessarily entail dealing with adversity through diversity. And this is a good point to segue into how the Food and Agriculture Organization itself views climate action. There is a strategy on climate change that FAO has developed, which is from 2022 to 2031, a 50-page document which captures the vision and guiding principles and theory of change on how FAO's work is aligned with the Sustainable Development Goals and the Development Agenda 2030. And as a preface to the first session that we are having on, with the focus on production systems, amongst the 10 guiding principles that are elaborated in this strategy document is to take an agri-food systems approach, and secondly, more importantly, to put farmers, livestock keepers, fishers, aquaculturists, and forest dependent people at the center. And that is what this particular session hopes to do, which is themed on production systems and inputs for climate resilient agriculture, which necessarily entails a focus on the primary producers as well. This is very much in focus with FAO's strategy on climate change, in particular, small scale producers, indigenous local peoples, women and youth, and people in vulnerable situations. And this is also in line with FAO's strategic objectives of working on the four betters, leaving no one behind. Now, coming to this specific session, we have time till about 11 a.m. In these 90 minutes, we have our facilitator, Dr. B. Venkateswarulu, the former Vice Chancellor of Marathwada Agricultural University and the ex-director of the ICAR's CREDA, who will be facilitating the session. This will essentially capture what practices and inputs are necessary and have to be invested in to facilitate climate resilience in agri-food systems, and what is the learning experience from indigenous and local communities for advancing climate resilience through several diverse local context-specific ways. We have 5 panelists, one of whom is on the way, but we will commence the proceedings. Dr. Rajbir Singh, the Assistant Director General for Natural Resource Management at the ICAR. Mr. Dinesh P., the Chief General Manager, Department of Climate Action and Sustainability at NABARD. Mr. Madhur Jain, the co-founder of Vara Ag, Mr. Yogesh Dwivedi, who is also en route, who is the Chief Executive Officer of the Madhya Pradesh Consortium of Farmers Producer Company from Bhopal, and the Director of ICAR's Indian Institute of Millet Research, Dr. C. Tara Satyapati. I now invite Dr. B.V. Venkateshwarlu to please take charge of the proceedings for this session. And in the open session, the request to the facilitators is to please identify and point out to whom the microphone has to be handed to so that we can organize the practicalities of the microphone. Yes, please. May we also request the panelists to please join us on stage? Thank you.
As we wait for the remaining two panelists to join, I would like to briefly touch upon what Shalini said, just take forward some points as actually what we expect from this session and also some insights as to what is happening in the country on this arena of inputs and the practices. Actually, in my view, this is the most important session for this whole conference, mainly because the whole problem of climate vulnerability mitigation all revolve around how efficiently or inefficiently we use the inputs. So the whole issue is related to this session. So therefore, there is a lot of responsibility on all of us to come out with one or two key recommendations which the government can take it forward so that not only the inputs are used efficiently, but also our vulnerability to climate is also reduced. So I think we should have something which is win-win. Now, if you look at the inputs in broad terms, there are, you know, 4 or 5 inputs. Number one is seeds. Number two is water. Number three is fertilizers. Number four is machinery. Of course, labor is on foot, but today's context, labor we need not discuss because labor is not contributing to either vulnerability or exaggeration. Now, if you understand these 4 or 5 inputs, so my first view is that the government, first of all, should take a comprehensive review all these inputs which are actually causing this vulnerability or contributing to mitigation, and then see where we really can intervene. I think that's the first task. There has to be a very comprehensive review where we are actually going wrong and where we need to intervene in terms of either policy or further R&D and all that. Now, in terms of seeds, as you know, we have 2 3 kinds of varying experiences. We have, of course, high yielding varieties. We have hybrids. We have indigenous seeds. We have a lot of local germplasm and all. We have different experiences in the country. In seeds, we have yesterday many experts mentioning about heat tolerant seeds of wheat and how it saved our country last year when there was a heat wave. So definitely, similarly, across the eastern India, when there is a flood and waterlogging, already there are flood tolerant rice varieties. So in other words, the technology has already made some impact, some contribution in terms of developing climate resilient varieties, and we really see them in the field on the ground. But what happens is, in terms of contingencies, so for example, when you know that in a particular area there will be delay in monsoon or there is a flood intensity, extra water, all that heavy rainfall, the point is how to deliver these seeds to the farmers. That is the issue. So for that, the ICR and the ministry has come out with a district level contingency plan, for all the 700 districts. But most of these plans still today are, mostly on the paper. The reason is that, we are not able to deliver, we are not able to mobilize the kind of seeds or alternate crops in time to the farmer. For example, if there is a delay of, 1 month in the monsoon, and we recommend that, okay, instead of X crop, you go for Y crop. Instead of X variety of a same crop, you go for Y variety, so that you will be able to take advantage of the delay in monsoon. But the problem is, with a short notice, no state or no central government is unable to mobilize this kind of seeds and deliver to the farmer. So for this, some time ago, we deliberated in ICR, and I made one recommendation as to, identify certain crops, alternate crops, which are grown large area. In fact, in Eastern UP and Bihar, we found that if you can just store one variety of black gram T9, you can almost cover 1.5 million hectares of rain-fed rice. If there is a delay of rain-fed rice transplanting or sowing, if you store T9 of black gram, about 1 lakh tons, at a place where you can mobilize within 4 or 5 days notice, you will be able to help the farmers to plant in time. That is just an idea as to how you can, but the kind of investment needed it will not be much. But only thing is, the idea has to be taken seriously and acted upon. This is one thought about seeds. On the other hand, we in our Nikara project, when I was in ICR, we found that in Assam, when there is a flood in a Brahmaputra, the entire crop is lost. And suddenly, when the flood recedes, farmers again go for resowing. At that time, the government doesn't have enough seed to, distribute, nor even if they have seeds, they even cannot reach, The Brahmaputra flood is so intense, even the roads and everything is closed. So we found some indigenous communities storing the seeds, even improved seeds they store as a habit, as a routine, as a seed bank without any external help. And then they immediately use when the flood water recede. And across the country, there are so many such practices. I think we need to document these indigenous experiences as to how people are already coping with this kind of situations and still able to come out of the difficult situation. This is about seeds. In terms of the water, of course, it's a very touchy subject, and most of the controversy is related to water. And the way we use water, of course, we all know the excessive use of groundwater, even excess use of surface water in irrigation systems, all that needs to be done. But then, our intense incentive structure, giving free power and, all that, of course, is well debated. Except micro irrigation and all that, there is not much of an incentive structure to save on water. So therefore, that I will request our panelists to throw some light as to what kind of incentive structure we should build in this whole water sector, so that the water, both surface water and groundwater, used more prudently, and so that we don't contribute to more groundwater exploitation and threaten the future generations. Now, coming back to more touchy issue of fertilizer. Now, this is like a atom bomb in our country. If you touch fertilizer subsidy, you are gone. No government can survive by fertilizer subsidy. But then it is time that we see, without actually touching the existing subsidy, at least in future, the increment, because every year, the subsidy is increasing. Now it is 2.5 lakh crores or so. I think next year it may become 3, then 3.54. It's endless. So is there any way we can actually at least stop or slow down or reduce the incremental subsidy on fertilizers by way of incentivizing the instead of product subsidy? Can we think of a process-based incentive? We need not call it subsidy alone if we are eligible to subsidy. Can we think of a process-based incentive to the farmers? For example, the farmers who applies nitrogen or urea strictly based on soil test, because we have given millions of soil health cards, but we really don't know how many of them are actually making use of the cards, either to use urea rationally or to use required as per the crop require. I don't think we have any such record in our country or that kind of data. So therefore, if we can come out with system where we can rationalize the use of urea by incentivizing the farmer who uses urea just as required or just by the method that is recommended by the scientific community so that it is not leached or volatilized, or by using a leaf color chart, which FAO and all other, institutes have recommended. It's very simple, even that is, if that kind of practices a farmer who adopts all these practices and uses in the input of urea with the most prudently, should get some additional incentive. How to monitor and all, of course, this house and even later on we can debate, but that's very, very important. I think it is time. We cannot postpone any further, and we have to come out with some monitoring and verification method, and to identify the farmers and then transfer this benefit in terms of directly DBT or whatever it is. So this is time. And alternately, there are many practices across the country, green manuring, green leaf manuring, biomass. All these practices have to be bundled together and, make it as a practice-oriented subsidy or incentive rather than a product-based subsidy. Because the moment you go on giving product-based subsidy, more urea will be used, more demand from the ministry for subsidy. This will be endless. So this is one thought I thought I must leave with you so that we can work on this further. And the third in this mechanization. Now in mechanization, of course, we have excellent examples of custom ironing centers. No farmer can individually buy in our country, most of the machines which we have. In fact, yesterday, the Didi from Madhya Pradesh mentioned about soybean crop getting affected by excess water and all that. For that, there is a solution. There is a broadbed furrow planter, which is very popular in Madhya Pradesh and Maharashtra. Only thing is this, we have to make it available, this planter. If you plant soybean on ridges and furrows and broad beds, then your excess water effect will be much less. In fact, almost it will be nil. So therefore, this kind of practices we have to incentivize, make more awareness and make this machinery available. And for this custom ironing centers are very much important. And I remember in Madhya Pradesh, there are some, the state government has proactively promoted these custom ironing centers at block level by arranging a loan from the banks to unemployed diploma holders, a polytechnic unemployed youth, who is in mechanical engineering. He can be provided a job. And I tell you, we have worked out, you can provide 1 million jobs by this just one intervention. And this intervention can be win-win for the unemployed youth and also the farmers. But, and we have a lot of pilots successfully done. Only thing is, we should not see it as a business model. We must see it as a government intervention to make it happen. Maybe for a few years, it will be not so much profit making, but eventually at block level, it will work. And this is one intervention we must do it in mechanization. And I think there are many other ideas. I thought I just leave these thoughts with you to start with and then provoke my panelists to react and then come out with some, ideas which the organizers expect from us in terms of how to rationalize or reorganize or modify the subsidy or incentive regime on inputs in agriculture so that our farmers in the country use water, machinery, fertilizer, seeds more prudently, and we don't really contribute to the more greenhouse gas emissions, and then start working on reducing those greenhouse gas emissions. So I think India is, of course, per capita emissions are very less, 2 tons or so, but our absolute emissions are high because of our huge population and large cultivated area. Therefore, we have a moral obligation to contribute to mitigation as well, although it is not on our agenda, as the Ramesh Chand yesterday mentioned, that we have to think and we must. It's not just about contributing to mitigation. Even the farmer's cost of cultivation is an important issue. It will also contribute there. And also, lot of runoff into freshwater, lakes, ponds, and rivers. If you travel in the train, you see any river, it's very pathetic, and you feel very bad about, lot of weeds and lot of, unwanted plants growing on the rivers and completely filling the water bodies. All this is because of excess use of nutrients and runoff into the freshwater bodies. All this can be handled provided we actually understand this issue in the right perspective and then work towards solving this. Even we must actually begin somewhere, and otherwise we if we say that it's a touchy issue, we cannot work on this, we will never be able to start it. But we have to begin somewhere. So with this message, I welcome my own colleagues on the panel, two more who are about to join, and I expect a very fruitful discussion in this session. Thank you very much. Yeah. So we have, as announced by Shalini ji, we have three. Yeah. So we have actually four panelists, four or five, but three are already sitting with me. So may I first invite, as per the listing, Dr. Rajbir Singh from ICR. He represents the entire research system in the ICR system in the country, which is dealing with natural resource management, both water management, fertilizer management, and all this issue of climate change adaptation and mitigation, and to share his own perspectives as to how to move forward in this whole area of inputs and practices. Dr. Raj.
Very good morning. Sir, most of the things you have covered in your initial remarks. Now, very tough for me to repeat, don't repeat those things what you have mentioned. But let me start from the practical point of view, sir. Last 3 years I am talking about. 2022, yesterday morning also in a inaugural session, member chair NITI mentioned about this heat wave in 2022. It cost around 4 million production loss of wheat in the country, which account for almost 8 billion rupees in a single high temperature during 15 days of ripening of the wheat. This is the dimensions how the climatic aberrations can create problem for the nation, for the farmers, for the policymakers. Now, next coming to 2023, unseasonal rain during Feb and March again, impacted the wheat cultivation in the country. In Punjab, 3.5 million hectare in under wheat, 34% of wheat was lost due to heavy rain followed by gusty winds. In Haryana, it was 29% of 3 million hectare of wheat. In Uttar Pradesh, I'm talking about Western Uttar Pradesh, again 4 million hectare, 24% of wheat was lost. Fortunately, the losses were not as high as we were expecting. The main reason was that the season of the wheat extended due to a long spell of rains. And in some cases, some farmers are also here, they will agree with me, the bumper crop of wheat was observed despite so much of the climatic hazard, mainly because of the use of climate resilient variety, which was also mentioned by Professor Ramesh Chand also. And Manoj Ahuja ji also secreted DAC. Now let me again, the third example, again the last year 2023, in Kharif season there was, flood in Punjab, the most advanced country, state in the country. How farmer counteract those, hazards in the favor of farmers. Sir, one variety PR126 of 93 days that make miracles for the farmers. The farmers who transplanted their rice that was damaged by the flood, and when the water was receded from the field, farmers again go for that sowing of that variety, particularly of 93 short duration variety. And the success was because of one thing which we were promoting in different part of the country was the community nursery production. Because around 2 lakh hectare was under flood in Punjab, the farmers came forward. Gurdwaras, they have a structured religious institutions which help to the farmers. They went for community nursery, and that's how 2 lakh hectare area was again resown, and the losses were very less. Otherwise, it could have been huge losses. Now, these are some of the example intentionally I have put here how to manage the things in a climate resilient way. And what we are doing, I think you will agree with me, the country has taken a lead role in initiation of mission on national mission on sustainable agriculture, which address the issue of climate change. And it is around 15 years down the line we are working on this. Now, when we are talking about the climate situation, I think 3-4 points are very, very important. And I must congratulate FAO and NITI Aayog and Ministry of Agriculture that they have come with this investment forum. As far as I fully believe that there are 3-4 points which should be taken into consideration. First is awareness. What the Professor Ramesh Chand was telling yesterday morning, that every citizen should be well aware about the climate resilience and climate changes, what's happening, how to encounter those things. Second point is, I think, action. Action, not only the available, we do have many things with us, but they are not implemented. As you, Chairman, also mentioned that we have contingent plan of more than 650 districts of the country, but still they are not working down the line and on real basis. So these things have to be in the action-oriented situation we have to work. My third thing is that policy framework and policy implementation to address the issue of climate change. And fourth is investment. Without investment, we can't go ahead. As you know, NICRA is a flagship program of ICAR. We are working in 151 cluster of villages in the country. And now, by now, around 446 villages has been declared as climate resilient village. The model which we have demonstrated to the farmers, to the policymakers, that's if we want to have outscale those things, definitely we have more investment with policy framework so that we can act. Now, what the topic here is that production practices and input. I have a 5-pointer for that. First point is water management at landscape level is very, very important, because farmers say that you give me water, I will give you prosperity. Water is the most important thing. How to manage water? हर खेत का पानी खेत में या on landscape level, if we don't have the plan, we will be very difficult to manage the other input available to the farmers. My second suggestion would be, second pointer is the seed availability at household level. Because as Dr. Venkateshwarlu also nicely mentioned, that seed is the most important component if it is available with the farmers. And with the forecast of the weather, which variety, which crop should be compensated to reduce the losses, that is very, very important. And for that, we must have the seed at seed chain level so that each village can be saturated with the availability of proper seed of proper crop, proper variety, climate resilient variety. Sri Manoj Ahuja ji, Secretary Sahab, also yesterday told that ICR has developed in last 1 decade around 2,200 varieties, out of which 1,700 to 1,800 are climate resilient varieties. So more and more such varieties has to be available at the farmers level, village level. My third point is very, very important. Labor is a serious, sir, you know, labor availability is itself is a, and in future it will again be a big job. So machinery availability at village level is most important, maybe through machine banks at village, or maybe custom hiring center established at the village level, so that the farmers can be, the machine can be made available at doorstep of the farmers. This is the third point. Fourth point is agroforestry. Agroforestry at panchayat land. When we are talking about mitigation and climate impacts, so certainly we have in our village plan, agroforestry component should also be an important part. And the fifth, but the most important, not is agro advisory to each farmer. And that agro advisory not only give the weather forecast, but what to do, how to do, and how we can save our crop. So these 5 points: seed availability, water management at at landscape level, seed availability at household level, machinery availability at village level, agroforestry at village panchayat level, and agro advice to each farmer. These 5 points have a bigger role of outscaling and investment, or the maybe in the form of some project, or maybe in form of a mission. Can we start with the meticulous planning, taking these 5 things into consideration? I think that will be the most important pathway for resilience of agriculture food system. And my last point here would be, because I will not touch upon the fertilizer and each component of input because time is less, but I think there are tens of hundreds of thousands of farmers which are climate resilient, and they know the practices how to do it. For example, let me tell you one innovation at farmers level. A farmers having 15 acre of land, sir, there was lot of lodging, but his field was not affected at all with the lodging. What he has done, I asked from him, it is from the mouth of a farmer. He told, sir, I mix 5 varieties together and then sown with the happy cedar in the standing stubbles, and that's how they are not affected at all. So such type of innovation at farmers level, that should also be highlighted, how to encounter the such eventuality due to climate change. And last, incentivization of the farmers who are practicing agriculture resilient practices. That is very, very important to encourage the farmers who are not adopting those things. So I think if we encourage him by incentivization of some of the, we can design the mechanism for that. That will be very, very important, because farmers understand the language of farmers, not a scientist. So if we want to involve all the farmers, all the stakeholders in the chain, then definitely we have to have some design or some mechanism to promote them. Thank you very much.
So thank you, Rajbir. I think you have very nicely summarized the key points. In this context, yesterday we had the NITI Aayog and Manoj Ahuja talking about the green credit program. So I would like to bring to this audience notice that, if you, I don't know how many of you have actually gone through the green credit. It's one of the very innovative and unique initiative of the government of India, which is nothing to do with carbon credits, nothing to do with earning money. But right now it is non-monetary. But the moment if we can make it market oriented and our own domestic market, if we can create to this green credit and make them monitorable or monetized, then I think it will be a big game changer, because there are a lot of things which we are talking today: water management, agroforestry, biomass generation, everything is in that. There are 6, 7 things are there. Only thing is, we have to create our own. We will not be able to sell these credits in the international markets, but locally, if some industry or some CSR wants to invest to help farmers to follow climate resilient practices, I think this is the channel. So this green credit program, I think it can be game changer, provided we really make use to promote for sustainable practices. So with this comment, I think we will go to the finance people in the last, so that you understand where to put your money. But before that, I will request Tara, although you came just now, but I think you should be able to tell us how millets, because they are known to be climate resilient, we all know, but how you think we should be able to promote them in the near future, so that the farmers also gain and the country also become more resilient to the climate. Tara. We have 5 minutes time. 7 minutes. Okay. Sorry.
A very good morning to you all. First of all, let me apologize for being late. I got caught in the traffic signal. Thank you, the organizers, for giving me this opportunity to be part of this important session on panel discussion for production practices and inputs. Rightly mentioned by the chair of this session, Dr. Venkateshwarluji, and also my co-panelist, Dr. Rajbir. They have already set the ground. Now, we all know that millets are climate resilient nutricereals. And when we grow millets, by default, the millets require less water, less resources, less inputs, and less chemicals, and these things. But the point here is most of the farmers who are taking up millet cultivation, because they do not have any other option or any other inputs and resources with them, they are taking these millets. But again,
if they are given a chance and if they have plenty of water and if they have plenty of resources, they will definitely go to other crops because the remuneration, the economics they are getting in return is very attractive. So, when we talk of climate resilience, when we talk of climate change, and when we talk of farmers, we need to understand the balance. There is an ecosystem point here, there's a climate change perspective here, and at the same time, the farmer's income. When we balance these three, then only things will materialize. Definitely, millets, they need less water, so the water footprints are less. They release less greenhouse gas emissions in compared to rice and other things, and the carbon footprints are also very less. Nowhere, though we talk in theory that these are very good, so and so, but in practice, nowhere we are considering and incentivizing the farmers for cultivating these millets. Uh, the policy support for taking up these millets along is very, very important. That is what we have seen in 2023, where United Nations, FAO, and the Government of India, they have really made it possible to have International Year of Millets celebrated and is still continuing. The conclusion will be somewhere in March 2024. And we could see the impact. People could realize the importance of millets, the nutritional aspects, and all these things. Uh, when we talk of millets here in India, the India as a single nation contributes to the global millet system 20% of the total millet production in the world. And when we talk of India as such, we have a number of millets, mainly pearl millet, which occupies about 7.5 million hectares in this country, followed by sorghum, which occupies about 4 million hectares, 4 to 4.3. Then remaining 1.5 to 1.7 or so, the small millets. The small millets again comprise finger millet, kodo millet, barnyard millet, little millet, proso millet, brown top millet, like this. So in India, we have 9 different millets majorly cultivated, and we have production technologies, cultivars released for these things. And here, the incentivization of farmers or the people growing these millets is really important. Otherwise, uh, we cannot just force the farmer saying that millets are nutritionally rich, they're climate resilient, you please take up. If it doesn't get proper remuneration, whatever efforts we have put now, they'll be going down the drain. Luckily or unluckily, from the point of green revolution from 60s, unknowingly these millets have been sidelined. I'm sorry to say this, but this is what we are witnessing. And what has been done in these 60 years cannot be undone overnight or in 1 year or 2 years. It will take some time. So people need to understand that in spite of the government declaring International Year of Millets or the UN declaring all these things, people sometimes they say that there is no increase in the area of cultivation. The only point which attracts the farmers to take up millet cultivation is if they see some economic incentive. Though government has declared minimum support price, the procurement should happen at the mandi levels, APMCs. If there is no procurement and if the farmer is not getting assured amount of remuneration back, he will not take up. That again here in this country, though the government of India has come up with different programs, implementation of these programs in the respective states is again depending on the state governments. And agriculture is a state subject. So, in spite of we having good programs targeted for the development and upliftment of the farmers cultivating the millets, if these programs are not implemented at the state level, things will not materialize. Then so I think there is a dire need that the state governments have to look into. There are certain examples, 2, 3 state governments which have come forward and they're performing exceedingly well. We can see in the case of Odisha, we can see in Karnataka, in Chhattisgarh, where support is given to farmers. The millet grains are procured from farmers at MSPs. They're put back into the public distribution system. The farmers are getting the money at the MSP price. Suppose finger millet, they're selling at 35 rupees a kg. The farmer is selling the same produce at 35 rupees a kg. And then when they're put back into the public distribution system, the farmer is buying at 2 rupees a kg. So he's getting the benefit. Economic incentive is there, and cultivation incentives like green credits or carbon credits, whatever we have to quantify, measure them, and then convert them into the monetary benefit or some incentives. Then only we'll be able to push these millets. Then, from the production point of view, we have a number of improved high yielding varieties, hybrids in pearl millet, sorghum, and all other millets we have, and the quality seed is also available. There may be shortage because people are not aware from where to get, but yes, the system is taking care to produce enough quantity of quality seed. Then the production technologies are also available. Not much production technologies are involved for cultivation of millets, unlike rice or wheat or others. Just if they get some sufficient amount of moisture, rainfall, generally they are rain dependent or rainfall dependent, they can come up. And if we have to really harvest good amount of harvest or produce from these millets, if we have one at least one life saving irrigation, that will really boost the yields, unlike the amount of water required to get good amount of yield in rice or wheat or maize. So the amount of water required for these millets is really less. Again, people may say, you are saying they're climate resilient, climate resilient crops. Why are you saying one minimal irrigation if available? See, any individual, they have their differential capacity to withstand the drought and others. If we are supporting them with just one minimal irrigation, we are bound to get a assured amount of produce from these millets. Then, unlike other major cereals, the post-harvest machinery and implements are very less here in case of millets. And they're not that easily available as we see in case of rice or wheat. Yes, we have come up with machinery, see IAE, Bhopal, IMR, many other ICR institutes and other SAUs are coming up with different agricultural machinery for post-harvest and handling of millets. But still the quantum of these equipments is less. So we are coming up with the supplying the farm gate processing machinery to different farmers producers organizations or FPCs and all these relevant people to support the farmers. And if we can get these things in a bulk production, then the relative cost of these equipments will be less and they'll be useful. So the amount of biotic stresses also are very less in millets. Only abiotic stress, I said, minimal one life-saving irrigation if we have, that would be efficient and supplying. So these are the main things we see in case of production practices and input requirement for millets. I thank the organizers again for giving me this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Taraji, for very nicely summarizing the value of millets and their scope for further use. Now we go on to Dr. Dinesh from NABARD. He is working on the NABARD, as you know, is the national agency for all this gateway for all these projects approval, adaptation fund implementation. So they know actually where the money is going and what is really happening on the ground in terms of adaptation at farm level, at district level, state level. So I would like request Dinesh to share his insights into what is happening and what should be the roadmap in future, where we should really put our money, national money as international money from Clean Climate Fund, where it should really go so that we really make an impact at the ground. Dinesh.
Good morning, all. At the outset, let me thank the organizers for giving me an opportunity to be amongst you and share my views. As you know, I represent NABARD. Yesterday, many of you would have heard our chairman also speaking in one of the panels. NABARD, being a development bank, we are basically an ecosystem enabler. I'm not talking only technical points here, because we are basically an ecosystem enabler. We support the initiatives in agriculture and rural development through our credit and developmental support. Unlike other banks, we support the initiatives through our grant and similar tools, in addition to our credit support. And NABARD has been supporting a lot of natural resource management initiatives right from its inception. We have been supporting watershed development, we have been supporting tribal development. Then we have been one of the pioneers in introducing the aggregation models in agriculture, that is farmers, producer organizations. So all these initiatives have given a lot of insights into the policy making, and we have been part of the government for giving our inputs for the policy formulation at different stages. And like the chair of the session mentioned, the latest support came through our involvement in supporting exclusive climate finance funds. We were the first national implementing entity for the adaptation fund of UNFCCC. Then we also became one of the first direct access entity for the Green Climate Fund. And we were the only national implementing entity for the National Adaptation Fund of our own Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. So under all these projects, we have supported about 40 projects in different parts of the country, involving a total financial outlay of about 1,900 crores. And implementation of these projects or supporting these projects have also given a lot of insights into the policy making. So today, I would give my views on three most critical things. Of course, there are many points which are important for promoting climate resilient agriculture and taking the farmers into this particular field. So I would consider three most critical points which are important for encouraging farmers to go in for climate resilient agriculture. I would put them into three things. One is empowering the farmers about the right kind of knowledge and inputs about climate resilient agriculture, because all of us know what is climate resilient agriculture. We speak in a different language, but then for a farmer, I think we need to translate it into the right kind of information which is understandable to him. And it is not a small task. You look at the number of farmers and the farm area in India, which is quite huge. So it's not easy to reach out to farmers on this. But then the fact remains that unless we reach out to him with the right kind of knowledge, now again, under climate resilient agriculture, there are different packages available. So depending upon the local situation, depending upon the local varieties, depending on the local crops, we need to reach out to him with the localized knowledge and technologies. And what farmer normally wants. Yesterday we have seen in many of the panel, we were discussing about the technology which is available in the sector now. We are all fortunate that now for many of the things we have technological solutions available. Many of the agencies are working on it. We have a lot of applications available. We have a lot of digital tools available. But then are we not confusing the farmer community with this kind of multitude of technological solutions and applications? Can we think about a sort of composite package to him, wherein through a single mode of tool or application, he will get all the right kind of knowledge for him? Be it the kind of weather advisories, be it the kind of what kind of crops we should grow, what is the market outlook, whether at all we should go for this kind of a crop this particular season, and what could be the climate impact during the current year, and what is the price available in the market. All this and the package of practices, all this can it be delivered to him through a single solution. So we have technology available, but then it has to be customized and then tuned to the requirement of the farmer. That is one thing we need to do. And second important thing is, okay, having said that, we need to empower the farmer with the right kind of knowledge and inputs. How do we do it? That's the biggest challenge. Looking at the size of the community and the task, I think we need to look for aggregation models and the right kind of technology. Technology will always come in handy for supporting this. But we have to also look at the aggregation models. We have seen a lot of successful models working in the field now. Yesterday, we heard CEO of a farmer producer company talking about their success story. There are many such success stories, and FPOs, farmer producer organizations, have become successful model aggregating the farmers. Because there are obvious advantages for the farming community to be part of an aggregator, whether it is in the form of getting the knowledge about the package of practices, then aggregation or integration into the value chain, because there are again obvious advantages for the farmers to be part of the value chain. Be it adoption of technology, mechanization cannot happen or cannot be practically implemented if it's a small land holding. So how do you adopt the technology? Then market access. Then how do you attract private investments in agriculture? Again, that will happen only when you have large number of farmers or large number of produce at hand. So delivery model is important for reaching out to the farmers. And the third thing I would say, what are the incentives to be given to the farmers? Now, what is the incentive for a small farmer to switch over or transition into climate resilient agriculture? Because he doesn't understand the climate language, at least for now. Uh, so we need to reach out to him with the right kind of incentives. So what could be the incentives which can be offered to the farmer? It could be in the form of financial incentives. Now, all of us know that the farmers get loan from the bank for the agriculture purposes at a concessional rate. And there is an interest subsidy, interest incentive available to him if he repays on time. That's about 3%. So practically, a farmer is paying 4% interest rate on an agricultural loan. Can we think about an additional incentive in the form of, say, 1 or 2% if he adopts climate resilient agriculture? This could be one way of looking at it. Similarly, yesterday somebody was talking about climate risk index. Can we classify the farming practices based on an index metrics, and then depending upon the climate risk index, the farm bank encourage to go. Could which insurance is subject which is being criticized, which is friendly, premium is high. Many of the activities are not being covered under the agricultural insurance. So climate resilient agricultural practices also require customized solutions, because key area support or give confidence to the farmers, we will not be able to encourage him to go for it. Fourth thing could be guarantee. Now, there are many farmers who are not owners of the land, but they are a major chunk in Indian agriculture. So if you don't target them with the right kind of financial support, we will not be reaching out to the real segment. So for them to get a bank loan, it is not easy. So can we have innovative solutions wherein a guarantee product can also be offered to the farmer so that they get the loan from the thing. Now, another incentive could be in the form of carbon credit. Now, we are all talking about, chair of the panel was also talking about green credit program of the ministry. Now, Ministry of Agriculture is also coming out of the voluntary carbon market framework. And a lot of my co-panelists, I was talking before the session, they are into supporting the farmers for the carbon credit in the crop segment, which is not very popular. So can we provide a sort of incentive to farmers if he adopts climate resilient agriculture practices? That could also be thought of. Another thing could be, can we position or can we introduce a premium segment for the cost of the price of this produce? Like we have thought of in case of organic produce, when the organic farming was to be encouraged, we were all thinking that no, this should be a niche market, and the product coming from organic farming should attract a premium price. So can we not introduce a system of premium pricing when somebody is adopting climate resilient agricultural practices and the produce come to the market, he should get a premium price. So all these things could also be an incentive for the farmers to go in for this thing. So these are my views based on the experience which we gained in supporting the NRM projects. Thank you once again for giving me the opportunity.
Thank you, Dinesh. I think your thought of your idea of preferential interest rate for farmers who adopt, I think if we can have a mechanism of identifying them, then perhaps NABARD can draw a guideline advise the bankers, how to. So this is a thought, I think, which can really be taken forward in future, at least. And then your idea of, aggregation, and of course, yesterday also it was mentioned. So I think these are very good ideas which can be really taken forward. Now we move on to the Varaha Agri, Yogesh, uh, uh, Madhu. This carbon credit, of course, is a market mechanism wherein the farmers automatically get the benefit of following the climate resilient practices. But so far, a lot of criticism is there as to really farmers on the ground have not yet got any money into their pockets. So I would request Dr. Jain to really tell us where this whole concept is now at present in India and what is the way forward. Mr. Jain.
Good morning, everyone. Uh, my name is Madhur Jain. I'm a co-founder and CEO at Varaha. It's a pleasure to be here with you all today and discuss about not just production practices and inputs, which is a very important component, as Dr. Venkatesh described in his opening remarks. But I think everything has been spoken, which I wanted to, so I won't take a lot of time. But what I'll try and do is that how do we really build upon all the themes that have been discussed so far? How do we find a market mechanism which can help scale all of these things, whether it's sustainable input, sustainable practice? How can the market help shape that? Because until unless there is a sustainable, scalable, economical market mechanism out there, all these practices don't scale really. And then I'll also touch upon that as how science and tech and how they can work in conjunction to really scale up climate resilient as well as climate mitigation practices within agriculture. So I think these are some of the components that I will touch upon to provide like a different theme to the entire conversation. So first of all, to talk about Varaha. So Varaha is a climate tech venture which works across developing economies, supporting smallholder farmers to transition to more sustainable and regenerative agriculture practices. So in short, we work towards decarbonizing agricultural value chains while creating an incentive for the smallholder farmers to do so. Today, for us, that incentive exists in the form of carbon credits. But if you look at the carbon credit market at large, it functions on the fundamental aspects of credibility and integrity. That whether the carbon credit that you are claiming, it's based on a certain practice, whether that certain practice exists or not. And if the farmer is actually following that practice, can you prove that there has been an emission reduction in the form of carbon dioxide, methane, or nitrous oxide, or increase in soil organic carbon through which the carbon has been sequestered or removed from the Second is, now suppose in a rice wheat system, a farmer says that they're doing direct seeding of rice instead of transplanting. Instead of burning of residue, they're using happy seeder and putting the residue back into the ground. Everyone has an incentive to lie. I mean, perverse incentive, because if they are going to get carbon credit, there is an incentive to provide wrong information. So you have to validate the practice. How do you validate whether the practice has transitioned from transplanted to DSR? And therefore, for each of the practice, we have built satellite-based machine learning models by collecting thousands of data points across years and seasons, through which we are able to draw a curve and see whether on the farm, the farmer did transplanting or DSR, whether the residue was burnt or the residue was put back into the ground. And so the second step is validation that the practice actually happened on the farm level. Now, the third step, which is the most crucial one, that if the practice took place, what was the impact created? Now, for this, we were able to, I think India is fortunate. We've done a lot of experimentation in terms of gas fluxes across different cropping systems and what's the impact. So we were able to make use of that. But at the same time, we still see a lack of it in the ecosystem. So we have to set up our own glass chambers to collect gas flux data from the ground. We have to conduct thousands of soil samples. And then we use biogeochemical modeling method through which you are able to calibrate using gas fluxes and gas chamber based experimentation, soil testing, which is done at large across regions that we work in, and then using that to calibrate these models and then quantify and create high quality carbon credits, which can be traded globally. And I think this is where, again, the market becomes really important, that by doing all of these activities and creating a data infrastructure for someone to independently validate, you're able to create a credible market which can command a premium in the market. And so I think there's always also a debate. I'll take a point around here around green credit versus carbon credit at large. I think we feel that both are fine as long as they're able to find a price and scale to provide enough incentive to the farmer. So I think an asset is only valued if there is a buyer present in the market to buy it. So it's extremely important that if we are introducing an asset, it's hugely validated and there are buyers available who are willing to pay a price through this. And so in our case, 70% of the income from the sale of these carbon credits goes back to the smallholder farmers, which means that it creates an incentive for them to do these practices at large. And then we were also able to add another component of circularity while doing regenerative agriculture practice and creating carbon credit. There are a lot of farmers that we work with burn residue as well. And so we started to turn that residue into biochar through a process called pyrolysis. And that biochar becomes a biofertilizer for the soil, which you can put back into the soil and stores carbon for 800 to 1,000 years. And it commands even further premium in the market in the form of carbon credit. So, sir, just to answer your question, for the biochar related carbon credits, we have already made the payments back to the farmers. So the market is already live and active, waiting to go to scale. So I think based on our experience of working across different mechanisms of carbon credits using science, tech, collaboration, I think 2 or 3 themes emerge, which are really critical to scale these market-based interventions. So the first one is, as I mentioned, that you need high quality data to be able to model what is the increase in soil organic carbon and what is the reduction in gaseous emissions. So a lot of the universities and research institutions in India have gas chromatography-based experimentation setups available. So, and they've been running those experiments, but there are some years which are gap years. So how do we maximize the utilization of these experimental setups and make this data available through public-private partnership so that they can be extended to create high-quality carbon credits, which can command a premium and create income for the farmers in an increased fashion? The second one would be, I think we claim to do hundreds and thousands and millions of soil tests every year. So how do we really create a credibility that these soil tests are being done in a manner that it creates value for the farmers? And again, making that data available through an interoperable mechanism, which can go into calculating the increase in soil organic carbon and again, creation of carbon credits. So this goes back to data infrastructure, data creation, and data sharing mechanisms to create value in the ecosystem. And the second part would be, again, around collaboration that, so for example, I was talking to the CGM of NABARD, my fellow colleague on the panel as well, that they've been funding a lot of initiatives around creating agroecological ecosystems in the form of agroforestry, sustainable practices. So how can all these partners who are implementing such practices be brought to people like us who can help them create another income in the form of carbon incentive so that they can further expand their activities in the future? So I think creating high quality data sets, creating sharing mechanisms, and collaboration in the ecosystem for the work which is already going on to create an amplification effect, I think would be our request. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Madhur. I think that's a wonderful way of, many in the audience perhaps may not be so much aware of this potential of this credit, but you made it very clear. And also the linking with NABARD, it's a very good point. So I think the organizers tell me that there is a substitute of the speaker, the original, the person from MP.
Yes, sir. Sorry for the interruption, but we have a few suggestions with your kind permission to accommodate 2 more people on the panel. The first will be a farmer from Bikaner, Rajasthan, giving his experience. And the second would be the NRM expert from Manage.
Yeah.
So I will request Shri Om Prakash Banwar ji, जो बीकानेर राजस्थान से हैं, आप आइए अपनी बात रखिए खमागणी. और after that there will be Dr. Subramani from Manage who will present his point of view. Also, another point that the organizers would like to honor is that when you open up the session for discussion in the hall, that we give priority to the small producers themselves and have the farmers' voices be heard first. Thank you. आइए.
थैंक यू जी. खमा गणी राम राम सा. मेरा नाम ओम प्रकाश है और मैं बीकानेर राजस्थान से आया हूँ. उर्मूल सीमांत समिति बज्जू संस्था की ओर से मुझे यहाँ आने का मौका मिला और पूरा जो इलाके का प्रयास रहा है, हमारे है वो 7 दिन थे. बारिश आधारित होती थी, पशुधन बहुत ज्यादा, पशुधन और खेती, बारिश आधारित खेती उनकी आजीविका थी. लेकिन धीरे धीरे इस विकास की प्रक्रिया में इंदिरा गांधी नहर का हमारे यहाँ आना हुआ. इंदिरा गांधी नहर आने के बाद बहुत सारा उत्पादन बढ़ा, बाजार भी बढ़ा और मंडियां भी बढ़ी और किसानों को बहुत ज्यादा आमदनी भी हुई. लेकिन उसके साथ साथ बाहर से बहुत सारा यूरिया डीएपी पेस्टिसाइड वो भी साथ साथ में आना हुआ. उत्पादन भी बढ़ा और यूरिया डीएपी जैसी जो भी पेस्टिसाइड थे वो भी किसानों ने अपने खेतों में डालना शुरू किया और उससे उत्पादन भी बढ़ा. लेकिन धीरे धीरे अब वर्तमान में जो स्थिति है वो ये हो चुकी है कि किसानों की सबसे बड़ी समस्या है कि बहुत सारी फसलों में रोग लग रहे हैं, जिससे किसान और पेस्टिसाइड डालता जा रहा है. और इसके साथ साथ जो हमारे पशुधन है, पशुधन के अंदर भी जैसे फसलों का चारा है, हरा चारा है, वो फसलों में जो पशुओं को खिलाएंगे तो दूध में भी जहर की मात्रा बढ़ रही है. तो हमने पिछले 2-3 सालों से किसानों घर घर जाकर गांव जाकर किसानों को समझाया कि यह आपकी जो भी जमीन है खराब हो रही है, इसको हम कैसे सुधार सकते हैं. वापस जो हमारे पुरानी जो पद्धति थी, गोबर जो खेत में जो पशुओं का गोबर हो रहा वो हम खेत में डालें, उससे हमारा जो जमीन है जो सुधरेगा. और गांव जाकर हमने ये जागरूकता फैलाई और उससे ये हुआ कि आज हम 2000 किसानों तक पहुंचे और 2000 किसानों तक पहुंचने के बाद अब 700 किसानों के साथ हम जैविक खेती पे काम कर रहे हैं. प्रत्येक किसान है वो 4-4 बीघा खेती कर रहा है. और इसके साथ साथ हमने उन किसानों के जो प्राथमिक उत्पाद थे उनको सीधा मार्केट से जोड़ने का भी काम किया. किसानों के जो जैविक उत्पाद थे उनको एग्री डेयरी वैल्यू चेन से बहुला नेचुरल कंपनी बनाई और उससे हमने मार्केट से लिंक किया और उन किसानों का फायदा हुआ. जो गेहूं, काले गेहूं पे हमने काम किया. 50 किसान है जो हमारे काले गेहूं पे काम कर रहे हैं. जो उनका काला गेहूं है उनको हमने मार्केट से जोड़ा. उनका जो नॉर्मल गेहूं है 2000 रुपए क्विंटल बिकता था और काला गेहूं अब 2800 रुपए, उनको मार्केट से जोड़ा, उनसे उनका फायदा हुआ. और सबसे बड़ी बात ही जो किसानों की जिंदगी को आसान बनाने का काम किया वो था बायोगैस. पिछले 1 साल से हमने शुरुआत में 5 किसानों को बायोगैस यूनिट लगाया था और आज वो बढ़कर 700 हो चुका है. मतलब 700 किसानों के साथ हम बायोगैस पे काम कर रहे हैं और किसान खुद आगे आ रहे हैं. और मतलब किसानों को जब फायदा हुआ तो किसान आगे आए और किसान खुद पूरा पैसा 100% पैसा लगा बायोगैस पे काम कर रहे हैं. किसानों की जिंदगी को आसान बनाने का काम बायोगैस ने किया. बायोगैस जो स्लरी निकल रही है वो किसान अपने पेस्टिसाइड की जगह खेत में डाल रहे हैं और उसकी जगह, और जो रसोई में किसानों को शुद्ध ईंधन मिल रहा है रसोई में, तो उसका भी लागत है वो जो कम हुई है. तो किसान, मैं तो यही कहना चाहूंगा कि किसानों की सबसे जो मुख्य रीढ़ है वो बायोगैस है. अगर बायोगैस किसानों के घर घर में लगेगा तो निश्चित तौर पर उसकी लागत कम होगी और उसकी आमदनी बढ़ेगी. यहाँ जो भी बैठे हैं मैं उनसे निवेदन करूंगा कि बायोगैस पे ज्यादा फोकस होता है कि किसान की जिंदगी को आसान बनाया जा सके. और इसके अलावा हमारे एक यही कहना चाहूंगा कि हमारा जो रेगिस्तान है इसका एक अलग इतिहास रहा है. पंजाब हरियाणा की तरह हमारे मतलब हमारा मॉडल न बने हमारा रेगिस्तान. बस यही है कि वो एक उनका अलग मॉडल है. तो मैं यही कहना चाहूंगा कि बायोगैस पे ज्यादा से ज्यादा फोकस हो. धन्यवाद.
Thank you. Thank you. So I think he has given very good live example. Talking about Bikaner, I would like the madam, the organizers, the one thought I would like to leave with you. In Rajasthan, where there is abundant sunshine, there is a abundant scope for agrivoltaics, combining agriculture with solar energy generation. So Kazri has done a lot of work on that. You can put the electricity, solar panels, and in between you can grow crops. They have already grown 15 varieties of crops, short duration, medium duration, long duration, height wise. and the farmer can use the power to pump groundwater, and also you can sell the surplus power to the grid. So this is a win-win intervention, at least in climate-wise. The renewable energy, and then not using ground power for pumping electricity, and also growing crops and capturing the solar energy. I think it's a very good idea, and it is already being done. And there is a scheme also, Atal Saur Urja, something like that, But many people don't know it. I think we must know and map the country, entire country, where it can be done, and that will be a very good intervention. I think we must take it forward. Now, I think Dr. Balasubramani, as you know, natural farming is now highlighted as a real way forward for this country in terms of climate resilience. So, Manage is the nodal institute for natural farming in this country, and I would request him to tell us what Manage is doing on natural farming and what is relevance to this subject today we are discussing.
Thank you,
Just
sir.
in 2 minutes.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Respected chair and panelists and all the delegates. Thank you for giving the opportunity to say a few words. And as sir was telling, Manage is National Institute of Agricultural Excellence and Management. It is coming under the Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, located at Hyderabad. And you know that Honorable Prime Minister is giving a lot of focus for promoting the natural farming for the last 2 years. So ministry has taken a decision to promote natural farming. Accordingly, they have designated managers a nodal organization for promoting the natural farming. For the last 2 years, last year, actually, as part of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, we conducted the lot of awareness, mass awareness program across the country by almost 1,000 program we conducted. 997 program covering more than 56,000 gram pradhans, because village level gram pradhans are the important decision maker to bring conversions and also persuade the other farmer friends to promote natural farming. So we involved various, actually we taken in the help from the chief secretaries of the every state, and because gram pradhans are working under rural development, and the program is conducted by Ministry of Agriculture. So we have taken the respective collectors and they helped in mobilizing the gram pradhans. Across the country, we created a large awareness program. Second thing is now from this year, this month onwards, Government of India, because you know that under Rural Development Ministry, under NRLM, lot of Krishi Sakhis are working. More than 1.5 lakh Krishi Sakhis are working. They are working closely with the farmers. So Government of India, Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development Ministry, jointly promoting the training the Krishi Sakhis for 5-day program. And Manage given the responsibility to train around 70,000 Krishi Sakhis. I think we are having today also meeting in the afternoon, and from 29th onwards, 29th of this January, we are conducting across the 11 state. To start with 11 state, some 70,000 Krishi Sakhis on natural farming, and also we are also conducting. We are in Manage. We are having a Center for Climate Change, one department. I'm heading that center, and you know that there are a lot of technologies, as Secretary Sir yesterday also he was telling about the lot of variety technologies available in the research organization. But to reach, we are having research extension linkage. We conduct a lot of training program. So because ICR also developed the contingency plan, and if you talk to the resource, the extension functionaries, they are not having adequate knowledge about the contingency plan. They are not properly using it. So we are creating research extension linkages also by conducting many training programs. So one more thing is the natural farming, because the topic which whatever the production practices and inputs, all the natural farming is very much relevant to the climate change related. So we can part in that, and investment can be more on this. So one more point, sir, I wanted to tell, because yesterday's value chain, we were talking about the value chain for climate resilient agriculture. So in the Government of India, Ministry of Defense, more than 60,000 the Jawans are retiring at the early age, at the age of 40-45 years. But they in the before retirement, in the pre-retirement course, they are having, and there is no agriculture course. But this year we submitted to Ministry of Defense and we got 2 courses. When we sensitize them regarding what are the opportunities available in the value chain, they are all very much interested. So I request, I think these 60,000 people can be sensitized and involved in value chain. So they will be, we will be helping them. Same time, they will be very much interested to take up this kind of activity because at the 40 years of age, they are retiring, 40, 45 years. So they are interested and they are capable of establishing. And so both the climate change related value chain also can be established, and also we can help them in establishing secondary opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bala. So we are now left with another 10-15 minutes, and we really welcome some feedback, comments, suggestions from the House. And as the organizers desire, perhaps we welcome more from the farmers. I mean, maybe we'll give some opportunity for farmers, but first, who are, okay, that's enough.
I'm RB Sinha from FAO. A few things I want to flag. Very good comments or very good suggestions have come up. The one thing that is hindering very much in the landscape is about your certification of your indigenous variety of seeds. Odisha has come out with the help of Indian Institute of Millet Research for some of the millets, but it's not being done in other cases. When we are talking of community seed bank, how to certify? There are no protocols as of now. This is one. The other thing about agroforestry, this is in regard to comments given by Rajbir Singh ji and from CGM Saab from NABARD. Mr. Rajbir Singh talked about agroforestry in Panchayat land. Unfortunately, in North India, Panchayat lands are no more there. Or majority, more than 90% is enclosed. So that's not an option as of now in the country. That's the ground reality. So how to make agroforestry on the farmer's field and the crop tree combination, that's very important. And for different agroecologies and the marketability of the timber, both or any agroforestry produce has to be taken into consideration. The other limiting factor as far as agroforestry produce is concerned, there are no standards for the agroforestry produce. And how do you market? Like for any agriculture produce, you have fair average quality. For agroforestry produce, you do not have. Then coming to CGM Saab, agroforestry is in the priority sector lending. But as of now, no commercial banker is prepared to finance even a single project of agroforestry across the country. That's the fact of life.
Okay. So I think we will take few questions before we ask the panelists to respond. Yes, from there. Can give the mic there. Kindly ask a question. If you give a long comment, then others will not get a chance. Sir, okay, you please carry on quickly. माइक जरा यार दूसरा माइक देना उनको. आप थोड़ा जोर से बोलिए सर, सुन लेंगे हम लोग.
Okay, my name is Ashwin Shroff. Am I audible now?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm executive chairman of a company called Excel Industries Limited. We are one of the oldest players in the country in the agriculture field. We were the first to introduce chemical pesticides in India. But our association with agriculture and rural areas continues. We are not only a group of companies, but a group of NGOs which have been very closely connected with the rural societies. And we have been a participant in the agriculture as it continues to grow. From pesticides to biopesticides to other products, we have been doing it. We have a panel outside. I would encourage some of you to look at it. And our current focus is to address some of the issues of climate change and how do you do the farming where you get the benefit without the environmental disbenefits or damage that it occurs. So we have got synthetic products and we have got bioproducts, which are both there. They are listed. I would encourage people to look at it. My colleague, Mr. Paluskar, is there. He will be there throughout the day. So in case any interaction is required.
Sure.
Thank
Sure,
you very
sir.
much.
Thank you. Thank you.
It was a wonderful session. I must
Yeah.
compliment all the people.
Thank you. Yes, I think there's a farmer there. Thank you.
My name is Suryamani Rahul. I am putting a specific question with regard to the paradigm shift in terms of government's policy on GMO versus the production practices and input that you are advocating and talking. I'm very delighted to hear about the Bikaner story because I participated in a big program on Goa and Moat, how sustainable agricultural practices without application of fertilizer have been successful in procurement in terms of sustainable sourcing. So the question is, in terms of paradigm shift, in terms of the GMO versus climate things that we have been talking since yesterday, not only confined to your session. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, Ravindra. I think I'll come back to you, sir. Yeah, I think inko dera mic Ravindra ko. GMO is a very touchy subject. I think that will require a full day, but we may not deal with that. But I think we will still ask Dr. Rajbir to reflect on what is our.
Good morning, sir. I'm Tushar from Planet Eye.
Please,
yeah.
quickly.
My question is for sir from NABARD. For drip irrigation, we have started subsidization, and therefore it has given us immense success. When we go on the climate resiliency, the issue is always about the production of crops at the end stage. Because weather prediction is okay, it is just like telling that you are going to get accident, but after 10 minutes, and you don't have control on the car, and that is you are going to get accident. So it's a little informative, but not effective. So in this case, is there any mechanism where the covered farming is going to get subsidized, or any innovative things are there where NABARD is considering to incentivize or give subsidy to the practices where covered farming is there? Because in India, still 22% farmers are in covered farming, and that is one of the the advantage for them is that at least they are saving their crops. So in case of this climate resiliency, I definitely wish to know about it.
You mean protected cultivation?
Exactly, sir.
Okay. Yeah, Ravindra, quickly, very brief.
My suggestion or question to Mr. Dinesh, that NABARD has multiple projects. You have Jiva, you have Watershed, you have this thing. You have enormous scope for experimentation. Why not the climate resilient practices or the suggestions you made be part of the other projects where you have a handle on your own? It's quite feasible. That would be actually giving a good testing ground for various these kind of solutions. It will be good.
Yeah, like one more or two more we can take before we.
Good morning. My name is Vivek from the World Food Program. My question is with respect to seed input. In late December, early Jan, there was a conference on organic farming in Karnataka where the Honorable Minister of State announced with a partnership with the CM of Karnataka to create a millet seed bank, which will be housed at the Ministry of Agriculture. The question is that there is a requirement for multiple such seed banks across states in the context of droughts. And also there is another push and requirement for international demand of Indian seeds. So how do we navigate the policy around this, number one? And also among the farming community here present across India, and Ravindraji will also know, there are various land races and localized seed banks. There is a teacher in Karnataka, Asma Abodkar, who has 840 paddy varieties currently. So how are we aggregating all these varieties at the centralized level so that there is a mainstream mechanism for access to these resilient inputs? Yeah, lastly, sir, you mentioned about Assam and the rice variety there. There are also paddy varieties, indigenous paddy varieties that grow with the flood level of the river. So identification of these varieties is very important. Thank you.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Yes.
I think I think that we will Yes, that's.
Yeah. I'm Manish Sharma from Forester, sir. My basic question is regarding that the government is promoting exotic fruits, which are for foreign, but they do not take into the local factors into consideration. For example, the climate, for example, even the skills of the farmers, etc. And a lot of, which require a lot of, inputs, for example, seeds, etc. Same is the case with millets, which require, as far as the adaptation of the local taste, because, because millets are considered to be much more rural in food and as far as they are concerned. And in case if some of the MNCs come, for example, Nestle promotes its noodles, etc. with the millets, they either raise the prices or for that matter, they have to improvise quite a lot, but they still have to make quite a lot of, lot of innovations for that. So how do you make them as quickly as possible adapt to the local condition? Thank
Okay.
you.
I think I think you are raising I think this will be the last, because after this, what we do, we'll give some time to the panelists and then we'll break for tea, and then during tea time, we can have the further discussion. This is the last. Yes, this is the last. Please.
Hi, good morning to everyone. I'm Anindya Chaudhary from IDRC. We fund development research around the world. And this was a fascinating panel because I see the scope for how different kinds of knowledge can be taken up in different channels, right? So I have one question for Mr. Singh and one for Mr. Dinesh P. One for, this was a very, very interesting point you just touched upon, is that, Mr. Singh, is that how to collate different kinds of knowledge, indigenous knowledge and all that, farming innovation. We should call it farmers innovation, right? And do you know of any system or initiative now which is actually in ground now to actually for collating this kind of knowledge, or your thoughts on how to go about it? So that's one. And Mr. Dinesh, you mentioned something about aggregating something. So I didn't quite understand what you were talking about. You were talking about the aggregating the knowledge or the inputs, finances. Could you be a little bit more specific on that? Thank you.
So with that, we hold on the questions further, and request my panelists to one by one. Dinesh, there were a lot of questions to you, but I think briefly you just cover the entire gamut.
Yeah, I think there were 4 questions. I think I'll answer his question first. Aggregation, what I meant was aggregation of the farmers, aggregation models for the farmers. Okay. Mainly farmers producer organization or similar initiative. Because if you have to reach out to large number of farmers, you can't reach out to individual farmer. There has to be an aggregation model. And Dr. Sinha was asking about the banks not giving loan to agroforestry. Agroforestry is a long gestation project. You will agree with that. Unlike other agri models, here the project duration is 10 to 15 years, and you get a bullet repayment at the end of 15 or 10 years. No banker is willing to risk his money looking at a long gestation period. So this has been an issue which we have been witnessing. But NABARD is giving refinance to bankers, saying that, because see, the worry of the banker is that he is collecting deposit for a shorter duration. Now bank is collecting deposit for a 15-year duration. So there will be an asset liability mismatch at his level. If he collect a deposit for 5 years, 3 years, and then lend it for a 15-year period, slightly mismatch for him. But then we have been giving comfort to them, saying that we refinance to them. You take money from us. We have been trying to encourage them to do it. But then this is a fact. I agree with you. There has been instances where the banks show elegant, but this is only because of this reason. It's a long gestation period project. Yeah. Now coming to somebody was asking protected cultivation incentives. There are states which are giving subsidies for protected cultivation. In the beginning, when we wanted to encourage farmers to go in for protected cultivation, states were extending subsidy, but there is no central subsidy available to my knowledge. But of course, NABARD will not be able to give subsidy. We can only be an advocacy role, policy encouraging role to get it. There was one more question you were asking whether NABARD is initiating these whatever suggestions are given in our own project areas, watershed, Wadi, Jiva, and all. Yes, we have been doing it. In fact, all that what I have been speaking, based on our experience in having done it in our own project area. In fact, Jiva got evolved from watershed and Wadi for basically for this purpose. Because we have found, because watershed never started as a climate resilient practice. It was basically for soil and water conservation. But then we felt it is time for us to move towards climate proofing, and then much more than that. So Jiva is an initiative doing that. And similarly, carbon credit, which you have been talking about now, we have already done a pilot project in some of the areas in association with our own consultancy organization called NAPCONS on a pilot scale. So we are testing in all these things. So we'll continue to do that, but then we need scale to do that. We need to do that. Thank you.
Very briefly, Rajbir, about Panchayat lands agroforestry.
Yeah, the question raised by Sinha Saab. Yeah, community seed bank, Odisha has given a pathway. I fully convinced, and this is based on the feedback coming from the Nikra village also. Fortunately, Dr. Arvind Padi is there and he's a very creative person. He used his own innovations. Yes, we must appreciate his model and it should be replicated at different part of the country. I fully agree with your comment. Then you were talking about panchayat land and then agroforestry. Sir, not only panchayat land, but community land I was referring to. And northern part of the country, yes, most of the land under panchayat or community land, most of the enforcement is there. Only thing my point here is to sensitize the house about the meticulous use of those lands which are, in every village there are land belong to community, but nobody is taking care of sustainable use of that land. So my point was to indicate that thing. Another Suryamani talking about guar and moat. I appreciate your efforts that guar and moat are most important crop of the desert and they are most resilient also. But the market force, I would say, moat area in Rajasthan has reduced from 23 lakh hectare to 11 lakh hectare. Just half area, and the moong has gone replace that only because of moong MSP is very high now, more than 8,000 rupees, and market forces are creating the problem for these climate resilient varieties and crops. I agree with you. And
So I think the gentleman from IDRC asked about anybody documented the indigenous technologies of the agriculture. So ICR did about 6-7 years ago, a very big publication. You can buy it in ICR publication cell. Entire country, all the NRM crops practices they've documented with photographs and the name of the farmer, his contact number. You can buy it if it is in print. I don't know, but they have done it. I mean, some 5-6 years ago. Yeah, on the website also it is done. And Madam, would you like to say about millet seed bank? This is the last response in just 50 seconds. Because,
Yeah, millet seed banks, as of now, some farmers are maintaining, and the local land races, which the point mentioned and raised by the gentleman, in Odisha, SIMR along with Odisha government has done some studies and found that these land races are really good and equally performing to the available varieties. Similar kind of studies can be taken up, and we are in the process. We are trying to collect the land races from different states, and we'll be doing that. Along with those state governments, if they come forward, that's okay. If not, we will see on how to go about. And availability of quality seed is many farmers are taking up seed production. We are also encouraging them, and seed production training programs are also being organized, not only for India, outside the India also. We are doing by international training exchange programs. Recently, we have conducted one FAO-sponsored training program where nearly 30 people from different countries, especially from Africa, have come and learned the techniques. And we also have recently one webinar where we also taught the people how to take up seed production. The issue comes only when we talk of the cross-pollinated crops like pearl millet or often cross-pollinated crop like sorghum. Otherwise, in other cases, seed production is not that big issue and they are available.
okay. So over to you, Shalini.
Thank you so much. I'd like to thank all the panelists and for your chairing, Dr. Venkatasarlu. We will take a tea break now and resume the proceedings at 11:30. And that will be a session on gender mainstreaming. We already have all the panelists for the next session in the room and waiting outside. So apologies to the panelists for running a little late. But it will also be appropriate that we commence the session on women with a woman farmer speaking. So, Tulsa ji, तुलसा दीदी, अभी अगले सत्र में जब महिलाओं का सेशन होगा, आप उस समय बोलेंगे। तो अभी हम चाय के लिए विराम लेते हैं. Please join us for tea and refreshments outside, and please come back in by 11:30 so that we can resume. Thank you very much. Good morning and welcome back to the next session. May I request all those outside to please join us back in the hall so that we can resume on time. We already have the panelists waiting here. Okay, second attempt at trying to regroup us and kick off this next equally important session. Welcome back. This is session 6 of the Investment Forum program on gender mainstreaming and social inclusion for climate resilience. Gentlemen, please come back into the room. You're keeping the ladies waiting. Okay, let's get started. Given that many of the panelists in this session were not here with us yesterday, one of the issues that emerged, which caught the concern of the organizers, is that irrespective of the speaker and their background yesterday, there was constant reference to farmers as he and his. This invisibility and invisibilizing the women in the food and farm sector also reinforces the need for a session such as this. Apart from that, FAO is also committed to two international instruments that have emerged in the last couple of years. First, of course, was birth in the Commission for Plant Genetic Resources in the FAO headquarters itself, which is the International Treaty on Plant Genetic Resources for Food and Agriculture. Therein, there is a very sharp chapter on farmers' rights, which recognizes farmers also as holders of knowledge, which will become increasingly critical as we deal with the issue of building climate resilience. Why it's important to flag this is because often women are talked about as the victims of the climate crisis. Of course, we admit and acknowledge the adverse disproportionate effect it has on women, but the solutions also lie with women's ecological biodiversity knowledge, and acknowledging them as part of the solution is also about taking this agenda forward. The other is the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Peasant and Indigenous Peoples and those working in rural areas, which recognizes women in the whole ecosystem and not just as recipients or as intended beneficiaries. So there's a lot of work ahead, and we have the right mix of people on this panel. On behalf of the organizers, I have the pleasant duty to welcome our facilitator, Professor Beena Agarwal, a former director of the Institute of Economic Growth, and I welcome you on stage. Beena ji, please join us here. There will be a lead presentation by Ms. Prapti Barua, who is also in the room. She's a senior research analyst on natural resources and resilience from the CGIAR's International Food Policy Research Institute, IFPRI. And there are three lady panelists and one gentleman. And I like the way we've inversed the pattern. In all the previous sessions, we had 4 or 5 men panelists and one woman speaker as the flag bearer of the woman's perspective. And I like the way it's turned on its head in this session. So we have Ms. Sohaila Khan, the country program manager of the Women's Economic Empowerment of UN Women, Ms. Smita Hari, the president of Actus ESG Group, Dr. Purnima Menon, the Senior Director of Food and Nutrition Policy at IFPRI. And Dr. Menon, I'd like to acknowledge that you were with us also for the National Policy Dialogue that we held 2-3 years ago. So thank you for the continuing collaboration. And last but not the least, we have gentleman, Mr. Adarsh Kumar from World Bank, who is as much a valid member of this panel. So after the presentation, we have 7 minutes each for each of the speakers. In the open session, a request to the chair, please, to accommodate Ms. Tulsa Prajapati, who is a woman farmer from Bundelkhand region. Over to you, Binaji. Thank you.
तो मैं बुलाऊंगी आप बैठ जाएं. So good morning and welcome everybody to this panel today. And it's really a privilege to chair this panel, which is very important at this forum, and the forum itself being organized by the FAO and the Government of India. So I think in any such panel, the first thing one asks is, why is a gender perspective important when you're looking at agriculture and climate change? And the most important reason, of course, is that there are gender-related inequalities faced by women farmers, which adversely affect both farm productivity and household food security. Women are both significant producers and family food providers. And I will talk particularly on production, but I'm sure issues of food security will come in from the panelists. Now, we know that in India and in developing countries more generally, women are farmers both in their own right and as workers on family farms. But they have unequal access to land, credit, inputs, technology, and markets. That is all the sort of things that you need to deal with crisis, including climate change. Now, some of you may know, others may not, others may have forgotten, that in 2011, FAO produced a landmark state of agriculture report. You know, every year it produces a landmark report. And that year it was focused on women farmers. It is based on a very wide range of empirical gendered studies, and it argued by assessing those that reducing the production constraints faced by women farmers would help to raise their farm yields by 20 to 30%. And agricultural output in developing countries by 2.4 to 4%, depending on which country. So this is very much in the line of, if women farmers are less constrained, it'll help you not only empower them, but also to deal with your much larger objectives, which India has and others have, of increasing farmers' incomes, of increasing agricultural productivity and overall food security. Now, but they are constrained. And to add those range of constraints, we have, of course, climate change. Now, some of these constraints are faced by all smallholders, but women face additional ones. So, for instance, in India, land remains the most important constraint. By the 2011 agricultural census, only 13.5% of women operators are women in their own right. But this is data on women operators and not on women landowners. We have a vast proportion of women who are de facto farmers because they are managing farms when their husbands travel out. There's migration for work, seasonal or otherwise, to non-farm jobs. But neither the agricultural census nor the National Sample Survey give gender disaggregated data on land ownership. So it's a topic on which I'm particularly interested as a researcher, and I turned to ICRISAT data, which some of you are familiar with. And in my two recent papers, I showed that in 2014, across 9 states, only 16% of rural landowning households had any women owners, and they owned only 11% of the land. This is despite the fact that the 2005 Hindu Succession Act gave equal rights to women, sons and daughters in all property, including agricultural land. Now, what I also found subsequently when I followed this through is that female landowners are more likely to lease out their land than male owners due to lack of family labor. But among those who decided to self-cultivate, when you compare male owner cultivators and female owner cultivators, there is no significant difference in productivity, output per hectare, annual output per hectare. Now, without owning land, of course, women working on family farms are not seen as farmers. So as a result, they fail to receive government subsidies. They are largely ignored by extension services. So they miss out on technology, technological information and technology for dealing with farming in general, but climate change in particular. And then there are other assets which also matter. For instance, women farmers are less able to get access to agricultural information. And these days, we know that one of the more innovative ways of getting agricultural information of new innovations is through the mobile phone. So I recently read this article in Science, which found that agricultural information delivered by mobile phones increased yields by 4%, and the odds of adopting agricultural technology was increased by 22% among several countries, including India. But if you look at the data, only 38% of women in India own mobile phones relative to 70%, 71% of men. And of course, when you look at farm women and poor women, it's even less. But one can ask, well, even if women receive the information, and I think Dr. Barua will discuss that, unless they control the decisions themselves, how are they going to be able to use it? Another big constraint that all of you, of course, know is small farm size. 86% of Indian farmers cultivate under 2 hectares, 70% cultivate under 1 hectare, often in fragments. And these farms are too small to be economically viable or environmentally sustainable. In addition, we know that monocultural cropping has adversely affects soils, it depletes water sources, and so on. But most importantly, when we're looking at women farmers, social norms restrict women's mobility and access to markets, access to government institutions, and public interactions essential for farmers. So if you can imagine, suppose I was a male farmer and I wanted more labor seasonally, I would go to the local village tea shop and say, bhai mujhe aur log chahiye. But you can't imagine a single woman farmer being able to just go there. So these are additional constraints. And then, of course, we know there are additional, there are climate change challenges of heat stress, erratic rains, floods, and so on. So what I want to emphasize is that the gender effects of climate change and possible solutions need to be considered against the pre-existing backdrop of structural gender inequalities. And these also need to be addressed. So then, of course, the question, and I'll spend a minute on this, how do we move towards solutions which are inclusive and resilient? Resilience means you actually move forward and at least be able to sustain where you are. Now, I feel it's useful to think of solutions in 3 ways. Some are technical, some are ecological, technical, financial, some are ecological, but there are also institutional. So for instance, as an example of a technical solution would be, say, introduction of heat-resistant crops and seeds, expansion of irrigation. Ecological, there's been a lot of emphasis both in India and elsewhere on agroecological farming and multi-cropping. There's also a lot of talk on natural farming, like in states like Andhra Pradesh. But for smallholders, and especially women, I believe institutional solutions appear to be particularly important. And these, in my view, could possibly help us overcome the technical and the ecological constraints. So what kinds of institutions can we think of? I believe institutions that are based on cooperation and resource pooling among farmers could be key. We already know that for soil conservation, for rainwater harvesting, for forest conservation, we need community cooperation to deal with this. And we recognize this. But somehow or the other, when we talk about farming, we still think of individual farmers. Why don't we talk more about, say, group farming, where smallholders pool their land, labor, and capital, and discuss that as a potential solution? Now, I know many of you have been, yesterday there was a whole session on farmers, producers, organizations, but it seems to me we need to move beyond the idea of simply marketing to also look at production constraints. Can groups help us deal with production constraints? Now, potentially, those of you who are economists say, okay, well, if people pool their resources together in small groups, 6 or 10, then it'll remove the land constraint. You will have more economies of scale. You could have save on hired labor. You can bargain better for input prices. You bring in more technology and skills, and you have better overall bargaining power, both with markets and with government. Most importantly, the constraint I mentioned of social norms. If one woman wants to go to the marketplace, she hesitates. If a group of 5 or 6 women do, the social norms don't operate. Those constraints get removed. So then, is this just theory, or are there successful examples on the ground? And I just want to flag this because our panelists will, I'm sure, touch on this. We do indeed have many successful examples, and the most successful, in my view, has been the example in Kerala, where in the 2000s, Kerala introduced all women group farming as part of its anti-poverty program, Kudumshri. And what happens here is 4 to 10 women jointly lease in land, they pool their labor and capital, they cultivate together, they share the risks, and they share the costs and benefits. Some of these women are economically poor, some are even landless. They do organic farming and agroecology. And can you guess how many such group farms there are just in Kerala alone? 70,000 all-women group farms involving something like 300,000 women. So if you're talking about scale, that is scale. So I surveyed, you'll say, well, are they productive? So I surveyed and compared individual family farms, which are largely male-managed, with group farms. And I found that group farms had 1.8 times the annual value of output compared to individual family farms, and 5 times the profit per farm. So, these women's groups also reclaimed water bodies. They were much more easily trained in climate smart agriculture than individual farmers. And because they were autonomous, they could make decisions on technology adoption, which they would be constrained to if they were just family workers helping their spouses. Also, you will remember in 2018, there was a big flood in Kerala, climate induced because of rains, dam mismanagement. And it was the Kudumshri groups who recovered the best and helped recover. Similarly, it is interesting that 87% of the 30,000 group farms in COVID lockdown survived economically. Now, that's a very large proportion. So if you think of climate change and the health effects, then here's an example of how groups could deal with this. Now, this is not just a Kerala story, of course, because then you'd say, well, that's special. We find this in East India and Gujarat. We find groups on a smaller scale in Andhra. We find them in Bihar and West Bengal. So if we talk about gender inclusion, we also want productivity enhancement and environmental farming. We need to think outside the box. So I would say we need to think in transformative ways rather than simply nudging policy. I mean, I see in the title, it's nudging policy, but some of the experiments on nudges show that nudges alone don't work. And so this means that we need to think of technical, financial, but also institutional solutions. And I'm sure if you want to move seriously towards inclusion, gender inclusion, and climate resilience. So I'm sure a very distinguished panel here will have a great deal to say. They will have their own solutions. I hope they will also dwell on these let's think outside the box solutions, partly here, partly over lunch, and then later. We have 5 distinguished speakers. And we've already, Shalinji has already told us their names. So I don't need to reintroduce them. But we'll start with Dr. Prapti Barua, and you're here. They've done an actual experiment in Gujarat, and she'll share that with us. We have a rather strict view on time, 5 minutes from the field, and then 7 minutes for each of the panelists. But I'm sure we all know that we'd really like a lot of discussion from the floor. So there'll be time, if you don't get what you have to say in 7 minutes, there will be time through responses. And then we have Tulsi ji, who's a woman. Tulsi ji, aap baithe rahe hain abhi? एक एक करके बुलाएंगे, पहले इन लोगों को ये अंग्रेजी में बोलेंगे, फिर आप अपनी हिंदी में बोलेंगी ना, तो ठीक है. Okay, so thank you, and over to the panelists.
Thank you so much, Professor Agarwal, for giving that introduction and actually alluding to a lot of the important points. So as we understand, agri-food systems are an important source of livelihood, and it's more important for women than men. In fact, a recent study estimated that 71% women in South Asia depend on agri-food systems for their livelihood as compared to 41% men. So all of this puts together that it's important to address the gender gaps that are associated with within the agri-food systems, to empower them as well as enhance household resilience. And it will not only just have positive impacts on agricultural production, but as mentioned, it will also lead to better food security, diets, as well as child nutrition. Now, while there are different concepts and approaches for climate resilience, for today's discussion, I'm going to focus on climate smart agriculture. So a lot was already discussed. So as we know that there are quite a few systemic barriers that in the form of gendered social norms and institutional barriers that are discouraging women from adopting CSA. And a lot of it stems from the issue that they do not have access to land titles, which results in them having limited access to inputs, as well as lower decision-making power over involving input procurement, involving what type of inputs to use, as well as they face severe credit bottlenecks, as well as they do not have access to things like crop insurance, which in turn affects their agricultural output, as well as prevents them from participating in the value chain. And we know that any kind of technology adoption, especially, is very knowledge intensive process, and extension mechanisms play a very critical role in this. And what we find from our studies, as well as other empirical research, is that women have very limited access to timely, quality, and reliable information. So, and a major reason for this is that they do not have access to land titles, so which is why they do not qualify as conventional farmers. So they do not have membership in these FPOs. They're not invited for a lot of the training programs that governments organize. And because of, again, limited literacy and technology access, they cannot use a lot of the extension mechanisms that are in place. So another important issue is that in India, most of the extension personnel, actually, in fact, even in South Asia, they continue to be male. And because of this prevalent social norms, women find it more difficult to interact with them in a very constructive or in a very open way, because of which they mostly rely on their social networks, which is, again, very limited to their family as well as others within the village. So all of these put together, it kind of constrains them from adopting any new technology or knowing about anything that's on. The other thing is that while we're talking about feminization of agriculture, and we are happy that there's more women in the sector, but what we often miss out is that it often acts as a work burden for them, because we still perceive that women's primary responsibility is still towards the household, and anything that they do beyond it is considered as a secondary occupation, so to speak, because of which they have very informal work conditions and irregular work conditions, lower wages. So that, again, it adds to the whole work burden. In fact, any kind of developments that we see in terms of mechanization is always focused on tasks that men are mostly involved in. So all of this, but considering everything, there have been key policy initiatives that have been undertaken to address some of these issues, and earmarking 30% of budget for all schemes towards women beneficiaries have been critical. Then the women-centric programs that try to enhance participation and productivity of women farmers have been critical. And then there is considerable work that has been done around promoting women's access to microcredit through self-help groups, which we found has been quite helpful in enhancing their resilience as well as empowering them. But as we understand, there's a lot of things that more needs to be done. And a few key points on this would be that, as we understand that the gender, climate, agriculture nexus involves a lot of stakeholders. And what we find is that a lot of the work is happening in a lot of silos. And we need to break out of those and bring them together to develop a shared understanding and identify common goals and targets which are focused on gender and not just include them as one component, but a targeted approach on gender. That would be important, and that would also help avoid duplication of work and inefficient utilization of resources. The other thing is that we also often have very different concepts and terminologies which we are using for promoting climate resilience, which is resulting in some conflicting policies on the ground and which is also kind of leading to confusion. So a shared understanding will help in that sense. And we need to include women as part of these uh, forums where we have this understanding, and multi-stakeholder platforms can be very critical in addressing these challenges and giving women a voice and developing on the capacities of every stakeholder. Then we understand that men and women have different roles that they play in agriculture. So it would be very important to acknowledge those and cater to the needs and preferences of both. And so when we're thinking about the impact of any kind of technology or innovation, we should not just think in terms of productivity, but also look at what it means for individual farmers, which could be women farmers. And within women farmers, we need to recognize heterogeneity. We need to identify the intersectionality that exists, because what a policy might mean for some a labor saving technology might mean for somebody who provides unpaid family labor will be very different from to what a person who's working as an agricultural labor would face. So we need to consider those, and we need to think of any kind of technology or innovation in terms of its applicability or on smallholder farms, because considering the inequities that they face in terms of access to resources. The other important thing is to, again, to strengthen these extension mechanisms. And what we find is that collectives such as the SHGs are very important platforms to ensure this efficient knowledge transfer. And we also need more capacity building for the extension agents to cater to the needs of women and smallholder farmers. And we need more trainings for women farmers, because we feel that's quite limited in the current state. The other thing is to explore ways to make innovation more women friendly and to be so that it can be applied to smaller farms. And then there's a need to create a space for women to be part of agribusiness entrepreneurship or build their capacities as service providers. The other thing is to enhance institutional support for women's ownership and access. And I think a very important point that Dr. Agarwal made in terms of Kudumshis. So they came up with this alternative farmer registration system where they issued farmer cards to each cultivator, irrespective of their gender or land holding, which was greatly helpful in ensuring that they take advantage of some of the government benefits and programs. And lastly, since we're talking about changing social norms and cultural changes, and it's a lot of systemic change which needs to happen at the ground. So the community involvement is very important, and in that, it's very important to include men in this process, because we need to look at things that benefit both of them, so that together as a community they can sustain it. And we need to promote women's leadership across. There needs to be greater appreciation for women leadership across all of the decision-making platforms. Thank you.
You'll have to. Thank you. I thought you were going to talk about your field experiment in Gujarat. So, sorry, there was some miscommunication.
Okay. I think so. We did a field
No,
experiment.
so we finished. I'm
Okay,
afraid we finished the time because anyway, they've done a unique field experiment, which I'm sure can be circulated later.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Mr. Neha Khan. Country Program Manager, Women's Economic Empowerment with UN Women. I just want to show, normally you don't see it, but down there is your time starting now. Thank you
so much. Okay. Thank you for having UN Women at this very important conversation. I would like to begin by reflecting a little bit on the latest numbers that we got through the periodic labor force survey that the Government of India concluded in 2020-23. Now, what we see is that there is a sharp increase in rural women's labor force participation from 37% in 2021-22 to 42% in 2022-23, compared to urban women's labor force participation during the same time, which increased just 1% from 24 to 25%. What it also found that 64% of women were engaged in agriculture as compared to 37% men. Within that, it was also found that 65% of women dominated self-employed category of work. Now, within the self-employed category, again, 38% of women were found to be as unpaid helpers, which means the kind of profile that Professor Agarwal was talking about in terms of women's participation into the farm activity, which is not seen as a productive agricultural activity, but rather than as an extension of their household work. And this, as compared to men, the self-employed category of men stands at 9%. Now, what it does is that it then tend to make women as unpaid unpaid workers working on the household farms, which has no and very, very limited relationship with any financial benefit out of this farm activity or other benefits, including restricted movements to institutions and markets. Now, another insight that PLFS data found out was that there is the highest gender earning gap between different types of employment. So self-employed men earns 2.8 times more than self-employed women. So in exact term, it was rupees 15,763 earned by a man in self-employed category vis-a-vis rupees 5,637 earned by a woman. So this is the context of women farmers that we are talking about. So, and one more element is that despite women performing over 60% work in agriculture, performing over 60% tasks in agriculture, they are not recognized as farmers, neither by themselves nor by the institutions. Why not by themselves? Because of the gender socialization process. And why not by the institutions? Because of the norms, despite the fact that national policy on agriculture says that irrespective of a person holding land title or not, if a person is an agricultural worker, she has to be recognized as farmer. So this is the state that we are dealing with. Now, what is required to be done to bring that transformative change in the agriculture? And when we are talking about, the socially inclusive and gender responsive practices in any agriculture performing, two pathways are clear for me. One is addressing discriminatory social norms, attitudes, behaviors, but also addressing skill, resource, and capacity gaps. That limit, number one, women's recognition as farmers. Again, by themselves, household, communities, institutions also limit women's use, access, and control over productive resources and access to social protection entitlements. The third thing, we need to look at aggravated gender division of labor. Like I mentioned, that they undertake a large amount of drudgery-laden tasks and perform unpaid work, including household subsistence and care activities. By the way, in India, as compared to the global average of 3%, three times women spending their time on unpaid care responsibilities. In India, this is 10 times more time. So in India, women spend 10 times more time on unpaid care responsibilities vis-a-vis global average of 3%. And finally, we need to look at interventions to ensure that the issues that restricts women's mobility, participation, and leadership institutions, including markets, has to be addressed. Now, another dimension is that women is also not a homogeneous category. So we have to also make sure that we are able to address the intersectional vulnerabilities that women face because they belong to a particular caste, a particular community, a particular geographic region. So this is what is required to bring women, to make women empowered in agriculture. Now, the good news is that the self-help group movement in India, including through National Rural Livelihood Mission and many other state government or interventions such as Kudum Shri, have created that safe spaces for women to be able to start negotiating and taking action against these. What UN Women is doing in this regard. So we are implementing a credit offsetting rice emission. It's called CORE project in consortium with GIZ, with International Rice Research Institute, with Olam Agri, and UN Women, of course. And the role of UN Women is exactly to mainstream gender in the project design, implementation, monitoring, and evaluation of the intervention. What does that gender mainstreaming mean? It means that when International Rice Research Institute is bringing any technology on rice climate sensitive technology on rice, they have to make sure that they are taking into consideration the gendered impact of that technology, but also how gender responsive that technology is. When Olam Agri is producing rice from the farmers, they have to make sure that it is produced from smallholder farmers. Let they use the existing, the farmer producers organization, where that has provided an opportunity for women to be able to part of that. What also means that the capacity of the state institutions needs to be built. This project is implemented in three states of Haryana, Madhya Pradesh, and Andhra Pradesh. And one of the states' governments recently launched an advertisement about their practices, their scheme, which says Kisan Bhaiyon ke liye. So this is what the state is. This is our baseline, actually, when we are looking at gender transformative, interventions to make sure that women are really empowered in agriculture. So with this, let me take a pause. I'm right on time, but happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. It's great to be here amidst so many renowned voices. And a lot has been told about gender and the impact of women, for women in agri with respect to climate. So I won't repeat these points. I think what I want to focus on, because Octus ESG, the firm I represent, is a financial advisory firm. So we work a lot on the financing side. So I think that's something I want to touch upon a little bit today with respect to women in agriculture and at the nexus of climate as well. So we all know that the agri sector, because of its high emissions, as well as because being impacted the most because of climate change impacts, is one of the most vulnerable sectors when we talk of climate. And women, who form the major portion of this of the farmers, are the most vulnerable, are the most affected because of various reasons, which we have discussed in the first 2-3 sessions, speakers who have spoken. So what is it that is the icing on the cake is, despite there being policy gaps, there being technological gaps, financial gaps is one which kind of aggravates this problem. And when I say financing gaps, what do I mean? So there has been a lot which has been happening in the market in India on financial inclusion. So microfinance institutions are there, and it's been quite successful as well. After Grameen had started off in Bangladesh, the same model being replicated in India and in other parts of the world. So that has been successful. But what is needed more is looking at the financial literacy. So educating these women on the implications of what happens if the debt is not serviced, how can the debt be serviced, these kind of aspects. And the bigger problem here one has to understand is, why is there a lack of credit? Why is it difficult for women to get this financing? One is because there is a lack of credit history. So as some of my co-panelists spoke, women are not being paid many times for the work they do. Even if they are being paid, it's very less compared to men. Therefore, there is no credit history for women. That is one. The other aspect is around not having collateral or a security which banks look for, which financial institutions look for when they give out loans. And why is this? The main reason, of course, is because of the land rights issue, right? So which again, somebody spoke about that. So because ownership of land is a problem, despite doing all the work, there is no ownership of land. Therefore, having that security to show to the financial institution is a constraint. That's the second aspect. The third aspect is again around the reduced access to financial services itself. So physical access. So there are so many banks which have opened, rural banks, but how many women are actually having accounts? And even if they open accounts, how many of them are actually operating it or have control over these accounts? So it's very layered and nuanced when we talk about the issue of financial access when it comes to women. Now, all this translates to what? This translates to them not being able to adapt to climate change effects, not being able to adopt climate resilient practices. And therefore, this shows this translates to all the problems we've been speaking about. So what can be done? So some of the aspects, one is agriculture is included as a priority sector lending within the RBI has included agri as a PSL category. So most banks provide loans to agriculture because they want to fulfill this. Including climate as an angle under this PSL can help in focusing more on adaptation as a topic. And since women form the major portion of the farmer community, this can directly mean that the credit goes to them. The other aspect is around data. So there is no gender disaggregated data which is available. So working with fintechs, working with the technical technological companies to kind of look at alternative data to to plug that gap of credit history, whatever is what I spoke to you about earlier. So that can be a good way of addressing the data problems. The other angle is looking at how we can bring in innovative financing mechanisms. So this per se, this segment is perceived to be high risk, and therefore blending financial solutions with traditional solutions. You're looking at how we can leverage DFI money or other public capital to reduce that risk, at least in the initial period of the loan, can help in women getting access. So blended finance is one very good way of doing this. So very quickly, I wanted to just touch upon the Run of Kutch example. So the Run of Kutch in Gujarat is where 80% of the country's salt is being manufactured, and majority are women farmers in this region. And they work under really difficult conditions, and ultimately, because there is no credit history, they go to money lenders who lend between 36 to 100% interest rates. So a very good blended finance solutions were adopted about a few years back, where there was a local cooperative bank, a local NGO, and a private sector bank in India who put a guarantee structure. So there was a guarantee on the risk default. There was a grant component which reduced the interest rates for the women farmers. And all this also had a climate angle to it, because instead of using diesel pumps, they were able to use that loan to invest in solar pumps. So there was a carbon footprint saving as well. So such models can be replicated. Of course, it needs a lot of policy nudge, policy push, not nudge, and it also needs a lot of capacity building. So financial solutions combined with policies as well as capacities is something which can move the needle in the sector. Especially where women is concerned. I think, I have 30 seconds left. And any questions, happy to take later on. Thanks. Thank you. May I now ask Dr. Purnima Menon, please? You want us to go? No, it's entirely your call. Yeah, I'm happy to stay here, but yeah, but I think we have to hold this with one hand. All right. Why not go there? Record it there.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much to FAO India for having me here and for having IFPRI and the CGIAR represented. As many of you know, we're deeply committed to issues of the intersection of gender, food systems, nutrition, and climate change, and are doing lots of research on this in collaboration with our partners around the world. So it's really nice to be able to reflect a little bit on this. So I was asked in particular to reflect on issues related to the intersection of gender, agriculture, climate change, and nutrition. So each of those is a major topic in and of itself. And I think the previous speakers really hit on what I think are some very well-recognized challenges now on the involvement of women in agriculture. I think where we are in the world and, in terms of making the connections between agriculture and nutrition through the lens of food systems has actually opened up ways and spaces for us to look at gender itself and climate change itself in much broader ways. So I think, I'm going to say for about the last decade or so, when we've been thinking about gender and agriculture in particular, we focused quite substantially on the participation of women in agriculture, the access that women have to resources, the access that women have to markets. Now, when you begin to expand that to say, well, what's also happening on nutrition and food systems, one literally has no choice but to encounter um, households in their fullness. Okay. And the reason I say that is that as a nutritionist who looks at gender and gender dynamics, we look a lot at what happens around food and food production, food preparation, food consumption, and distribution of food within households. That's a space that, just as we've been talking about women sort of coming into the spaces of agriculture and markets, that's a space where men are completely absent. We have actually very good empirical evidence on the fact that women are the ones, and I think, previous speakers also alluded to this, women are carrying sort of that final load in terms of how does what happens in food systems and agriculture translate to what happens on what gets onto families' plates, right? What happens to diets in households is literally being borne completely by women. We have data from about 5,000 households from very recent surveys looking at the entirety of gender dynamics across the food systems, all the way from what happens on farms to what gets onto families' plates. And less than 1% of households do you see men involved in any way on domestic activities that relate to food preparation or domestic care activities. This has to change. There is simply no way the world is going to achieve healthy diets for all without 50% of the people who are being fed by the women often in their households without a lifting and a sharing of the load in its entirety. Women cannot engage effectively in productive activities if there isn't equitable sharing of loads on the household dynamics around food and food systems, right? So there has to be, I think, some full-scale understanding of that challenge, but also testing of solutions that are at some level disruptive. Now, we have some evidence on, how some of this plays out. Actually, I think in one of our previous forums, I may have mentioned this, but with the government of Bangladesh, we finished a large-scale RCT looking at targeting men and women together from the same household together on not just receiving information on agricultural inputs and transforming what they produce on their farms, but also on managing household dynamics and on reshaping the quality of their diets. And let me tell you, it's called the ANGEL trial. We have it was done as a randomized controlled trial with the government. And we have a second wave of findings coming out from follow-up surveys. And we really see the power of what happens to gender dynamics when you begin to attack the problem from the perspective of gender dynamics. If we attack it as a women's problem only or a men's problem only, you're not actually working with households together on reshaping what happens, right? So I think we have examples from innovative agriculture programs, extension programs such as that. We have evidence from social protection and social safety net programs targeting rural women on the power of, that additional financial wherewithal coming into the hands of women on the transformative powers of that. But we need so much more. We need so much more. I think in India, we've really learned a lot about how women's self-help groups, for example, can be deployed. But we also keep encountering, and we've seen this in a lot of our research, you keep encountering the wall of men not being engaged, right? And so the transformative power of women's platforms is in itself limited because men are not adequately engaged in the reshaping, especially of gender dynamics. So I think there has to be work even on the solution testing that focuses on gender dynamics across the food system and really unfolds a series of solutions that encounters and acknowledges the fullness of what the food systems dynamics are, because we are not going from all that we want to see in food systems transformations, both in terms of diets, in terms of inclusion, in terms of the climate impacts. You're not going to see that in its fullness until we encounter, acknowledge, and really tackle the gender dynamics themselves in its fullness across the entire the entire dynamic. And I think, once we identify those solutions through research and, through innovative programming, we'll really then have to think about what are the policy levers that those solutions point to, right? So if we identify that you can take a more equitable gender dynamics focused approach in agricultural extension, and that delivers multiple points, what does that mean for ag extension as a whole? What are the policy implications of that? There's going to be a lot of thinking to do over there. Again, we are very grateful to be involved with many different partners across the region and really across the world in testing solutions. And I think we have to get more innovative and really more disruptive around gender dynamics to really tackle this issue at the root. So let me leave us with that and come back in the Q&A. Thanks.
Thank you very much. You can see how disciplined women are, if every one of them has kept to the time. May I request Mr. Varun and Adarsh. Sorry, I had the earlier person then. Adarsh from the World Bank, their experience.
Thanks. I had a slide deck. Maybe we can just run through the first 3 or 4 slides because the other issues have already been covered by the other panelists. I think thanks. It's really great to be here. The World Bank is in the midst of taking stock of our interventions in India, and particularly one of the key areas we're looking at is enhancing outcomes for women farmers. I think we've been looking lately at what have we done, what has been the impact of it, and what does the evidence suggest from actually designing our very large agricultural program in India, which is currently about 15 projects totaling to around $3.5 billion across the country. So, we were looking at data sources, and the 2 most recent ones are the Periodic Labor Force Survey, and then there's the last situational assessment of agriculture, I think 2019, a bit dated. So I think a number of speakers touched on it. Suhaila touched on it. Can we go to the first sort of slide, please? So there are very striking figures in terms of if you look at the proportion of women who are in the labor force who are in agriculture versus men. Can we, the rural women and men, thanks. Rural women and men, sort of, you see, rural women in between the 70 and 80% ratio, sort of reporting that they're employed in agriculture. And then interestingly, that the ratio for men is falling. So you're seeing them decamping to non-farm occupations at a higher rate. But if you look at the composition of this employment in agriculture, Suhaila referred to this as well. You see owned and operated, the proportions look very different. A bulk of women are helpers on farms or report that they are helpers on farms or that they're engaged in casual labor. And this is a sort of clear distinction. And you see from the Periodic Labor Force Participation Survey that there are significant income and wage differentials across all those categories for men and women. I must sort of caveat that these data sources are not very good if you look at the questionnaires and how they're asked. But this is all we have. What else do we use to approximate what's happening at the moment? What we wanted to look at, there are many different cuts, and previous speakers have taken different cuts. The cut we were really focusing on is economic outcomes. So looking at the story of, you can look at a story of agricultural distress in India, but you can also look at a story of agricultural dynamism in many pockets. Exports have been growing. You see diversification into higher value and cash crops growing rapidly, particularly in if you look at the state cuts, right? Maharashtra looks very different from say, Chhattisgarh or Jharkhand. But even in Chhattisgarh and Jharkhand, you see much the ratio of horticultural and other crops other than cereals growing much higher than cereal crops. So what we wanted to look at is so again, this data is, if you look at, we were just having a conversation with before the session that the proportion of women in cereal crops and higher value crops, if you look at this data set, it's not showing much of a difference. It's sort of 8.5 to 9%, but this is only looking at women-headed households, so who are mostly widows when they are captured in this data set. But there are large sort of, even within this, in high value agriculture, in the small proportion of women, we see a significant difference in the economic output of these farms when they are farming these higher value crops. What are the interventions that we want to look at? And what are we focusing on? So again, very useful with CGIR's recent, relatively recent synthesis of evidence in this area around gender issues in agriculture is very useful. I recommend if whoever hasn't looked at it, please look at it. I think there are 2 or 3 areas where we see entry points and would like to focus on going forward. One is this issue over access to and control over land. I think this is an issue that has been worked on for decades. Dr. Agarwal has done so much work in this area, but what is actually happening at the moment, and how can we enhance sort of access to and control over land? So this is something we want to look closely at. Second area is around differential access to services, so extension inputs, 2 important areas, market intelligence. I think here there are some very specific things we could look at, right? I mean, who are the extension agents? There's now good evidence that having more women extension agents and targeting women, having more farm demonstrations done by women targeting women do show significant impacts. Access to credit, I think, again, there's an issue. I think previous speakers touched on it. How can we go beyond some of the self-help group models because of the loan sizes? When we get into higher value agriculture, the loan sizes are much larger than women can take through self-help groups. So how do we fix this collateral sort of free systems? I think I'll end with an area which I feel at least bank interventions have not looked at, and we're looking at the evidence that we really need to up our game, is this whole behavior change and aspirations part of the story. I think this area of what do men and women think are their work, we often see in Maharashtra that, exports of pomegranates, so men should be doing it. Women say, not really our thing. So, that's an area we really want to focus on. So I'll stop there. Thank you.
I thought I didn't want to comment in between the various panelists speaking. Let's have Tulsi ji also speak. Then I have some questions to the panelists, which I'll pose, and then we'll open up to the floor. Tulsi ji, आप आना चाहेंगी? Podium पे आएंगी? तुलसी प्रजापति, ये बुंदेलखंड में काम करती हैं, और अपना थोड़ा सा परिचय दे दीजिए अपने गांव के बारे में और आपके खेत के बारे में।
आज मुझे फिर इस फोरम में बोलने का मौका मिला, तो मैं सभी का धन्यवाद और आभार व्यक्त करना चाहती हूँ। और मेरा नाम तुलसा प्रजापति है, मैं दमोह महिला किसान प्रोड्यूसर कंपनी की डायरेक्टर हूँ। और मैं दमोह के पास बांधकपुर गांव है, वहाँ से हूँ मैं। तो मैं आज अपनी कंपनी के बारे में बोलना चाहूँगी, मध्य भारत के बारे में थोड़ा सा, क्योंकि कल तो मैंने बहुत कुछ बता दिया अपने किसानों के बारे में, लेकिन मध्य भारत से जुड़ के और हम अपने एफपीओ में क्या काम कर रहे हैं और हमको क्या काम करना है, जिससे हमारे किसानों को, जो हमारे साथ फार्मर्स जुड़े हुए हैं, जो महिला फार्मर्स हैं, तो उनको हम कैसे लाभ दिलाएं, या उनको हम कैसे जोड़ें, क्योंकि बिना फायदे के कोई किसी से जुड़ना नहीं चाहता, ये बात सबको पता है। कोई कहीं भी जाता है तो अपना फायदा थोड़ा-सा तो ज़रूर देखता है। तो वही चीज़ हमारे साथ भी होती है। तो हमारा जो एसएफईसी की तरफ से, मध्य भारत की तरफ से जो हमारा एफपीओ का गठन हुआ है, तो हमें कुछ परेशानियाँ आती हैं। परेशानियाँ क्या आती हैं कि जो बड़े-बड़े किसान होते हैं, तो उनको यूरिया वगैरह, खाद वगैरह उनको भरपूर मात्रा में मिल जाता है। लेकिन जो छोटे-छोटे किसान होते हैं ना, उनको बहुत दिक्कत होती है। उनको 4-4 दिन लाइन लगानी पड़ती है। बेचारे कभी-कभी हम देखते हैं जहाँ पे खाद वितरण होता है ना, वो वहीं पे सो जाते हैं। इतनी लंबी लाइन होती है, या तो फिर ब्लॉक में उसको खरीदने के लिए कहते हैं ना, ब्लैक में मिलती है जो, तो उसमें उनसे बहुत ज़्यादा पैसे माँग लिए जाते हैं। और वैसे भी छोटे किसान बहुत टूटे हुए होते हैं, उनको बहुत प्रॉब्लम्स होती है, क्योंकि कल मैंने जैसा बताया कि कभी-कभी उनकी फसलें नष्ट हो जाती हैं। तो मैं बस ये अपने एफपीओ के माध्यम से ये चाहती हूँ कि हम अपने किसानों को कुछ उन्हें फ़ायदा दिला सकें। जैसे कि अगर उनका बीज नष्ट हो गया है, तो कुछ बीज में उन्हें अच्छा सीड उनको हम दे सकें, और कुछ उनसे जो रेंज लेते हैं ना, जो उनसे जो मनी कलेक्ट करते हैं, तो उसमें कुछ उनको अपन फ़ायदा दिला सकें, मतलब कम रेट में उनको हम दे सकें। तो ये बहुत बड़ी समस्या होती है, क्योंकि उनके पास बीज तो होता है, लेकिन वो कभी-कभी नष्ट हो जाता है, तो किसान सोचता है कि अब क्या फ़ायदा? उनकी खेती ऐसी पड़ी रहती है। ये चीज़ मैंने भी देखी है कि, और बड़े-बड़े किसान जो होते हैं, उनके पास तो वैसे ही बहुत कुछ होता है। तो हम छोटे किसानों को ही अपने एफपीओ में जोड़ रहे हैं। तो हम बस यही चाहते हैं कि थोड़ा-सा हमें सबका समर्थन मिल जाए, और हम जो, क्योंकि जैविक खेती के बारे में भी मैंने कल चर्चा की थी, पर एकदम से वो भी संभव नहीं है। क्यों संभव नहीं है? क्योंकि मैंने कल बताया था कि जो मूल्य होता है कि जैविक खेती से, जो जैविक पद्धति से हमने अनाज उपज किया, तो उसका मूल्य भी सामान्य होता है, और जो रासायनिक खेती से भी हमने अनाज उपज किया, तो उसका भी मूल्य बराबर होता है। तो थोड़ा-सा इस पे हम चर्चा करना चाहते हैं कि इसमें सबका समर्थन मिल जाए, क्योंकि उसमें मेहनत उसकी ज़्यादा थी। मेहनत ज़्यादा थी किसान की, और उसका अनाज कम निकला। क्योंकि जब हम जैविक खेती करते हैं, तो थोड़ा-सा फ़र्क पड़ता है। कल मैंने बताया था कि मिट्टी को हमारी आदत हो गई है रासायनिक तत्वों की, तो अगर उसमें उसका मूल्य ज़्यादा मिल जाए तो ज़्यादा अच्छा होगा। और दूसरी चीज़, हम जब अनाज खरीदते हैं, तो हमें भी देखना चाहिए कि हम क्या खा रहे हैं। तो थोड़ा-सा अगर हम आपस में ये चर्चा करें कि नहीं, हमें अच्छा अनाज ही खाना है, और हमें गरीब फार्मर्स का, जिसने ऑर्गेनिक खेती करके अनाज उगाया है, उसी का अनाज खरीदना है, तो किसान हमसे ज़्यादा जुड़ेंगे। किसान हमसे ज़्यादा जुड़ेंगे, क्योंकि उसको ये लगेगा कि हाँ, कम तो उपज हुई है, बट हमें कीमत अच्छी मिली है। तो ये चर्चा मैं अपने एफपीओ के माध्यम से करना रखना चाहती हूँ आपके बीच में। और हम अपने एफपीओ के माध्यम से ही एक दाल मिल चालू कर रहे हैं, जो कि बांदकपुर में कुछ दिनों में चालू हो जाएगी, क्योंकि हमारे यहाँ सीओ सर का कहना है, योगेश त्रिवेदी सर जी का, कि हमारी जो फार्मर्स जुड़ी हुई हैं, जो महिलाएँ, तो कुछ ना कुछ वो रोज़गार से जुड़ी रहें, ताकि उनको जो आर्थिक स्थिति का सामना करना पड़ रहा है, जैसे कि मैडम ने बताया कि लोन, ये बहुत बड़ा मुद्दा है। गाँव में आज भी लोन लेते हैं। लोन अगर 25,000 रुपए लोन लिया ना किसी प्राइवेट कंपनी से, तो उसका 22% या 26% घटते क्रम में ब्याज लेती है कंपनी। तो ये बहुत बड़ी समस्या होती है किसानों के बीच में, क्योंकि वो लोन लेते हैं, लोन से खेती करते हैं, और खेती नष्ट हो गई, तो फिर लोन कहाँ से चुकाएँगे? तो फिर उन्होंने जो अनाज उगाया, वो भी कम निकला। तो उनको बहुत सी समस्याओं का सामना करना पड़ता है। तो हमारे यहाँ हमारे सीईओ सर और बाकी सबका कहना यही है कि महिलाओं को रोज़गार से जोड़ा जाए। इसी के लिए हम लोग एक दाल मिल स्टार्ट कर रहे हैं, और अभी जब हमने समृद्धि के माध्यम से पिछले वर्ष गेहूँ खरीदी की, तो उसमें हमारी मैम सारी महिलाएँ जो फार्मर्स थीं, उन्होंने काम किया। जो कहते हैं ना, पुरुष काम करते हैं, वो हमारी महिलाओं ने काम किया है, और इसके लिए मुझे कोई शर्मिंदगी नहीं होती कि हमारी महिलाएँ बोरे सिलती हैं। मुझे गर्व की बात है कि हमारे हिंदुस्तान की महिलाएँ जो भी कमाती हैं, इज़्ज़त और सम्मान से कमाती हैं, बोरे सिलती हैं, और उन्होंने खुद से पाला किया हुआ है। उन्होंने खुद गेहूँ, कहते हैं ना कि हम लोग को पता नहीं होता कि गेहूँ में कितना पोटिया होना चाहिए, कितना क्या, वो हमारी महिलाओं ने सीखा है। कम पढ़ी लिखी महिलाएं हैं, लेकिन वो आपका अनाज उठा के हाथ में बता देती हैं कि ये गेहूं आपका लेने लायक है अथवा नहीं है, इसमें कितना पोटिया है। तो ये बहुत बड़ी उपलब्धता है हमारे लिए कि हमें एफपीओ में आके और एफपीओ में जुड़ के हमें बहुत कुछ सीखने को मिला और बहुत आगे बढ़ने का मौका मिला, और जो मौके की वजह से ही आज मैं इस फोरम में खड़ी हूँ और इतना बोल पा रही हूँ। और बाकी का तो मेरे मध्य भारत के बारे में मेरे सीईओ सर योगेश त्रिवेदी जी सर बताएंगे। तो सर थोड़ा सा आप बताइए, आपने क्या सोचा है, थोड़ा सा सर बता दीजिए।
Basically, we are a federation of 206 FPOs and 1.76 lakh farmers are associated with us. We are working in Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh. And 14 FPOs, including तुलसा जी जहाँ चेयरमैन है, and other यहाँ पे 3 आई हुई हैं और महिलाएं, वो these are 14 are completely women led FPOs, जिसमें कि all members are women and their BODs, their CEOs, all are women. And what we found actually, handling 206, FPOs, we found कि we are very much comfortable and the discipline FPOs. So these women's FPOs, and I think कि ये फोरम उनको डिजर्व करता था आपके साथ कि अगर आपको काम करना वर्किंग विद द वुमेन इज अ वेरी इजी। हमारी लाइफ सबसे ज्यादा आसान यहाँ रहती है और हमें इतना है, बाकी जगह राजनीति लोग आएंगे तो बिजनेस बहुत सारी पॉलिटिक्स और सब कुछ इन्वॉल्व है, बट यहाँ ये आगे बढ़ना चाहते हैं, इनके अंदर भूख है आगे बढ़ने का, ये इनका एक सपना है करने का। और जो जो बात मैं थोड़ा सा पैनल के सामने रखना चाह रहा हूँ, आपने ज्यादातर जो पैनलिस्ट है उन्होंने बात की है प्रोडक्शन सिस्टम्स की, आप बात कर रहे हैं। प्रोडक्शन सिस्टम्स में विजिबिलिटी है, यू कैन सी कि वेयर वुमेन आर डूइंग, बिकॉज दिखता है आंखों से कि वुमेन वहां पे है, वो काम करे, डिस्पाइट कि उनको रिकॉग्निशन उतना नहीं मिला। बट थोड़ा सिचुएशन चेंज हो रहा है, कई स्टेट गवर्नमेंट ने अभी डिक्लेरेशन पे उन्होंने रजिस्ट्रेशन करना भी शुरू कर दिया है, जो लैंडलेस है उनका भी हम लोग उसमें मध्य प्रदेश में काफी सारा काम है। एमएसपी में भी रजिस्ट्रेशन हमने महिलाओं का, उनके लैंड नहीं है, इसके बाद भी एफपीओज में भी इसी तरह का इश्यूज थे। लेकिन जो मेन जो चीज यहाँ पे आपने पैनल ने जिस पे नहीं उठाया है वो मार्केटिंग है, जो तुलसा जी कुछ बोलना चाह रही थी। मार्केटिंग जो है, बिकॉज आप देखेंगे कि जो पूरा मंडी सिस्टम है एग्रीकल्चर का जो है, उसमें महिलाओं के लिए कोई जगह नहीं। दूसरी एक बात आप देखेंगे कि जो मंडी सिस्टम है, बिकॉज वो बिगेस्ट है, एग्रीगेशन में महिलाओं का रोल बहुत कम है, प्रोडक्शन में उनका रोल है, मेहनत जहां करना है वहां, लेकिन जहां पैसे की बात आ रही है उनको अलग कर दिया गया है। और मंडी में तो इनके लिए इतनी दिक्कत है, और मेरी अलग आई आज महिलाएं नहीं है तो आज आके यहाँ बोलती, उनके लिए ना कोई वॉशरूम है वहां में, कोई उनके लिए बेचारे वो जब बोली लगाते हैं वहां उनको धक्का वहां पे खाना पड़ता है। हम लोगों ने स्टेट गवर्नमेंट के सामने बात उठाई थी अभी, एंड सॉरी, तो वो जो महिलाओं को वहां पे आप देखेंगे मंडी का जो ऑक्शन सिस्टम है, वहां जब कोई लड़की हमारी लेडीज खड़ी होती है, ये लोग जाती है, लेकिन वहां पूरा जब ऑक्शन होगा तो वहां बिल्कुल धक्का मार चलता है, उसमें इनके लिए कोई जगह नहीं, स्टेट गवर्नमेंट से ना इनके लिए कोई बैठने की जगह है, ना इनके लिए कोई वॉशरूम जाना है, वो भी है। तो अभी सॉरी, तो हम लोग कर रहे हैं अभी, जैसा तुलसा जी ने बताया कि सेपरेट मार्केटिंग सिस्टम, जहां पे कि महिलाएं हमारे पूरा काम करती है। ये था कि आप बोरे नहीं उठा सकते हो, आप ये ठीक है बोरा, हम बड़ा बोरा नहीं उठाएंगे, 20 किलो तो हम उठा सकते हैं ना, इन्होंने करके दिखाया। अभी हम लोगों ने, और दूसरी बात और बोले, जो कारपोरेट है, बहुत सारे बड़े नाम नहीं लूंगा, बट शायद है कि उनके अगर आप पूरा प्रोक्योरमेंट सिस्टम देखेंगे, मैनेजर फ्रॉम टॉप टू बॉटम मोस्टली इट इज मेल डोमिनेटेड। आप किसी भी बड़े कारपोरेट जो एग्रीकल्चर को डील कर रहे हैं उनको आप बात करिए, किसी का भी नाम लीजिए, बड़े नाम में नहीं लूंगा यहाँ पे फोरम में, बट उन पे आप बोलिए कि हु आर, मतलब कितना आपका जेंडर कितना आपने रखा हुआ है। यहाँ तक कि जो इंस्टीट्यूट से लोग प्रोफेसर है वहां पे भी पूरा डोमिनेटेड है मेल, फीमेल के लिए कोई जगह नहीं, अगर बात करना है तो वहां पे नहीं। फिर जो प्रोक्योरमेंट का जो पूरा सिस्टम है अप टू प्रोसेसिंग यूनिट तक, उस पर महिलाओं के लिए कोई जगह नहीं। ये फोरम में हमने बात उठाया हुआ है, अभी स्टेट गवर्नमेंट कोई काम तो आया नहीं, बट अभी होप करते हैं कि हो जाएंगे। बट हम लोगों ने अपना अलग से प्रोक्योरमेंट सिस्टम स्टेब्लिश किया मध्य प्रदेश में, जो कि आपके सेंटर में वहां पे प्रोक्योरमेंट होता है और पूरी महिलाएं, और इन्होंने तो पूरा हैंडल करती है। इनफैक्ट ऐसे हमारे जो तुलसा जी, हमारे यहाँ साधना पुरानी की बैठी हुई और बैठी हुई, जो कि लड़ाइयाँ लड़नी पड़ती है, जब आप प्रोक्योरमेंट होता है वहां पे क्वालिटी आपका खराब है, बट फिर लोग उसमें आपसे आर्गूमेंट करेंगे, सब कुछ करेंगे, बट दे आर नाउ वो उस लेवल पे पहुंच गई, वो मैनेज कर लेती है। और इन्होंने 8 करोड़ का काम पिछले साल वीट खरीदा था और आईटीसी और इन लोगों को सप्लाई किया था। और इस बार भी सोयाबीन में काम किया इन्होंने 10 करोड़ का, तो लगभग 8-10 करोड़ रुपए काम कर रहे हैं। और अब ये अभी मतलब दे आर दी मैनेजर, जो हम वुमेन मैनेजर है, जिसको कि दिखाया, इन्होंने डेमोन्स्ट्रेट किया कि ये काम जो आज सदियों से पुरुष के द्वारा हो रहा था, हम लोग बेहतर कर सकते हैं। सो हम मध्य भारत इस काम को, और ये हमें गर्व है कि हम लोग ऐसे लोगों के साथ काम कर रहे हैं। और हमें आशा है कि ये डेमोन्स्ट्रेट करेंगे कि एग्रीकल्चर सप्लाई में प्रोडक्शन से नहीं, अब आप मार्केटिंग एंड प्रोडक्शन जो बात हो रही प्रोसेसिंग की, वो पूरा जो एरिया है, जो पैसा जहाँ पे है, वो हमारे हाथों में, इन महिलाओं के हाथों में हो, वो हमारा विजन है। और हम चाहते हैं कि हमारी जो है ये सभी हमारी महिलाएं, जो सरकार लखपति की बात कर रही है, और हम उस पे जमीन पे काम करके और उसको सपने को हम हमें आशा है कि हम पूरा कर पाएंगे। थैंक यू सो मच।
नहीं, अभी मैं चल रहा है। हाँ, चल रहा है। Can you hear me? No, I don't know what, it never worked. Take a moment. Now they work. Yes. All right. What I'll do is, before opening it up to the floor, where I'm sure there'll be a lot of more positive stories than we've heard from here. We've heard a lot of the problems. तो पहले तो मैं जो तुलसी जी ने कहा, एक दो चीजें उसमें एम्फसाइज करके थोड़ा दोहराऊंगी। जो लास्ट इनके साथ आपके जो साथी थे, उन्होंने जो, आपका नाम क्या है भाई साहब? योगेश जी ने एक बात जो कही है, विच इज जेनेरिक टू जेंडर। एक जमाना था कि टॉयलेट्स, पार्लियामेंट की टॉयलेट्स के बारे में, यहाँ के नहीं, यूरोप में ये होता था कि जब मोशन होता था पार्लियामेंट में, कोई बात चर्चा हो रही होती, तो वुमेन पार्लियामेंटेरियंस की बहुत कम बाथरूम्स होते थे, तो वो 2 फ्लोर्स नीचे जाती थी या फिर वहीं बैठी रहें मोशन अटेंड करने। So these are some of the very small but very important issues, I think, on gender, which we don't take into account. We've taken it into account in schools. Why don't children go to school? Girls go. Well, you look at toilets. But somehow we have not seen that in public spaces, market spaces, these are extremely important. And I wanted to emphasize this because such a small thing can make a huge difference in terms of access. ये बहुत ज़रूरी है। दूसरी चीज़ आपने जो कही कि मंडी में आप जाते हैं, तो मैंने देखा है कि आंध्र प्रदेश में, फॉर इंस्टेंस, जब ग्रुप्स होते हैं, स्टोरेज स्पेस नहीं होती, तो अगर स्टोरेज करनी है तो उनको नेगोशिएट करना पड़ता है। सो आई थिंक व्हेन वी टॉक अबाउट मार्केटिंग, इट्स नॉट जस्ट अ casual concept, but there is a physical space which requires access, which has to be transformed and made, जो महिलाओं के लिए ज़्यादा महिला फ्रेंडली होनी जरूरी है। और तुलसी जी ने एक चीज और कही थी, वो मुझे आपने पिकअप करी होगी, जो खास लगी, वो उन्होंने कहा कि जो क्रॉप्स महिला किसान लगाती हैं, उनकी कई बार प्रोडक्शन कम होता है, लेकिन अगर उसमें ब्रांडिंग करें, उन्होंने ये शब्द नहीं यूज किया, या कहें ये ऑर्गेनिक है, महिला किसानों ने बनाया है, तो उसका प्राइस ज्यादा मिल सकता है। सही बात है ना? और उसके साथ आपने उन्होंने जोड़ा है, जो कि पूर्णिमा जी ने भी कहा था, शी ऑल्सो सेड दिस, दैट यू हैव टू ट्रांसफॉर्म व्हाट वी कंज्यूम। तो अगर आप एक ही तरह का अनाज खाएंगे तो फिर किसान भी उसी तरह से जाएंगे, लेकिन अगर कहेंगे हम बाजरा भी लाते हैं, मिलेट्स के बारे में काफी चर्चा है इस 2 दिनों में फोरम में, and we've talked about, there's a whole millets campaign. I remember my grandmother, हमारे यहाँ बाजरा बनता था, मैं राजस्थान से हूँ, बाजरे की रोटी बनानी नहीं आती है बिकॉज वो हाथ से बनती है, बेली नहीं जाती है। So there's a lot of issues from farm to plate for recipes, but the diversity of what we need to produce. And that links very well with issues of climate change, क्योंकि agroecology, natural farming, all of this requires कि जो जमीन की जो health है और हमारी शारीरिक हेल्थ है, वो जुड़ी हुई है। So there is a connection, and I think those are the kinds of things that were that आपने बोला भी और कुछ आपने इशारा भी किया, वो जरूरी है ऊपर लाना। I want to just highlight one or two things and pose one set of broad questions or some specific questions. Let them address them, and then we'll open it to the floor. One is the question of data. No, a lot of panelists, I've mentioned data, several panelists have mentioned data, Suleha, Purnima,
Adarsh. I would say that let's not use bad data. We should use what, we should, firstly, the government needs to address this. FAO government, this is a linkage that there is an agricultural census which could give you land ownership data for women. Agricultural census collects it for the operational holdings. It does not collect it for the land ownership holdings. The NSSO does the same. It does not gender disaggregate. It's very easy to disaggregate. There are many other surveys which are done, large-scale surveys. IHDS does it and others. For some reason, if we could fine-tune those, it can be done. I've talked about the NFHS, which some parts of the data are not very good, but there are other parts which could be used. One question which I hope to come back to, since IFPRI is here. IFPRI does a lot of very excellent surveys in many parts of the world. And I'd like to know, there's this fixation of RCTs, and we know RCTs are not easy to replicate. They take a lot of money. And at the same time, you mentioned these 5,000, households, which is obviously a survey. So more generally, I would like to ask all of you whether you want to save the very specific RCTs, which would be useful for a particular experiment, and think bigger. Let's go back to some of the very old-fashioned surveys. They could be panel data, but which produce information which can be very useful which is replicable and for policymakers and brings regional diversity, rather than saying, "Hum West Bengal ke is gaon mein hum in set of villages mein RCT kari." There's a place for RCTs, but there's a big place for surveys, and let's go back to that. I see Adarsh is smiling. The second is there's a mention of alternative energy, solar pumps. आपने mention किया था शायद? नहीं. जिसने mention आपने mention किया था solar pumps. There is a lot of discussion on solar energy. Farmers की fields में हम कैसे कर सकते हैं? I looked at solar energy. We've got 15 solar parks, where land has been taken away from small farmers to create these parks. Now, the new term for this is called green grabbing. Farmers, or 75% of this land was of agricultural value, the rest was of biodiverse value. And yet we are saying we're creating the solar energy. So hum climate change adaptation वगैरह के नाम से, if we create alternative technology, we also have to see that there are no trade-offs. Credit was mentioned by several panelists. I have a question here, because my understanding of NABARD, National Bank for Agricultural and Rural Development, was that if you form a group, a joint liability group, you've done savings and credit for 6 months, you can apply for them for loans for productive purposes without collateral. Why is it that we're not discussing that? That has been there for several decades. The Kudumshri groups use it all the time. Some of the other groups do. So is that something that we can, is it that there's lack of awareness that NABARD is doing this? I'd like to get a response from all those who mentioned credit. An aspect which is not been mentioned is that land leasing is a reality. It's always been a reality, but land lease laws are still embedded in the 9th schedule of the Indian Constitution. So more pressure to change state level and otherwise to allow land leasing without the owner losing the land that is leased by the tenant. One other question that I want to raise, we started late, so I think no, but then we started very late. So a quarter to 12, yeah, okay. Which is the issue of, I think the gender panels must be given more time, because the previous panel was an hour overshooting. So surely, in the name of inclusion, we must allow this, with all due respect to you. The issue of food and fish. Now we talk about agri-food systems. Fish is a very important component of food. Can we begin to talk about that? There's uncultivated food that's collected from forests. There's some assessments that they form something like 47% of the GDP of the poor. So in addition to crop cultivation, is it something that that we can bring into our discussion? My general question, and I'll open it to the floor before they can come back, the panelists can come back because of shortage of time, is that do you think a more focus on group solutions of the kind I talked about, beyond the FPOs, which I know the government is talking about, could deal with some of the problems that each of you have raised? Where is the potential? Where are the constraints? It's not a panacea, but why is it possible that some of what we are talking about, social norms and so on, can be dealt with in that way? So I'll open this up to the floor. Aap haath uthaiega, and then I'll recognize. We'll take 3 at a time. If it's an intervention, please keep it short. Thanks. आप अपना परिचय दीजिएगा, and then speak.
फैसल क्षेत्रमन बेहरा हम ओडिशा किसान मैडम हम भी ऐसे एपीओ महिला एपीओ हमारा 18 एपीओ चल रहा है तो लास्ट एपीओ पहले
ये चल रहा है
एपीओ पहले जब एपीओ हम फॉर्मेशन किए नहीं किए थे उस समय क्या था जो हमारा रबी क्रॉप्स ज्यादा मूंग होता है मूंग बिन ग्रीन ग्राम तो ऐसे लाखों टन भी हो जाता है तो हम क्या किया जो मंडी था और मंडी जैसे मैडम ने बोले कि सर बोले ऐसे मंडी मेल डोमिनेटेड था हम क्या किया डायरेक्टर एग्रीकल्चर ओडिशा को हम दिया है कि ये हमारा वोमेन एपीओ है और वोमेन एपीओ को मंडी अलर्ट होना चाहिए थैंक्स टू डायरेक्टर एग्रीकल्चर वो वोमेन एपीओ को मंडी अलर्ट किया कंप्लीटली मंडी को डील करता है वोमेन एपीओ लास्ट ईयर 50,000 क्विंटल्स वोमेन एपीओ ने प्रोक्योर किया थैंक यू
So that's another good story on FPOs and mandis. Another question? Up haath utha lijiye and then the mic can be passed. Please, just introduce yourself.
मैम मैं प्रशांति मिश्रा फ्रॉम उड़ीसा हमारे प्रशांति मिश्रा फ्रॉम उड़ीसा हमारे सीबीपीओ के माध्यम से 18 वोमेन एपीओ गठित हुआ है उनमें से 4 एपीओ का मेन सोर्स ऑफ इनकम है महुआ तो उस महुआ को वो लोग मार्केट में अभावी बिक्री करते हैं उसको उनके लिए क्या किया जा सकता है कि वो सही दाम पा सके महुआ का
थैंक यू और हाँ आप पीछे जो हैं हाँ
Yeah. Thank you. Hi, I'm Satish Kumar from the Council of Energy and Environment.
Keep it close.
Yeah. I'm Satish Kumar from Council on Energy, Environment and Water. So my question is more on animal husbandry. I mean, while the term itself is animal husbandry, women do a lot of, spend a lot of time and effort on that. While the struggles with respect to land has been documented and it's been going for centuries and decades, especially with respect to ownership. So just want to understand where the issue stands with respect to animal husbandry. For example, while oxen, buffaloes can be inherited, whereas chicken, like growing hens, pigs, or goats is much more fluid. So here, do women feel a bit more as entrepreneurs here? So that is one question. And second is also to Dr. Purnima, which is connected to nutrition. So given that India is like 70% a meat-eating nation and animal source food like meat, eggs, and milk play a very important role in nutrition. And we know where near even what eat lands it recommends for a planetary diet. So then what role do you see ASF play, I mean, animal source food play in livelihood opportunities, nutrition? Yeah. So.
Thank you. Okay. So there are these 3. Any others? One more, and then we'll return to the panelists. Yes, please.
Yeah. Hi, Seema Bhatt from FAO. Although this has not been mentioned in this panel, but I think it's pretty critical, is the role that women play in the conserving of agrobiodiversity, particularly seeds. And so what is it that we can really do to include it? Or, I mean, we talked about a lot about incentives, because this is something that we really need to focus on in terms of and this includes domesticated biodiversity too. Thanks.
Thank you. Let's have the panelists speak. Adarsh, do you want to go first? You can pick up on any of these questions and some of the issues that I had also raised. I think you have to address this stuff. Why don't you take mine?
I think 2 things. So I'll pick up one, animal source foods, absolutely. So I think I referred I referred to, value of dairy now exceeds that of cereal crops in India, just to give you an example. So it plays a very important role also in nutrition, and there needs to be targeted interventions. Some of the areas we are looking at, so animal health, we find that there's an outsized impact on women because, they are actually the operators and they pick up diseases. Yeah. So they, all these zoonotic diseases, they are most at risk and on that. So, there are areas within that, but very good success stories, say around backyard poultry in states like Bihar,
Yes.
if you look at and sort of women earning income from it.
Amul also. I mean, Amul has 3.6 million
Yeah,
plus members, mostly
yeah.
women.
And second question on the credit question, I think you asked. Yes, so the joint liability, we've been working with the self-help groups and NABARD linked credit. So NABARD has played a very good role in access to credit to self-help groups. The issue comes in the amounts that these groups are eligible to borrow. So groups of self-help groups are 10 to 12 women. They get to borrow between 1.5 lakhs as a group, or 2 lakhs, or in some states 1.75 lakhs. So, at even within those groupings, individual women taking loans of more than 50,000 or 75,000 becomes problematic because all members are not able to use the money. So how do we now use this data of what women are taking, and for the subset of women who need higher loans, who, for example, are using it for productive investments in livestock or cash crops, how do we get them individually linked to credit?
Just let me suggest so that there's a bit of a discussion on this. There are two issues. One is the way in which, for instance, in the South, the JLGs are being used is that they're used for group enterprise, not for individual enterprise. So it's not like the Grameen experiment that you get group loans but individual liability. And the second is what you point out, which is that it's not enough. So I think that could be a recommendation, that the loans are not enough for the kinds of group enterprises that that women would need. And if it's not enough, then where do they go from that? On this now, on NABARD? Yes, okay. Can you? Yes, please. Yes. I think it's helpful rather than just going in a linear fashion to at least get some debate going.
I just wanted to respond on it because I represent NABARD. I think SHGs were created not for enterprise model. That is why SHG loans were always designed like that. Like chair of the session mentioned, for enterprise promotion, it is the JLG model which is being adopted, where you get a higher loan. And for JLG, there is no such ceiling. Depending upon the enterprise, there are JLGs which have taken loan in excess of 10 lakh, 15 lakh, depending upon the the particular enterprise. There is no ceiling. Only for SHG model, this number of times, so the savings, there is a ceiling at banks level to do that. So when you're promoting enterprise, there is no such.
So I think this is helpful. At least this can be explored. That if you're linking it to a group enterprise model, then you might be able to get what you need, and I think that would empower them also more. Okay. Please.
Okay, I would like to I would like to pick up on your question to us regarding the model of group to be able to used. But no, I completely agree with that on two counts. One is the fact that those group-based spaces provide women that that opportunity to be able to start discussing in a safe environment the social norms, behaviors, attitudes, and practices that are discriminatory and that they're holding them back in access to economic opportunities and advancing there. So completely agree on that. But in our interventions, what we have also seen is that these group-based interventions have also enabled women to then start engaging with institutions in a more forceful manner. So I think, and rightly so, because there has not been that engagement. But and the third thing is really this also provides them this opportunity to aggregate. For example, the issue of marketing somebody was raising, and I think that is something which we have seen, that how small individual farmers can aggregate at the level of groups and then take it to FPOs. But apart from that, other such other such models as well. So completely agree with you on that, ma'am. The second thing on the data, I mean, I think there are multiple sources of data that are available to us. What I want to emphasize is that relevance of the gender analysis of the data when we are looking at when we are looking to strengthen our gender approach towards any agricultural programming intervention. So I think what I would rather focus on, of course, I mean, credibility of data is very, very important. But the added point is that we need to also look at the gender analysis and take a pause here.
Yes, thanks. I just wanted to, there's one small footnote to what you said, that I think there's a lot of evidence to show that you don't have to sit and discuss gender norms among women. I was very struck, this was 1998, 99, I was traveling across India and I met a lot of SHGs in Andhra. And in one village, there were 1,000 members. They said, when we go to the village market, we don't have to say anything. We just have to turn up 1,000. So the point is that social norms can change if you work in groups yes. And that you're bringing economic benefit. Yeah. That's where you get family support. So, so I'm sure you would agree with me, but I did want to say that because social norms has become a buzzword across the social sciences, especially among economists, but it's just not clear which direction the discussion is going.
Yeah, no, but just to add, ma'am, that the fact that, somebody has to also bring them out of their houses to be able to come together in thousands and go to the market. So I think there are layers and layers to this, but I agree with you.
Of course. Yes, sure. Please. Purnima, can I grab that mic? Yeah.
Thanks. So let me respond quickly on the nutrition front. Couldn't agree more with you, especially for vulnerable population groups, adolescents, pregnant women, infants and young children, etc. The value of high nutrient foods and food commodities such as animal source foods is undeniable. There are nutrients in there, zinc, B12, etc., that are really critical. The challenge we need to, to really encounter is how to make, produce enough of that, but also how to make it affordable for vulnerable groups. There are many different things being tried also in the context of public, programming, the inclusion of eggs in programs and so on and so forth to address some of those vulnerabilities. But there is a lot more work to be done there. And now, the added insight on the climate contributions of these, of livestock, etc. I think we just need to invest in the evidence building and the learning around it and keep it moving. We simply cannot afford with the context for nutrition and poor diets across the region in particular, simply can't afford to say those foods do not belong in our diets. They do belong culturally, they do belong nutritionally. What you need to figure out is how to make it economically viable, for families to afford critical food. So, no question about that. Bina, I think you asked a very important question on data and the contributions, I think, of different types of data to the knowledge ecosystem in particular. And if I may, again, I'll just use the example of some of our work in Bangladesh because it highlights that in that connectedness. So one of the things that we've done over the last almost decade now to support the government of Bangladesh and the policy community there is something called the Bangladesh Integrated Household Survey. Turns out to be the most downloaded survey at IFPRI across the board, some 200,000 downloads of that data set. It's a fully integrated intra-household linked agriculture, nutrition, gender focused kind of a data set. And by designing that data set with gender at, really in the forefront, at the heart of it, we were able to do some analyses that demonstrated the disconnect, in terms of the gender nutrition linkages. That in turn led to this demand for this RCT that we did with the government on the agriculture gender nutrition linkages. And so the way that I see it is that the surveys are crucial to help us see the problem, diagnose the problem, begin to understand some of these interconnectedness. We do surveys in the context of RCTs, of course, but with the RCTs, what we're doing is testing solutions, and often the ideas for many of those solutions or the need for certain solutions is coming from having had those well-designed diagnostics. We've just piloted actually in 5 districts across South Asia an integrated gender and intergenerationally focused food systems survey results are going out into public domain literally as we speak, including India. So one district in India, we've really just piloted it to see, is it possible to do this integrated, food systems analysis? Partly because, and the reason we did it local, I'll just say, is that I think there's a wholehearted recognition, for me coming out of COP as well this year, that a lot of what needs to change on the ground to transform food systems for climate change, for gender, for nutrition, for agriculture is going to have to be local. And without enough locally relevant, gender disaggregated, age disaggregated data, you actually don't know what transformation needs to happen locally, right? We have all these generic conversations, but anyway, please watch this space is what I'm going to say.
So, thank you. Before we move on, I would like to, you want to intervene on this? Please, not on the data. Okay, it's just come back to you. On the data, I'd like to make a recommendation that, you have the World Bank here, you have IFPRI here, you have UN Women and so on, you have the private sector. I'm a researcher, I've been working on these issues for 30 years or more. Why don't we actually have much more integration across agencies, along with the government, on this, on gender disaggregated data for agri-food systems and climate change, which meets on a regular basis, which has a very hard look at what is not okay. So as you said, Adarsh, how will you project anything looking at 13% of female-headed households? You can't, and so on. So, so I hope whoever's writing down recommendations would actually do that. And let's have a hard look at what's not working, because there is a lot of data which is collected by funds being, so I've just written a paper on the NFHS 4 and 5, in which the data on land ownership is completely out. It's very inaccurate, inconsistent, and so on. But there's other data, the household questionnaire, which is okay. So, I think this is the basis for policy. Good data is also the basis for policy. Please.
Yeah. I just want to quickly touch upon the topic on credit. Sir from NABARD has already clarified the one aspect of it, but two challenges which we need to solve for. One is in terms of the scale. So this is where I wanted to bring how banks who have so much of capital sitting on them, how we can leverage that flow of capital into for smallholder farmers. Because of the risk perceived, that's where I was speaking about bringing in innovative mechanisms. So can DFIs, can MDBs bring in that risk capital to kind of reduce it, and then banks can lend on the back of that, security. So that's on scale. And the other aspect, which Adarsh also spoke about, I think, was on the size of the loan, the ticket size, which is really small. So we've been doing some work in this field, and we've seen that, for example, when machinery comes on the land to be leased, no bank or no financial institution is ready to give out a loan for because it's a really small amount. So bringing in innovations in how you structure these transactions is very important, and that can happen only when there is partnership across ecosystem players and not in isolation.
Thank you. I just want to mention, France, the first cooperatives were on machine cooperatives, where farmers jointly owned them. Just wanted to mention it. Please ask your question.
Thank you. The climate change is clearly a crisis for the entire population in India and also the global. But the crisis has two dimensions. One is the dangerous situation. The other one is an opportunity, how you look at it. And I was wondering, how you use this crisis to mainstream the agenda or mainstream the disadvantage into the better situation. This is not a question. This may be the comment. And if you have a good idea to use this as an opportunity, get out from the comfortable zone, just talking about gender. But how we shouldn't be doing this. I mean, the gender shouldn't be sort of the daily life, So I just, how are we gonna make it the general situation? We don't talk about the gender. And that's the sort of the good situation that we want to have. So how to use this, the climate change, and then the gender has the resilient, and the women is very resilient. How to make it happen as the sort of the normative norm.
Okay.
So take this as an opportunity.
Yes, I think that's a we'll, that would. I'll just my closing comment. I'll just emphasize that. Did you Preeti, have anything to say? Just for 3 seconds, very quickly, because we don't have time, and we've already. We've already heard. No, it doesn't matter. Just go ahead and just press that. We don't have time. Honestly, we don't have time, but this is just about questions. Yeah, agree.
Technologies. So yes, linking them to formal finances, financial institutions would be important. But yeah, in the interest of time, I think I'll stop.
तो तुलसी जी सब काफी टाइम बचा नहीं है, तो आप अगर बुरा ना माने तो आपको कुछ खास एक सेंटेंस में बहुत अहम बात कहनी हो तो आप जरूर बोलिएगा, लंबा चौड़ा नहीं।
जी बिल्कुल मैम। मैं ये कहना चाहती हूँ कि जिस तरह से
हम रिकमेंडेशन दे दीजिए बस एक सेंटेंस में कि ये करिएगा, और
बिल्कुल
आप तो कर रही हैं।
देखिए, मैं सिर्फ एक ही बात कहना चाहती हूँ कि एक संघर्ष भरा जो कार्य हम कर रहे हैं, तो उसमें मैं आप सबका सहयोग चाहती हूँ। जो हम महिलाएं कर रहे हैं, बस हमें आगे बढ़ना है और थोड़ा नहीं बहुत कुछ करना है, और जैविक खेती के बारे में भी करना है। तो बस मैं इस फोरम के माध्यम से बस आप सबका सहयोग और सपोर्ट चाहती हूँ, बस यही कहना चाहती हूँ।
थैंक यू। So I won't take any time, a couple of minutes or less than that. कि आपने जैसे आप सहयोग चाहती हैं, लेकिन आपने एक मार्गदर्शन भी दिखाया है कि क्या प्रॉब्लम्स आ सकती हैं और उसके क्या पॉसिबल सॉल्यूशंस हैं. And your final comment, I will take that that's actually the aspiration, that we should take inequalities like gender as the base. And then we specifically look at how the crisis of climate, there's also other crises like financial crisis. You remember 2007-8, we were dealing with that. That had gender dimensions as well. But there are also intersectionality dimensions, these issues of caste that were mentioned. And I think that's a good note to stop on. Let's take what is working and bring that together, and also analyze what is not working. So even with FPOs, when I last saw the data, large numbers of them were not working or were defunct, and there were some that were working. Now, the best analysis would be to ask why something is working and why something is not working. And that gives us some principles on which to move forward. So, ये एक ही session रहा है, लेकिन I think this is a very important session. This is only the start of a dialogue, I would say. And we need to move forward. All of you who may or may not be working on gender, I hope go back with the idea that it's extremely important, not just for the gender, but for the general. And from my side as chair of somebody who has been looking at groups for many decades in different contexts, I think groups we know empower the disadvantaged, and let's innovatively design institutions which are group oriented. And let's go beyond SHGs, because there's a limit to which SHGs can carry the burden. Yeah. So thank you all, and let's continue the conversation.
Thank you very much. I think the message is clear that this investment forum will have to invest in gender mainstreaming and social inclusion. Thank you very much to all the panelists. Dhanyavad. We will break for lunch now and regroup at 2 p.m. to start the next session. Thank you very much. The lunch is, as yesterday, served at the Rose Garden. Please take the exit from the left door in the rear. Thank you. Good afternoon. Welcome back. This is the first attempt to try and regroup us so that we can start the next session. May I request my colleagues to please help us usher back our guests back into the hall. We have all the panelists waiting here. Our apologies to the panelists. Thank you for your patience. We'll start in a couple of minutes. Welcome and welcome back to the next session of the Investment Forum for Advancing Climate Resilient Agri-Food System. This is on financing and looking at the investment architecture from a global dimension. Just pulling a strand from the session on finance that we held yesterday, which was the domestic framework, we're now zooming out on the big picture and looking at the present status of global investment, particularly in the context of climate resilience. I have the pleasant duty this afternoon to welcome firstly our facilitator, Madam Dr. Rajshri Ray, the Economic Advisor, Ministry of Environment, Forests and Climate Change of the Government of India. Please join us on the stage. There will be a lead presentation by Mr. Sandeep Singh, the Assistant Director from the Japan External Trade Organization. And we have an August panel comprising Ms. Chandani Raina, the Economic Advisor, Climate Change Finance Unit, the Department of Economic Affairs, Ministry of Finance, Government of India. Ms. Raina, please join us on the stage. We also have with us Mr. Frank Violt, the Minister Counselor, Head of Cooperation from the Delegation of the European Union, the EU. Professor Purnamita Dasgupta, the Chair, Professor and Head, Environmental and Resource Economics Unit, the Institute of Economic Growth, New Delhi. Welcome, Professor Dasgupta. We also have from the International Finance Corporation, Mr. Yuvraj Ahuja. And last but not the least, Mr. Brij Mohan, India Resident Mission of the South Asia Department of the Asian Development Bank. There have been several developments in the last couple of years on not only investment bilaterally being discussed and negotiated under several bilateral investment agreements, where even the definition of investment has been expanding beyond the classical brick and mortar kind of structures to equity and intellectual property, etc. And the Ministry of Economic Affairs of the Government of India had also in 2015 brought out a model bilateral treaty in investment agreement from the India side. The last year, the Government of India also started renegotiation on several strands, including on a proposed bilateral investment treaty between the EU and India. At the World Trade Organization, where the global trade rules on goods and services are negotiated, there have been some developments which are of relevance to this discussion. One is on a proposed environmental goods negotiations that has impacts on how climate technologies cross borders and on what terms. There's also a proposal by select countries on having an investment agreement for development, which is hugely controversial. And India has been the voice of the Global South on this, so we very much look forward to hearing more on that front. The way the time is organized, that we will have the first presentation by Mr. Sandeep Singh. Thereafter, I will request the chair and facilitator, Dr. Ray, to take over, where each of the panelists gets 7 minutes and then gets opened up. There is a time ticker in front of you to keep track, and I will be there to remind you as well. Thereafter, we open up for an open floor discussion. So over to you. Thank you very much.
Can I have the presentation, please? Distinguished panelist, facilitator on the dais, ladies and gentlemen, I'm Sandeep Singh, from Japan External Trade Organization, commonly known as JETRO. So my organization belongs to Government of Japan, and we work toward enhancing the trade between Japan and India. And we have other offices in other countries as well. We have 55 countries in which we have 75 overseas offices. So we do a lot of activity to promote FDI in overseas from Japan. And today I am here to give you a small brief introduction to the Japanese FDI, which is coming from Japan to the overseas. And as today's topic is related to the financing the climate resilient agri-food, although my presentation has no specific data on this topic, but still we can have the idea how FDI is moving and what are the factors which are affecting the FDI from Japan to the overseas. Okay, so let's start the presentation. So my today's presentation is based on the JETRO's annual survey, which is being carried out annually, and which says the survey on business condition of Japanese companies operating in overseas. This is the annual survey. We are getting it done from the third party in Japan or outside Japan as well, which gives us an idea that how Japanese companies are making up their mind and what are their experience in overseas while they are investing in the other countries. So my first slide actually is a key finding out of this survey, and I have kept it very precise. So if we talk about this survey, so first thing is that business confidence, which has been slowed down after the COVID era in 2003, now investors are expecting that this confidence will come back in 2024 and will expect more FDIs from Japan to the other overseas areas. And the second thing is I have highlighted, especially which is related to the India, around 75% of investors, they are thinking that they will expand their existing business in India itself, which means there is a confidence towards the India and Indian economy for the investors from Japan. And we talk about the local market development. We'll see the other data in my next slide as well. There is a huge demand in the local market. The sales in the local market has gone up. And there are effort for decarbonization as well. Companies are pretty much appreciated government policies and effort. So let's go to the next slide. So this is the summary of this survey. We have kept it in two parts, which is the manufacturing and non-manufacturing. Around 50% of the FDI from Japan is involved in the automobile and the manufacturing. Although Japan government is trying to diversify their investment in the India, but still we have captured the manufacturing and non-manufacturing areas. You can go through this slide because we have a very limited time, so I'll just keep it very short. The main transport and the trading areas are more highlighted in this survey. If we go to the next slide, so now if we talk about the profitable companies, the number of profitable companies has gone down a little bit. If we see all over the overall scenario of the region, Northeast Asia, Oceania, ASEAN, CLM, and the Southwest Asia as well, the profitable companies, their number have gone down. We can say post-COVID era, and from now onwards, we are expecting a little, moving up trend in the current year of 2024. What we are expecting from our data, From this decline, we are expecting a little, movement from towards the upward. If we talk about the speculation for the 2024, which is an operating profit which has been speculated out of this survey. So there is a huge demand in the local market. So India, as we talk about the middle class and the continuous expanding middle class in India, so there is a demand in the local market, which is promoting the India as an investment destination inside the Japan. And the other area as well, if we see the India side, the 76% of the trend shows that the expansion of the business from Japan will grow in the current year. And if we talk about the confidence level of investors, which has been gone up in the past few years, if we exclude the COVID era itself. So India has a highest percentage of the confidence inside among the investors from Japan. So this is the point where we can expect more investment from Japan, although we have never concentrated, or we never had a specific policies for the agri-food, which would be the climate resilient agri-food. Japan has never concentrated on this, but in general Japan has diversified, and we can see few companies from Japan as well who are working towards strengthening the food sector as well. And if we talk about the future plan of the company, the intention of expansion their business, if we talk about this sector, so companies are more excited to expand their business. And the sales sector, if we say, so most of the company, they see the Indian middle class is expanding and they have a buying power, so they want to expand their sales sectors as well. If we see the green fluorescent graph in the sales thing, so it's going drastically up. And if we talk about the production, whether it is related to high value added or the general purpose, it is going down and down. Yeah, please give me some time. Finish. Just give me 1 more or 2 minutes more. So I'll just finish very fast. And these are the top 5 advantages in India, which we can correlate with the FDIs as well. And if we talk about the risk, so taxation and all, the FDI and the foreign investors are always talking about the risk, the difficult taxation system in India. And there are other few points as well you can discuss as well later with me. And if we talk about the decarbonization effort from the companies and the government, so companies have appreciated and they are working toward the decarbonization in the scope 1, 2, and 3, which we can discuss later. The shortage of the factory worker in the Northwest Asia, India is not that much serious, but yes, there is something we need to talk about. And the shortage of the professional severe across the board, yes, it little bit we can see, but not that much. We can also come over on this as well. Over the 70% of the companies, they are interested in the automation, because automation is like new thing to introduce just to cut the cost, because companies are very much concerned about the rising cost of labor. So 33% of the companies have already implemented as well. And automation, you can see the sectors as well, which are the sectors who are adopting the automation. And next is the B2B. Earlier, the B2B business used to be preferable among the Japanese companies as well, but the local companies are also coming up and they are doing very well in this sector as well. So this was the short and brief introduction to the FDI from Japan towards the India. If you have question, you can come back to me separately. We'll appreciate to. So thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sandeep Singh, for the lead presentation on investment environment. And the key message which was emerging was that business confidence is strong in India, and the demand conditions are also very, very good. So let me start by thanking the organizers for for this opportunity. And we are in the day 2 of the discussions. So I'm sure a number of topics have already been covered. And I was told that just before the lunch, it was the session on gender, where a lot of discussions, very interesting discussions happened. That is the reason that there is a bit of a delay in breaking for the lunch. But anyway, as far as this panel is concerned, the gender balance, I think it's very reasonably maintained. So we have we have a distinguished set of panelists here. We'll be talking on various issues, especially with respect to the resources. We are here. I'm sure the number of topics which we have already covered. Of course, the domestic dimension also was covered yesterday as far as the investment and resource mobilization is concerned. Here we will be looking into the global dimension of that agri and food production sectors. So just to put the context, it's very important that agriculture and food production sectors is a very important sector. If we look from the SDG perspective, if you want to achieve SDGs by 2030, if you want to take climate actions in the global context, when I'm saying that both mitigation and adaptation is very important. So it's very important for the objectives of achieving or the aim of the Paris Agreement and other things, the livelihoods, poverty reduction, and also the in a domestic context, if we look at from the national perspectives of various countries, it's very important for achieving the nationally determined contributions. And there are various countries which have the national adaptation plans. So in order to, if it is important that you have a plan, but it is also important that you achieve those written in those documents. For that, investment is very, very important. It is a critical enabler. That mobilization is very important. But at the same time, we know that the reality is that there is a big financing gap. And I just want to mention a few pointers from the COP28. It was agriculture was an important sector which was looked at COP28, and in the context of adaptation, I would make a distinction because we are sitting in New Delhi, and from a bit of an India perspective, though the panel is about the global dimension, but then when we do the discourse on agriculture sector and food sector, there is this distinction which comes in the global context when it comes to mitigation and adaptation. As far as this sector is concerned, when it comes from the perspective of developing countries, much of the talk is focused on the adaptation because it's very, very important for the livelihoods. And we need to have that resilient agriculture production and food production sectors. But in the context, globally, when we look at the when we do the mitigation discourse, it's very important that those who have those responsibilities as per their nationally determined contribution, they do take mitigation actions because it's very important to achieve the objectives of the Paris Agreement. And there is an important decision which is coming out from COP28, that is global goal on adaptation. There was a discussion, there is a framework which has been adopted, there are targets, there are thematic areas or sectors which was agreed upon, and there are timelines to achieve that also. And one of the thematic area or the sector is the agriculture and food production sector. So that way also, and now further we would be developing the indicators for monitoring those targets. So that is one important decision which has emerged from the COP28. So that globally, that is also very important. So with that, I now request my panelists to specifically talk about the indicated areas which has been assigned in this session, which has been covered. So first is about the investment landscape and readiness of the country in climate resilient food systems. That is one point which has been indicated. Perhaps I would request this particular aspect to be focused more from Chandini. Of course, you can cover other aspects also, but focusing on these important aspects from a domestic perspective, I would request her to kind of focus in her intervention. Over to you, Chandini. So yeah, there is her introduction on the screen. So I think that would do. That would do. Over to you.
Thank you, Rajshri. Before I begin, at the very outset, I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me to this very important session, I feel. Climate resilient agriculture is, for a country which is an agrarian economy, if I may say so, considering that large proportion of our population still depends on agriculture, and we have a huge requirement of agricultural products within our country. It's very important to ensure that agriculture continues to develop, continues to grow consistently over time, and we meet the challenges that climate change is now bringing on to us. Having said that, since the session is on global frameworks, having said that, the question is, where is the resource flow? Are we investing enough in agriculture to help us secure for our populations the kind of, to meet our food requirements? The government, we all know, has been investing substantially in agriculture, whether it is in the context of infrastructure or it is in the context of creating more transparent trading possibilities of agricultural goods through ENAMs. It is also a fact that several of specific area-specific projects like the rain-fed agriculture is being emphasized upon. But at the same time, and now more recently, we have natural farming, organic farming coming up, and Paramparamrit, the scheme to allow for traditional crops to grow. And the emphasis also, as we see from last year and even before, on millet farming is another area, because that's a very climate resilient crop, and it's something that meets our requirements of protein and energy requirements. The question is, where's the resource flow coming in? And largely agriculture investments are through the domestic sources only, whether it's the public sector investments in agriculture or the private sector investments in more processed products. If we look at the international flows, then the international flows are actually negligible, if at all. And I would go back to the slide that was given by the gentleman from JETRO, noted that down. It's about 0.2% of the overall flows going to agriculture from Japan. Now that indicates the actual investment flows into agriculture, very minimal if it comes from the international stream. Now, let me look at the climate aspect, since I'm looking at climate finance. How is the flow in respect of climate-specific projects to India? So if you look at the adaptation part, I think other than adaptation fund, which is providing, which has some couple of projects, 4 projects, I think at the moment going, about 9.86 million US dollars being the amount, of which 3 specifically relate to agriculture. But other than that, if you look at the GCF or the GEF, the flows are not for adaptation, which is the area where we would want the finance or investments flows to happen, because much of agriculture in India is small and marginal farmers. And considering that, adaptation is what we need so that they can continue to till their land and grow and remain, have viable fields. But that is where the resource flow is not happening. And at least when we're talking about international flows. And that's, and in that context, in the SCF, the Standing Committee on Finance, I would want to mention, has put down as one of the areas for its discussion in 2025, the climate flows for sustainable agriculture. That's the area of discussion that it will be in 2025. 2024, the discussion is going to be on gender responsive climate action. So something which is very sensitive again, considering that lots of women in India are involved in agriculture. So, and also in climate resilient climate action. So it's something that will be of pertinence to us. I think at this stage, I would stop at this and hand over to.
Thanks, Chandini. In fact, you have stopped before time. The screen is still showing some time for you. Maybe we can come back. But the point which she emphasized is that largely it is the domestic flows which are going to our agriculture sector, and much of the global financial flows that is not happening in the scale which it is required, and again, it's not flowing to the adaptation sector. At the same time, we do have there are the obligations on the part of the developed countries about the international climate finance flows, and there were some commitments taken. And if we look at even the Green Climate Fund, the flows and all, there is a balance there, kind of things of late we have achieved and all. But if we look at the scale at which it should have kind of replenished and flown, that has not happened. So with that context, now I move to Mr. Frank, Minister, Counselor, Head of Cooperation, Delegation of European Union. So I would request to touch upon this particular, especially in the context of international climate finance flows, and also the other enablers, policies, and interventions, incentives, which is required for that we have that climate resilient agriculture and food production sector. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you to FAO for the invitation to this interesting panel. I would like to start by giving you the context why the European Union is re-engaging financially in India. In less than 3 years back, our European Union leaders and government of India at the highest level have expressed the strong desire that India and the EU will work towards agroecological transition in the agri-food system in the context of climate change. And also to work more closely together on what Madam from the Ministry of Finance has been saying, working more closely on sustainable and green finance. So, I said EU is re-engaging financially in India, is re-engaging under the framework of our global gateway initiative and our Green Deal strategy. So the idea is, okay, not only to support policy reform, reallocation of public resources, but how to attract private sector funding global private sector funding for climate smart projects, especially in the field of agriculture. And in fact, I have 4 points. I have 2 examples of what we are already doing. We are not doing directly, you will see, because these funds are coming through investment funds. We are not managing the funds, but we are contributing to those funds. So I will give 2 examples, and I will explain to you what is coming next, because we have new financial tools. So the first example I want to give is called Uruma Fund. And it's a global initiative initially brought by the Spanish Agency for Development and the COFIDES, which is the Spanish state-owned trading company financing investment projects globally. In a nutshell, it's a 120 million euro fund in which the EU has been investing. We have been investing with a 10 million euro guarantee for first tranche loss. So if there is any loss in the project that are funded, we take the loss. In order, and then also we are putting, and that's very important, maybe to be highlighted, is we are putting 8 million euro for technical assistance. So this is a grant for technical assistance. Then we have the Spanish International Development Corporation putting 20 million. And then we have COFIDES, I mentioned COFIDES, the Spanish financial agency, putting 1 million euro of its own funds. And this has attracted 90 million euro of private investor funds. Then this is a global fund. Doesn't seem to be very big, but it's very promising because the very first clients, the first 2 projects are in India. So 20, 25, 23% of this fund, 120 million euro, is invested in India in 2 projects. I will go quickly. The first one is a company which is called Waycool, which is one of the largest and most widespread agri-food companies working with small producers. And they are working on processing, marketing, innovative technology. So I will not give too much detail on that, but that's a very concrete project with a 12 million euro equity investment in this company, for this company to develop and work with the smallholders. So that's one. And the second one is the fund that has taken a minority stake in a microfinance company, which is called Paral, and which is working with a bit less than 1 million smallholders. So I will not detail too much, but there are investments from the private capital that have been catalyzed by our funding and the Spanish bilateral funding. And then we already have some lessons learned from the OECD that are very positive on this fund, on the mechanism. So that's maybe something to expand and replicate. And now, with the same partner, COFIDES, also Spanish, we have a new fund, far bigger, will be far bigger also for India. It's India and Latin America, so it's an interesting combination to learn from each other, Latin America and India, focusing on small farmers, and it's called Quali Fund. We have not yet signed the contract. We are about to sign the contract, but it's a bit the same mechanism, but with more funding. So with the examples I've been given, just think about Spain, COFIDES, Uruma, and now Quali. Now, we are also working, we have been working for a couple of years with IFC, International Finance Corporation, at the regional level here in South Asia. We are providing 18 million euro grant that IFC regional office here in Delhi is managing. And I will give two examples of projects that we are funding. First is climate smart agri-financing here in India to enhance agriculture finance by creating digital platforms for agriculture lending in collaboration with Indian financial institutions and agribusinesses. So already around 12 potential agriculture value chains have been identified. So, and IFC is linking the banks and the agribusinesses. I will just stop there, but it's an ongoing project, and we will measure in a couple of years of the result. Another project under IFC Axis, my colleague AgTech is a project, and my colleague from IFC, Yuvdrav, will mention. Now, just to finish, we have something very new coming. I mentioned those guarantees. So it's an instrument which is called EFSD Plus, European Fund for Sustainable Development Plus. It's called Open Window because it's for the private sector. We will work with financing institutions, and it will also bring the guarantee from the EU. This is global. India is in a list of lots of those priority investment projects. They will start being signed now globally, and India will be in the Asia-Pacific region one of the very first beneficiary. And the focus is on natural capital. Last but not least, we have in the pipeline a project with the Ministry of Agriculture of India to work in one of the states in India. It's under formulation, where we work at the different levels, supporting good agriculture practices, value chains, but also the financing side. So that's where we are re-engaging in India with a strong focus on private sector development. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Frank, for informing us the strong Indo-EU bilateral cooperation in the field of agriculture sector and in the space of sustainable and green finance, and providing us some concrete examples which has successfully leveraged funds for this sector. However, the point which keeps on coming is that, of course, there are concrete successful examples and projects which we have, but then do we have those kind of projects at a scale which is required in terms of mobilization of resources and investment which is required? So when we look at it, we always say that there is a wide gap there. With that, I move to the next panelist, Professor Das Gupta. She's an economist. So I would like her to kind of focus on the fiscal incentives. In a way, we can, if we look at the agriculture sector, it's one of the largest private sector in India. We can look at that way. And what is the kind of roadblocks and what are the kind of incentives and enablers which we need to have so that we have that climate resilient the agriculture sector growth. So over to you, Professor Das Gupta.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, organizers, for this opportunity to share some thoughts. As you've heard, I'm an academic, so I tend to ask more questions than propose solutions, which my other panelists have so eloquently already voiced, some ideas. The first thing I want to talk about is this, of course, this story of underfunding. And the question that then arises is that when we look at flows at the global scale to agriculture, AFLO, whichever way we look at it, it's surprising that the flows, if we look over the last 1 decade, in spite of the fact that there are estimates establishing the huge potential for mitigation in agriculture, as well as the huge requirements for adaptation due to vulnerability, the flows are so minimal. Why are there such huge gaps? If we are so confident of the needs, why are we so lacking in being able to access funds? This is a fundamental question that's been bothering, and if you actually look at the data, what I found, from an outsider's point of view, you see that between 2013 and 2023, flows have actually been coming down, even for mitigation, which is what you hear being discussed the most in the international arena. So this was a big surprise to me. Why would flows, international flows to FLU be coming down, even where we talk the most about? Of course, the vulnerability story is very important for us in India. So that's the one thing. The second thing that sort of comes to mind is then the fact that this gap in funding, we are hearing a lot about blended finance. We know that this finance has to come with private sector support. And where does this, why does even on the international scene we find that in terms of flows to agriculture, private sector flows are minimal. So when I match the domestic and the international, I see matching sort of trends where the most of the support comes from public sector flows and public finance. So I would like to ask, raise the idea that synergies between private and private have to come across international and national and subnational scales. It is not only up to national and subnational actors to keep trying to leverage private finance, or only up to the public sector within a country to do it. I think there should be more efforts in building those relationships for agri-food systems. Because there's a clear, huge gap there. If we look at, then we come to this idea of, therefore, how best can we keep this centrality of public sector actors? We have to have them in the context of the kinds of vulnerabilities and the developing country issues for a place like India. So you have a centrality of public sector actors, but that has to be synergized with private sector funding. You can't do away one and keep the other, or try to pose models which only choose one part of it. For me, that cannot work in a developing country context like India and a vulnerable sector like agriculture. My fourth proposition is around measurability, and as the chair said, what are the issues around financing specifically? I think for me, solving the structural indebtedness problem at the global scale is an important part of the story of being able to free up finances, advance equity, and see the kind of investments that one would like to see in a vulnerable sector like the agri-food systems. This should be are there mechanisms that can help synergize, even as we look at reforms in funding through multilateral development banks? How do we synergize that with agri-food, where there are multiple objectives that presumably that are to be fulfilled, where we want to improve access to nutritious, adequate, healthy foods here. We want to improve gross value added in agriculture. We have seen that it is a very high correlation with achieving zero hunger. As per the NITI Aayog's estimates, it's a very significant and high correlation there. We want to improve environmental performance of how we are producing our food. And the third thing we want to do is we want to produce enough adequate food. So there are three distinct things we want to do, where we wish to be measurable. And the challenge here is that at the international scale, there are a plethora of methodologies, definitions, ways in which projects are being evaluated by different funds at the international stage. And when one looks at the methodologies and the monitoring frameworks being proposed, they are themselves not always consistent across different funds. So I think some of these issues also can help us in understanding how best an economy can access funds and where funds need to go, need to be concentrated. So today we are even sort of hearing, one of the things at least that I think we are hearing is issues around ecological debt and so on. But without going into that arena, I would also like to say, what are the ways in which this synergies and commitments? So India makes a lot of commitments. Developing countries make commitments in terms of, say, the UNFCCC, the UN series for combating desertification, or even the CBD. What's the scope for synergizing indicators and assessing a country's performance to help them, because all of them converge somewhere. And right now we have different sets of indicators. So, but these are all complementary. So how do we enhance that complementarity so that, it spurs private actors and public actors to actually feel confident that when you come to a particular fund with a proposal, you are going to make it. That, I think, is still a bit of perhaps a challenge and a barrier. Finally, I would like to end by saying that I think somehow climate finance flows have to increase for what is known as soft financing in terms of capacity building, institution building, building capacities to be able to enhance skills of even managing funds and making the right investment decisions. So I know this is fairly general, but I'm happy to talk more if there are questions. There are plenty of examples and evidence on these aspects, which is emerging now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Dasgupta, for raising the concern that, in fact, the finance flows are coming down. It's a matter of serious concern, and all the sources, public, private, all are very important. And the point which you made about the synergies in developing the indicators and methodologies, those are very important points. Which thank you very much for that. Now I move to my next panelist. So we of course we have raised the concerns and all. It's very important that in order to address the issue, we need to have those investments in place. So how we are in a position to promote those new investments, how to create the entrepreneurship and new business opportunities and all, how it can be promoted. So I would now I would request Mr. Yuvraj Ahuja from IFC to focus on these particular issues in your intervention. Over to you.
Thank you, Dr. A. Firstly, I'd like to begin by thanking the FAO for this wonderful convening, rich discussions over the 2 days, and also for inviting me. I think, Baron, like everybody rightly said, hello. So, as you rightly said, and as we've heard across the 2 days, climate change and its adverse impacts are no more something in the future. It is right now, it is a current threat, and it is a threat to food security, especially in a country like ours, where we have 3/4 smallholder farmers. We heard Tulsi ji from Bundelkhand talk about the real challenges that are being faced by some of the smallholder farmers in Bundelkhand, and subsistence agriculture is one of them. In order to address and increase climate resilience in agriculture, I think it has to be a multi-stakeholder effort. It cannot be done in silos. We've heard this in different sentiments across the 2 days. Everybody has a role to play. It has to be led by the government. And the government has made some excellent strides in the past 5 to 7 years in this subject. Private sector has a role to play. Academia has a role to play. Civil society has a role to play. And of course, the development financial institutions have a major role to play. What we've also seen is that some of these traditional solutions or traditional methods towards addressing climate change and its adverse impacts have not worked. So what do we need going forward? I think there has to be more of a focus on these private sector innovations. And we've seen several of these innovations on the panels here and across the different conferences that we're seeing nowadays. Work with the farmers, solve real problems, have practical solutions that really need to be scaled on the ground. So the key here is to scale up these solutions as we see it. And there is a certain risk involved when you work with innovations. So from an investment lens, I think what we need is patient capital. We need to take some risks in terms of what a commercial financier may find risky. We need to engage there. And IFC has been doing that. An example is the Global Agriculture and Food Security program that was led by IFC and made $500 million worth of investment in more than 80 projects across Africa and other countries. And so what are these AgTechs? I mean, what are these innovations or private sector solutions that we're looking at? And Madam Ray rightly talked about indicators. So what are these indicators? So I think increasing productivity is number one. How do we increase productivity? We need to look at these solutions which are providing access to better inputs. There are several out there. We need to look at businesses which are providing customized advisory, timely weather information, because that is a key, as we've seen, to mitigate some of these climate risks that the smallholder farmers face. And then also very importantly, we also need to provide them with access to credit. We heard some NITI yesterday. They're doing an excellent job reaching out to thousands of farmers, but we need to look at how do we scale these up to maybe 100x and bring in more players. And because there's no dearth of innovation, as we've been seeing across the past few years, the key is how do we now really scale these up and enable the farmers to have that access to finance, to access these services and products which can help increase the key indicators, productivity, etc. Moving on to what my colleague Frank mentioned, I think the IFC-EU partnership on accelerating innovations and disruptive technologies for agribusiness in India, we're doing this project called the India AgTech Advisory Project, where we are supporting state governments in, number one, identifying what are the right private sector solutions to help address the problem. So it could be micro warehousing, it could be cold storage, it could be post-harvest management, processing. How do you create value at the farmers, at the farm gate? Now, to give you a few examples of what we've done, and I'll quote some examples from our work in UP over the last 1 year or so. We've helped the government of UP identify 10 AgTechs as a first cohort and help them scale those up to create systemic solutions to address some of these problems. One solution that we've helped the government of UP develop is a remote sensing based crop monitoring system that works throughout the 75 districts. It measures 75 crops. Now what it does is basically gives the policymaker and the decision maker an edge from what they had before compared to the archaic data collection systems which would reach them 6 months later or even more and was not fully reliable. So what this system does is basically supplement the existing system and basically also helps improve that system at 1/20th the cost, and it is real time. So therefore, I think these are some of the solutions that we need to look at. IFC, like Frank mentioned, has also invested in Waycool. So that is one solution that is working well. But we need to look at what are some of these other solutions that could solve the problems that farmers are facing in terms of increasing the resilience for climate risks. We also have Andrew here. I think we'll hear from him. The World Bank is also coming up with this UP Agrees project, which is also looking at exactly how do you scale up these private sector innovations? How do you modernize agriculture to mitigate some of these climate risks? And I think one more big area of opportunity for the private sector is to enable ease of convergence with these government schemes and subsidies, which are often underspent. And yeah, I think it is a win-win for both parties. So that is also one area that we are working with the state governments and addressing some of these challenges. And I think going forward, we need to look at how do we create an enabling environment for such solutions to grow so that they can reach maximum powers. We need to make sure how do we reach a point where the ecosystem receives better investment, both from DFIs and nationally. And overall, I think some of these private sector solutions, if scaled up properly.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ahuja. Yeah, you brought the point of multi-stakeholder approach, the integrated approach, which and the investment lens should also have some risky kind of solutions, and also brought out some successful examples, which of course needs to be scaled up. Thank you very much for your. Now, I move to my next panelist, in fact, the last speaker for this session, Mr. Brij Mohan from ADB. I again repeat the same set of points to him regarding promotion of investments, how to create entrepreneurs here, and those and how we create new businesses for the partners, and also these three important points. Focusing on these three important points, I would like to have your intervention. Over to you, Mr. Brij Mohan from ADB.
Hello. Thank you so much, Ma'am Rasri. First of all, I would like to thank the organizer, NITI Aayog, Ministry of Agriculture, Farmers Welfare, and FAO for inviting ADB and share our views. ADB, as you know, we work in the Asia and the Pacific region, and Asia and the Pacific region is really also in the forefront of the, when we talk about the climate change impact. Here in the region, we are really facing the twin challenges. On one hand, the region is really creating, more than 50% of the global GHG emissions. And also, on the other hand, we are also experiencing, many, these extreme climate change events, right? Whether it is like extreme heat, droughts, and cyclone and all. So, but all these events actually really hampering, our economic growth, and it's really impacting, the, continuous development of the country. And we all been kind of deliberating since last 2 days, right? Understanding climate change and its impact when we focus on the agriculture and related sector, it's really very complex and also vary regionally and also locally. So I'm not getting into the much detail on the numbers because, government institutions, financing institutions, and research institutions, they keep publishing their report, highlighting the climate change impact. Also, what are kind of challenges being faced by this sector. I would like to highlight, as Ma'am Rashiri mentioned, that I would like to cover 2 points. One is mobilizing international climate finance is really very crucial, when we talk about the, holistic development, as well as the, we talk about the transformational changes of any particular sector, or especially climate resilient agri-food system. So I would like to quote here the landscape study on the climate finance, which has been conducted by CPI. Energy and transport sector, actually, they are really eating up majority share of the climate finance, especially when we talk about the mitigation. So more than 40% is being, taken by energy sector, 29% taken by transport sector. But when we talk about the agriculture and industry together, they are also major contributor. And when we talk about the potential of these two sectors reducing the GHG emissions, then, as compared to energy and industry sectors, they have huge potentials. But only 4% of the mitigation finance is coming to these sectors. And as Ma'am Rashidi also mentioned, that adaptation sector and adaptation need is also to be really focused on, especially on the agriculture sector. But when we look at the adaptation climate finance, that is also lagging actually, especially in the agriculture, forestry, and other land use type of a sector. Only 11% of the finance is coming to this sector, and we know this sector really need adaptations activities. So we at ADB has kind of recognized this challenges. ADB has put forward climate change agenda on top of its development agenda, and we have elevated our climate finance ambitions. Now we are targeting to mobilize $100 billion of investment in Asia and the Pacific, and majority of these investment will be in the mitigation. 60% we are targeting to cover mitigation sector, and 34% we are targeting to finance adaptation sectors. And not only this, finance commitment from ADB, that we are also really expecting to also attract private and public finance in mitigations and adaptations activity. Specifically, if I talk about the agriculture sector, ADB has also made a commitment. Very recently, we have prepared a plan, very comprehensive plan to basically reduce the food security issue. So about $14 billion investment we would be doing for next 3 years until 2025. And this investment, we are really focusing on, the sector like farm inputs, in water conservations and food system, food production, distribution, these type of a sector, we are expecting this investment to be made. Second point I would like to highlight here, actually, we also need to really focus on kind of a very, innovative and market-driven approach when we talk about mobilizing concessional finance or international finance. So carbon market can also really play a major role here. As we all know, it's a market-driven approach and has huge potential to reduce the GHG emission. And we've been discussing that agriculture has also kind of a big emission contributor. So agriculture, in the agriculture sector, so the carbon market can incentivize to promote, sustainable agriculture practices. So, and then agriculture projects can generate carbon credits, which can be traded into the market. I would like to highlight one very, one point, because I've worked with a couple of carbon funds which ADB has managed. So I would like to put forward the buyer's perspective. Buyers definitely look for the high quality or high hanging fruits. Actually, they are not really looking for the low hanging fruit, especially when we talk about the RE projects and credits being generated from this RE project. So they are not majorly focusing on that there. They look for the agriculture sectors and hard to abate sectors, so that, the high quality carbon credits can be, they can procure. And, because low-hanging fruits in any ways, under the Article 6 of the Paris Agreements, we have kind of a mandate through NDC, we have to really consume these low-hanging fruits. So the new businesses, actually, they really need to focus on developing these type of solutions using the, climate smart technologies or practices, so that they can incentivize on these new projects and solutions, and can take the benefit of the carbon market or other concessional funding which is out available here. So my time is stopped, so I give it to you, Ma'am Rashmi. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mohan. So it was heartening to hear that climate change is one of the top of the agenda for the ADB. Of course, mentioned about the importance of the market-driven approach and carbon markets. Of course, carbon market, especially the compliance market, international, it has its own challenges. Of course, that would be a different discussion altogether. So, but important point that, yes, it has to be market-driven. Thank you very much. I think we have uh, 15 minutes. Okay, thank you very much for that. So we can take a couple of questions from the audience. Perhaps we take first 4 questions together, then answer it. And if the time permits, we can move to the 5th and 6th questions. So please introduce yourself before asking the question and also indicate that to whom the question is directed towards. So with that, I open the floor for question and answer session.
मैम मैं छत्तीसगढ़ से हूँ, महाउन्नत कृषक प्रोड्यूसर कंपनी लिमिटेड से, त्रिलोक चंद्राकर मेरा नाम है। मैम मैं एक क्लाइमेट चेंज पे एक छोटा सा अपना विचार रखना चाह रहा हूँ। मैम ऐसा है कि क्लाइमेट चेंज अभी के डेट पे एक बहुत बड़ा इशू तो है ही सबके लिए ही, बट ये एक विचार भी हो सकता है, एक सोल्यूशन भी हो सकता है, एक आइडिया भी हो सकता है। अगर आप चाहें तो मैम मेरा ये है मानना कि जैसे कोविड जब आई थी तो उस समय जो रूल्स वगैरह थे जो कंट्रोल करने के पर्पस पे, तो उन्होंने उसको सभी ने मतलब बच्चे से लेकर बूढ़ों ने सभी ने फॉलो किया था। तो क्या हम ऐसा कर सकते हैं क्या कि देखिए जैसे 5 जून को इन्वायरमेंट डे होता है, बट उस दिन प्लांट लगता तो जरूर है, बट उसको मतलब केयर टेकिंग प्रॉपरली होता नहीं है। एक्चुअल में मेरा जो मानना है, अगर 100% अगर जैसे प्लांट लगती है तो 30 to 40% तो प्लांट बाद में ख़त्म ही हो जाते हैं। तो इसके लिए क्या एक ऐसा कोई पॉलिसी वगैरह ला सकते हैं? देखिए कोई भी चीज़ को हम लोग अगर अभी अपने भी वो बिहार पे सोचे तो सभी जो यहाँ पे हैं वो अगर कोई ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में आने के पहले मतलब अपने स्टूडेंट लाइफ के पहले भी देखें तो प्रॉपर इन्वायरमेंट के लिए उस समय कोई ध्यान नहीं दिया होंगे, जहाँ तक मेरे को लगता है। लेकिन यहाँ पे आए हुए जितने भी हैं सभी कभी ना कभी स्टूडेंट रहे ही होंगे। तो मेरा मानना ये है अगर हम लोग क्लाइमेट के लिए अगर हम लोग स्कूल लेवल से जैसे कि अगर कोई ऐसा पॉलिसी अगर लॉन्च करते हैं जो अपना समझ लो 6, 7 या फिर 10th 11 जो हैं, तो उसके बाद से आपका कॉलेज में PhD तक का, ठीक है, तो उस लेवल में अगर हम प्लांटेशन करवाना शुरू करते हैं, मतलब कोई ऐसी पॉलिसी हो कि वो एक जो इन्वायरमेंट देख के दें।
I think you have made the point. We have understood that point. Let us move to the next question, and of course we will respond.
Yes. मैं ये बोलना चाह रहा हूँ मैम कि प्लांटेशन अगर करना चाहते हैं तो स्कूल लेवल से करते हैं और उसका प्रॉपर मॉनिटरिंग वो स्टूडेंट ही करेगा, इसका जो इवैल्यूएशन है वो उनके क्लास टीचर वगैरह करे। बस यही बोलना चाह रहा हूँ।
Yeah, next.
Yeah, good evening. My name is Sandeep Kondaji. I am the CEO of Krishi Tantra. So this question is to Mr. Frank and also to Yuvraj. Either of one can take this. So when we are talking about climate change, so soil health comes to the foundation of this. Is there any specific focus on this particular regard in the scheme of things that you are doing? Thank you.
Yeah, please.
Good afternoon, ma'am. हमारा क्वेश्चन है, इनफैक्ट वी इन आवर FPOs we are implementing a project Vasundhara actually, and that under that project we are following the principles of good agriculture practices that is aligned with the climate resilient agriculture. In fact, what my friend was saying, actually Vasundhara, basically we are trying to nourish the soil actually. So that yesterday my one of the board members, he was talking about how we can increase the soil health actually, because it is directly related with the it can make some kind of resilient to particularly the climate adversities. So my question is that we are currently implementing our project with the 10,000 farmers. We have mobilized some funds from some agencies, particularly Samanti Foundation supporting, but our target is to reach to 1 lakh farmers. But there are no support systems available actually, and basically the supports it is available for the basically NGOs. But for FPOs, in fact, yesterday there was a NABARD chairman, but they have some provision you have to have this some registration NGOs, but FPO is because it's a profit-making organizations. So there is no support systems. Another point that I wanted to highlight that ADB persons, what you are saying actually, this carbon credit that we are looking to work on that actually, because we have, did some assessment, and our farmers actually, they are, in calculation it's coming that they're eligible for 40,000, 50,000, money actually, what carbon they, deposited in the last 3-4 years. But the problem, the agencies who are dealing with this carbon certification process, what they are saying, if you registered, initially they are, expecting big, registration cost, and then saying he will only release 10% of your farmers, credit. They will get their 100% from the registration every year. But the when money will come, so the farmers will get only 25%. Other 75% they will hold, and they are saying they will release in 5 years. So every year they will only. So these type of, there is a monopoly, there is a problem with the policies actually. So that need to be relieved. That I want to. Thank you. Thank you so much.
We can take one more question, then we will go to the answers. So please.
Thank you, ma'am. As a student and practitioner of reporting and capturing international financial flows, my question is to our colleague from Ministry of Finance, Madam Raina, and also to you, Madam Dr. Ray, if you could also comment on that. Most of the reports of international financial flows, at least on the ODA side, is sourced from the Creditors Reporting System, the DAC. And what Ministry of Finance as a sovereign agency is tracking flows which are on budget, not off budget, mostly on a real-time basis. So with this perspective in place, I was trying to get the data source from the TOSD data on total climate finance flows. It's updated as on 2020. For the last 3 years, I couldn't find that. So I'm just wondering what role the Ministry of Finance and Ministry of Environment is playing in terms of capturing the data flows which are not on budget, first. And second, some of the budgets are actually spent beyond the loans or soft loans, or those are private instruments, for example. And these are the issues of all the LMICs, because they're not able to, their finance ministries are not able to capture the entire resource envelope where they're targeted towards, whether it's for mitigation or for climate adaptation. And in absence of that, it's very difficult for the finance ministry officials or the line ministries to actually see and visualize for plan for the next 5 to 7 years. So would be happy to your thoughts, please. Thanks.
Thank you very much for all the questions. The first question, it was more of an observation. Of course, very important point. He was mentioning that with a lot of emotions, I could see it, what actually we have to do at the individual levels to protect the environment, to protect of course, whatever we are doing, including the plantations and all, and the environment education for the children and all, that do help. And it is not that nothing of that sort is being done. There is a lot many things done, but the point is that we have to, this is a big country, large country with 1.4 billion citizens and all. It has to kind of reach, and that behavior of that environment protection has to be internalized in every citizen. There are various programs and all for that from various ministries, departments, and even from the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, it is there, but it is there with various, we can see those components in various programs. But the point is that we have to kind of make it as a way of life for that, means that cooperation of the society as well as all the stakeholders. It's a work in progress, but we really need to achieve the point. Well taken. Now I move to the second question, that is specific focus that was on the soil. I think it was specifically addressed to both of you. If you can please take that question.
Yes. Yes, the funds I mentioned are completely linked to climate change, so they should contribute to adaptation or mitigation, or both. There are also a strong gender dimension. Maybe I didn't explain, but how those funds are set up, the investment will look at those aspects. So as it's funding equity, so investment in companies, if those aspects are not there, they will not be funded. So that's very clear. And as far as the program we have with IFC is concerned, the title again is Accelerating Climate Smart and Inclusive Infrastructure in South Asia. So the examples we got. So completely climate finance.
Thank you very much, Frank. So, Sandeep, your question on soil health, undeniably, soil health is critical going forward, given the climate risks. Even state governments are looking at how do you build capacity. I mean, you have nowadays several innovations around portable soil health kits. One of them is Krishi Tantra, which you're leading. Then there's Soil Sense and others. So, I think as a part of our project with the EU, we can perhaps help such AgTechs converge with the state government to see how they can sort of adopt some of these technologies and scale these up. And we can discuss this in more detail bilaterally. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. The third question was also on the soil health and the FPO's issues, the support system which is required. Of course, there was something about the carbon credit also. So, Mr. Bijmohan, would you like to take this question?
Yeah, I can try to respond to the carbon credit part, but I'm still need to understand that why maybe 70% of that revenue is being stuck somewhere, and then only 25% is being given to the producer. But I would like to highlight International Carbon Fund at a global level. EDB has been long-standing experience managing the carbon market program, and under the carbon market program we had two funds, Future Carbon Fund and Asia Pacific Carbon Fund. And if you do transaction with such global level carbon fund, then normally the transaction would be on the primary market and it will not be on the secondary market. No aggregator would be in between, but I can understand these agriculture sector projects where you would be needed a aggregator. But I mean, if we can really tap into these type of a carbon fund, then I don't think so that such kind of issues will arise here. And maybe from government side there should be some also, I don't know, but the regulation, how aggregator should also take their shares. I've also seen some few transactions where when you do these type of transaction with the farmers, and then the share of the carbon credits are very limited offer to the real producer of those credits. So some kind of a government regulations, if we can, if will be there. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And last question, that was the most, I think, difficult question, which was asked, that's about the tracking the finances or capturing the data beyond the budget documents. So it was, of course, to Chandini, and maybe I can add thereafter. Chandini, over to you. I think the question does, I mean, the only response is that there's a lot of challenge at the moment. In the Indian government, perhaps it's easier to assess how much has flown through the budgets, also through the international organizations, so the projects that are financed through them, like the GCF, GEF, the adaptation fund, the bilateral engagements, all those can also help us know what has flown in. So that's also something that is available in the public domain or can be accessed. The question is about private financing, or it is about resource flows to climate action, which is private-private or only totally private. So it could well be through foreign investor and the Indian investment also coming in. The question there is that we need to have a taxonomy in place, and that's the matter that needs to be resolved, because without taxonomy, you rightly said, I think you don't know what climate mitigation is, what climate adaptation is, what would you accept as climate action and what is actually not climate but is being touted as climate is greenwashing. So those are very pertinent questions that we need to deal with at the moment. And there is a realization that we have to have an assessment of the flows, of the total flows. That said, if we look at just the international flows, we do have some sense of what is actually flowing into the country or to the developing world. And that's documented through by several agencies, I think, and the Climate Policy Initiative also does a report on how much has the resource flow been. It's the Standing Committee on Finance also provides a fix on the extent of resource flow into developing countries by region as well. There are assessments by specific international organizations, but yes, at the moment, the government doesn't have the fix of how much is coming from the private sector alone. That's something that we haven't been able to measure. And for that, we need to have the metrics in place, the measurements, the concepts, to be able to do justice to our understanding of what is actually coming in through the private sector.
Thanks, Chandini. As far as this particular question is concerned, she has answered it fully. The complexities involved in it and the work in progress as far as the taxonomy is concerned. And also, I have nothing more to add as far as that question is concerned. And our time is up. We have completed our 15 minutes of time, which was allotted for question and answer. So once again, thank you very much for very patient, for the patience and very attentive audience. Thank you very much, and thank all the panelists for very wonderful interventions and focused discussions and the points which emerged during the discussion. So once again, I thank everybody, and let us give a big hand to our panelists and for the lead presenter also. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Please join us in the hall now. Clearly, you've made the point that, you know, money moves things, but the investment forum will be challenged to make the money move towards climate resilient agriculture. Thank you so much. We now have just a housekeeping announcement of how we manage the last 1 or 2 hours that we have here. We have an hour and a half rather, it's 3:30, and we are required, unfortunately, because of another event that's being held at this venue, we are required to vacate this room by 5 p.m. We can continue the discussions over tea after 5. We are not having a tea or coffee break right now. We're getting straight into the final session, which is the policy and strategy session to create an enabling environment for advancing climate resilient agriculture and agri-food systems. We are also using all the time that there is to dovetail this with the concluding session with the kind permission of the NITI Aayog and the Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare. And therefore, we will club this and make this converge into the closing. We are also, with your kind cooperation, dropping the 10-minute summary for the day. Please be assured that the FAO team is taking copious notes. There are recordings of this, and these will all be, in good faith, all reflected adequately in the final report. So we would like to use the time with everybody here. May I announce now that the facilitator for our next session will be the Member Agriculture NITI Aayog, Professor Ramesh Chand. I welcome you, Professor Chand, onto the stage, please. Also, our panelists will be Mr. Siraj Hossain, the former Secretary Agriculture of the Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare Government of India, and he's held several capacities there with the Food Corporation of India as well as FICCI now, and is a vociferous writer on these issues.
I would also like to welcome Mr. Andrew Goodland, the lead agriculture specialist from the India and Afghanistan desk of the World Bank, Mr. Vikas Goyal, the India Resident Mission, South Asia Department of ADB. And I would also like to welcome Mr. Franklin L. Kobung, the Joint Secretary for NRM and Climate Change at the Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare. Mr. Kobung, please join us on stage. Thank you very much. We will have till about 4:45 to finish this panel, and then there will be concluding thoughts. May I also invite the FAO representative in India, Mr. Takayuki Hajiwara, to please join us. You join later? Okay, all right. Over to you, Professor Chand. Thank you.
Can I have a new list of panelists?
Certainly, certainly. Yes.
Okay. ठीक है. I welcome all of you to this last technical session, which has now been combined with the concluding session. In this session, we were expected to discuss policy and strategy to create enabling environment for advancing climate resilient agriculture, and it was based on this theme that a careful choice of panelist was made. We wanted representation from Ministry of Environment and Forest, which is a nodal ministry for India's matter related to climate change. Since this event is about agriculture, so we also wanted Agriculture Ministry to be there. You know that in the title we have this Climate Resilient Agri-Food System. So instead of having Agriculture Ministry, we are having representative of both Agriculture and Food Ministry, Mr. Siraj Hussain, who has been Secretary Agriculture and also Secretary Food. And I am also happy that we have a representative from World Bank as well as ADB with us. Friends, you may be aware that in India we had a lively debate on climate change since long. In fact, that I would say is not new. That is in the tradition of India, that whatever concerns society, whatever concern international society, whatever concern our globe, we always have a very vibrant debate in this country, at India International Center, Habitat Center, and so many other places. I can say that the first major or first comprehensive response to this climate change came in year 2008 when Government of India came with the National Action Plan for Climate Change on 30th June 2008. After that, 8 missions were created subsequently, not at the same time, not in 1 year. For example, National Mission on Agriculture was set up in year 2000, I think 14-15. So we have 8 missions: National Solar Mission, National Mission for Efficiency of Energy, a National Mission for Sustainable Habitat, National Water Mission, National Mission for Sustainable Himalayan Ecosystem. I mentioned National Mission for Sustainable Agriculture and National Mission on Strategic Knowledge for climate change. So this has been the response to climate change since 2008, and then India also became signatory to Conference of Parties on Climate Change, which is a very important international initiative to respond to this issue of climate change. If we look at these 8 missions, you will find that almost all missions, either directly or indirectly, are related to agriculture. The importance of agriculture is so central to climate change that you pick up any mission, you will just find, like there is a national mission on water. We sometimes talk about recycling urban water, this thing and that thing. I used to take this position that if 90% of total water used in India is used by agriculture sector, even if you 100% recycle urban water, uh, it will make very small impact. Unless we do something in agriculture, you will find that the impact will not be so strong. Similar kind of things hold in other aspects, other dimensions of climate change also. So this is the background for what has been strategy, how India has been responding to this. I would like to start with the representative of Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. We have Mr. Franklin from there, because this ministry, as I said, is the focal ministry for climate change. And if you look at, if you go to their site or if you are reading newspaper, etc., you will find that major initiative in the past, even recently, have come from this ministry. A few years back, when our Prime Minister announced the lifestyle for environment, I think it was this ministry which was given the responsibility for all these things, that how we create awareness about life, how we implement it. So it was this ministry which was given this responsibility. Then you will be aware that during COP28, our Prime Minister launched Green Climate Initiative on sidelines of COP28. And after that, Ministry has come out with the Green Credit Program. There is a Gazette notification which gives detailed about how this green credit program will be implemented in the country, what are its modality and how it can be expanded. And this ministry has also been involved, afforestation, agroforestry, bamboo, and so many other things which are so closely related to issue of climate change. So we would begin by listening to views of Mr. Franklin from Ministry of Environment and Forest. So Franklin Saab, you will be knowing that organizer have planned to give 7 minutes to each of the panelists. Oh. Okay. So we have two agriculture person, no problem. Can anyone, I think our advisor, she also left. In fact, I thought of inviting her when I found Secretary Lina Nandan not there, but then I confused Franklin Saab with, but you are from Forest Service, isn't it? Huh? So you must be aware of some of these initiatives. You find it very difficult to share these things with us? What is involved in life, how we plan to take it on ground, about green cards, and other initiative of Ministry of Environment and Forestry. What we can do is that we can give you some time. In the meantime, I can invite the second panelist if you can organize your thought on these lines, because these are very important initiatives. I would say that if you take these initiatives away, there is very little left in the initiative by government of India to respond to climate change. I know I am putting too much pressure on you, but we will be grateful if you can rescue us in this difficult situation. Please take your time, think about it. In the meantime, I would go to former Secretary Agriculture and former Secretary Food, Shri Siraj Hussain ji. After retirement, Siraj Hussain ji, in terms of ideas, in terms of thinking, has become very, very fertile. Hardly any week passes when I do not read any piece by him in the national media, in newspaper, on TV channels, and if you read his writing, you find that they are so balanced, they are so objective, and you don't see any hangover of the past that he was Secretary of Government of India, therefore he is speaking like this. Not to find any grudge against Government of India that he was Secretary who was not treated well at the end, therefore you find that in some cases there is some grudge also. So I really love his views on all these issues. He's really a freelancer with a free mind who keep writing about these kind of issues. Siraj Sahab, there are many initiatives taken by Ministry of Agriculture. Some of those I think has genesis during your times. We talk about climate smart agriculture. We also talk about natural farming as an alternative to modern farming or agrochemical based farming, and believe that natural farming is superior in all respects. So how do you think that these kind of options can help the country to adapt to climate change or mitigate climate change? There was also yesterday talk about significance of AI in bringing some of the solution for climate change. Then some people said that for this they need some particular type of data, what is the type of soil of different farmers, what kind of crops they are growing, what is climate there, agrometeorology, and so many kind of things. I think this is one of the reasons that Ministry of Agriculture is building AgriStack. If you are aware about it, that how far we have gone into this AgriStack, how much this AgriStack can be helpful for AI application, for this data analytics in agriculture. That is second thing on which we would like to have your views. I also heard some people mentioning this thing yesterday, that as a view is emerging that one of the way to adapt to climate change is to improve efficiency in agriculture. So then we started with the soil health card. That soil health card will help you in so many ways. It will tell you whether you are using right fertilizer, whether you are using right doses of fertilizer, whether you are using them in the right time, and so many kind of things. So how do you think this is helpful for adaptation to climate change, and do we need to make some improvement in providing access to every farmer in terms of this information for your crop, for your natural source endowment, what kind of fertilizer application will be there? There was a presentation yesterday. I was impressed by the claim that they have a now some device which gives you soil health card in 45 seconds. This is what was said yesterday. I think if that kind of devices, those kind of innovations are there, then we can really look at soil health card differently rather than soil health card which represent a grid of 10 hectare or so. So what kind of potential you see in use of those kind of devices, how drip irrigation is progressing in this country so that we have efficient use of water, and we have water which is very important for adaptation to climate change, or any other thing that you feel appropriate to share with this audience.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Ramesh Chand and friends, it is indeed a pleasure to share the dais with the highest thinker of agriculture in the current government. So I'm really happy that the two sessions got combined. I spent about one full day preparing for this lecture. So whatever I have prepared, I'll mention that. But let me come to AI. Since Dr. Ramesh Chand mentioned AI, let me begin with that. I'm not very sure about the contribution of AI so far. So I file my GST return on time, first of every month. Even after filing return, I keep getting the reminders. So I do not know why AI is not able to connect that the return has already been filed. It should not be very difficult. As far as agriculture is concerned, in the previous session, it was mentioned that a lot of work is being done for assessing the production of crop. Now, the best crop, which is most suitable and in which a lot of investment has gone for assessing the production, the very basic of agriculture, how much is the production? That is the sugarcane crop. Because sugarcane is one crop where the private sector and the government both are doing the same thing. That is assessment of the size of the crop. And last year, Indian Sugar Mills Association, ISMA, revised their production estimate 4 times. This year also, the year has just begun. Estimates have already been revised twice officially and thrice unofficially. So it is not very easy in agriculture to use technology. We have to remember that technological development, interventions and successes will take time to come. We should not expect miracles. Ministry of Agriculture has been working very hard to use private companies in assessing the crop size, the losses due to various calamities and so on, but it is taking time. As a country, we have been quite lucky in that a very large natural disaster has not hit us so far. We have been very lucky, unlike many other small countries where a substantial part of their agriculture production was destroyed due to natural calamities. India has been very lucky. And despite 2 years of erratic monsoon, we have had reasonably good production, even though there is shortfall in production, but we are fine with that. And therefore, since the time is short, 2 sessions have got combined, so I am coming to my conclusion first, and then I'll come to other things. So that is why the governments, both the government of India and the state governments, have not provided enough funding for climate, for making us climate resistant. Because we have not reached that emergency. In many other cases, when we reach the emergency, our government and bureaucracy and the entire country stands up and we do extremely well. So we have not done enough because we have not reached that level of emergency. Now, as far as, since government is the largest funder of agriculture and allied sectors, I think sometime in future, with the guidance of Dr. Ramesh Chand, agriculture sector will get enough funding for assessing and doing something really meaningful for making agriculture climate resistant. But what about the private sector? So I chair the FICCI's committee on selecting the private companies which are doing a good job in sustainable agriculture. So sir, this year, we selected Corteva for improving the income of mustard farmers in a sustainable manner. Yara Fertilizer for customized hyperloop crop plan and maize cultivation. ADM for soybean cultivation. Dhanuka Agritech for Krishi Mitra, etc., etc. LDC India for coffee. ITC for regenerative and climate resilient agriculture. But I doubt very much if the state governments where these projects are actually being implemented are even aware of what is going on. What I mean to say is that the private sector has not been investing in agriculture and much less investment has come to the climate, to making agriculture climate resilient. So this was the main theme of the session which was given to me, and therefore I thought I should say it in the very beginning that both the government and the private sector the private sector has not even begun. Government has at least begun by creating so many missions. National Mission on Sustainable Agriculture was created in the previous government, towards the end of previous government, and since then a number of initiatives have been taken by NITI Aayog to sensitize the country about the dangers of not doing anything. Now, we know that at least in some regions of India, an emergency is developing. Dr. Ramesh Chand has been writing about Punjab and Haryana, where 117 out of 153 blocks in Punjab are overexploited. And I think the only major initiative which has come in Punjab was the enactment of this law, that paddy cannot be transplanted before 15th June. Other than that, no funding has been provided for supporting diversification of agriculture. Now, as far as climate resistance is concerned, we have to remember two things. Whatever we may say, the governments will always be concerned about the food security in immediate future. They would not be really bothered about what will happen 10 years hence. No government, our friends keep writing that we should not impose EC Act, stock limit, this, that, and the other, but no government can ignore high food inflation. And therefore, the governments will be bothered about food security and the farmer will be bothered about his income. So we have to work in these two constraints, which means that unless some very handsome incentives are provided to farmers, they are unlikely to move to crops which are climate resilient. Therefore, in Punjab and Haryana, it would not be prudent or realistic to expect farmers to move from paddy to other crops as long as paddy continues to be much more remunerative than other crops. Now, in this, and I have written about it, in this, I do not think any discussion has even started with between the government of Punjab and the central government as to how to go about it. Because when Green Revolution came, it was a collaborative effort between the center and the state. So that has not come so far. Dr. Ramesh Chand mentioned the Andhra Pradesh project of natural farming. That is an experiment which is being watched with great deal of interest. The number of farmers who have taken to natural farming has gone up from about 40,000 to 7.5 lakh. So there is massive increase in the number of farmers who have taken to natural farming in Andhra Pradesh. Dr. Ramesh Chand has written a paper, very sympathetic to natural farming, in which he has said that maybe 20% area can move to natural farming, but everybody is watching the result of this experiment with great deal of interest. I must say something about Sikkim, which was declared an organic farming state. but recent reports from Sikkim suggest that many farmers are going back because both the organic products and products which are coming into Sikkim from West Bengal are marketed together. There is no separate marketing channel for organic products, which means that there is a lot of effort still to be done because Sikkim was an easy case and everyone thought that because of its geographical location and very low use consumption of fertilizer, it will be easier to manage. Lastly, I find that the government of Telangana is claiming that groundwater levels have really gone up. I do not know if these reports are correct, but the state government says that they have gone up by 4 meters in 9 years. And groundwater extraction has been reduced from 58% in 2013 to 39%, which means a lot of actual achievements are possible if there is a consensus within the state, political consensus within the state. So lastly, let me say that agriculture being a partnership between the center and the states, what to talk of mitigation of climate, even normal agricultural activities can only prosper when center and state are on the same page. Thank you.
Really, Shiraj Hussain Saab deserve a big hand. I would like to respond to only one point mentioned by him. Rest of the things I will take in general comments. That is about private sector investment in agriculture, which have also been mentioned in earlier sessions. In fact, 5 years back, after analyzing data on but the share of public, private mean farmer, and corporate sector investment in agriculture, 85% comes from farmer, about 14.5% comes from public, and only 0.5% comes from corporate sector. I even suggested to PMO and our Honorable Prime Minister spoke these figures while he was addressing industry in Mumbai. But after that, I was so much bombarded by farmer leaders. You want corporate to come and take our agriculture? Still, a few days back also in a different context, I talked about increased participation of private sector in agriculture. But somehow those who claim to be leader of farmers, I don't say they are leader of the farmer, those who claim to be leader of the farmer, they have been so bitterly opposed to anything that you suggest it need to be done through a private sector. That's why role of stakeholder is very important. Government simply by creating facilitating environment cannot achieve the goals. So role of stakeholders, unless farmers started demanding this thing, that wherever it is beneficial, we want private sector investment to come into agriculture sector. So this attitude toward the person whom we expect to make investment is very, very important. I just wanted to mention this point in relation to this private sector investment. Again, India is a diverse country. Center-state coordination, collaboration are very, very important. Yesterday's presentation, people even talk about that unless you start action at panchayat level, when it comes to climate change, you will not see significant effect if you are not starting from bottom. So that is also a issue that, okay, center-state is one level of collaboration, but this collaboration must be going down up to ground level, panchayat level. So, Mr. Franklin, are you prepared? Should not yet? Okay. Oh, you are. So please.
Okay, thank you, sir. We all know that now climate change is the burning issue now for the globe. Climate change is real. It is coming. And we need to prepare ourselves to whatever consequences it will bring. Now, at the government of India, as far as climate subject is concerned, Ministry of Forest, Environment and Climate Change is the nodal ministry that coordinates with all the departments and institutions. We all know that we have this National Action Plan on Climate Change, which was instituted by the Government of India in 2008, and that was done at the aegis of the Rio Climate Summit of 1992. We had initially 8 national missions. Sir just mentioned about it. Now it is 9 missions, in which, of course, in agriculture sector, we have National Mission on Sustainable Agriculture as one of the missions under NIPCC. We recently had COP in Dubai in the month of November and December. I think the whole discussion on climate action was revolving around maintaining global temperature increase of 1.5 degrees centigrade, whether it should be 2 or it should be maintained at 1.5 degrees centigrade, taking the baseline as the pre-industrial period. I think that was accepted by all the parties unanimously. Now, the government of India has taken many steps, as we all know. Energy sector is one of the most important sector that is contributing to climate change, global warming. We have, as we are aware of, nationally determined contributions, NDCs. We have set a target for ourselves. We revised our NDCs regularly. And as we all know, being India one of the global leaders now, we set our standards very high as far as NDCs is concerned. To 2070 is, I think, the globally accepted target to achieve net zero, net zero emissions. We also set our targets with respect to, reducing the use of fossil fuels in energy sector to 50% by 2030, and also to reduce the emission intensity, taking the baseline as 2005 to 40 or 50% now, and also to go for carbon sequestration to the tune of, I think, 2.5 to 3 billion tons of CO2 equivalent. Those are the NDCs, a target which we have fixed for ourselves. We have a different strategies of, achieving those. One of the most important, I think, prominent, in fact, is on the carbon trading that is being provided under Article 6 of the Paris Agreement, which you may be knowing. We already had the CDM mechanism in place, which is being anchored by Ministry of Forest, Environment and Climate Change. Now, with the coming of the Article 6, 6.2 and 6.4, we are into that carbon credit, trading of carbon credit. Entities who are, going for high emissions, who are not able to cut their emissions, they can offset their emissions by purchasing carbon credits. I think this is going to be one of the big players, I think, as far as the meeting climate actions is concerned. We see that Minister of Forest Environment recently launched green credits. I think the Honorable Prime Minister himself launched the green credit program in the COP28 at Dubai recently. we saw Mission Life, that is lifestyle for environment, being initiated by our Honorable Prime Minister itself and adopted by, countries across the globe now. Now, to give an impetus on the Mission Life program, the green credit has been, launched by the ministry, wherein they identified priority areas, chiefly on plantations, on water efficiency, water use efficiency, and agriculture sector that is promoting sustainable agriculture. They have notified few of the methodologies also with regards to having green credits program. I think green credits program could be the game changer as far as climate action is concerned, because the scope is so big. It can be, in terms of big institutions generating green credits to an individual. If I cut down my energy utilizations in my home to 20%, I can, convert that into green credits and get some payment out of it. I think that is the scope of green credits. Now, at the start, industries are being given targets through their CSR to generate and also, to promote green credits. As far as agriculture is concerned, through the National Mission on Sustainable Agriculture, if we talk about the climate actions, or for that matter, the green credit program, if we look at the adaptation measures, that is the sustainability measures being promoted under National Mission on Sustainable Agriculture, I think all of them qualified for the Mission Life action points. As far as agriculture is concerned, agriculture, as far as emission is concerned in India, the contributions of emission from agriculture sector is about 14%, which is not very substantial. But we still, feel that agriculture sector is one of the contributor of climate change. That is true for the globe also. So we have at the COP level also, Coronavia Joint Work on Agriculture in 2017. I think that was the first standalone kind of document that has come out for climate actions in agriculture. It prescribed for having a holistic approach of climate actions in agriculture sector, which is being done in India through the National Mission on Sustainable Agriculture. It touches upon, all important aspect of the sustainability as far as agriculture is concerned, from water to soil to biodiversity, crop diversifications, risk management, climate resilient agriculture, etc., etc. And I think the initiative which is known to all of us sitting here on millets, promotions of climate-friendly crop millets, I think this speaks for itself. India has taken really significant steps. Overall, climate actions in every sector, and in particular in agriculture sector also. And even in agriculture sector, we are in the process of coming out with a framework on carbon market, voluntary carbon market. Not that we would like to go for mitigations or cutting down emissions in agriculture sector, but through these VCM, we feel that we can promote the practice of sustainable agriculture in the country in a better way. I think that is all I would like to put forward at this point of time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Franklin, particularly coming to our rescue in some way and take the responsibility to cover issues which comes under the purview of Ministry of Environment and Forest, especially 8 missions and Life Mission and our NDC. Thank you very much once again. Next, I would like to invite Mr. Andrew Goodland. He's a lead agriculture specialist, India and Afghanistan. not the country which is between with World Bank and you all know power of World Bank in terms of financing, in terms of generating knowledge product, in terms of shaping the direction of development paradigm globally and also in many cases in individual countries. I also found that World Bank prepared some report on this agriculture and climate change 2021 to 2025. And I found many interesting things were mentioned in that document. In fact, whenever I have to go to a function to speak on climate change, I often just look at that to refresh my thinking on climate change. I'm sure you are deeply involved in these kind of things. We all eagerly look forward to listening to your views on this.
Thank you so much, Professor Chand, and thanks to FAO for inviting me to join. Yeah, I mean, maybe start at the big picture and how the global multilaterals are trying to up their game around climate. We know that the World Bank now has a new president, Ajay Banga, who has his roots in Punjab, so he's very aware of the issues around agriculture and adaptation to climate change. And he's really helped to ignite a lot of self-reflection on multilaterals, including the World Bank, to see actually we move to putting climate even more front and center than it already is in the bank, and how we actually now use the relatively modest funds coming from the World Bank to leverage a private capital, how multilaterals actually come together to help countries to deliver solutions at scale. Because, I mean, I think one of the prevailing things when you discuss at these types of sessions, that you hear a lot of good work going on in India and indeed in other countries, but the challenge is always how you get to how to get to scale. A lot of the technologies are known, a lot of the policy solutions are known, but the challenge is crowding in the finance, reorienting institutions to be able to deliver on these. But the World Bank's doing its part. We already, 35% of all of our financing globally, not just in agriculture, goes to climate. That's going to increase to 45%. The president wants that to be split 50-50 between mitigation and adaptation. In India, this is already reflected. I mean, our large programs, not just in agriculture and livestock, but also across other sectors. I think the point that agriculture feeds into every discussion on climate is true. I mean, we have supported a 1.5 billion policy support for clean energy, but the pillar of that is supporting the government of India's green hydrogen mission. The first likely demand for green hydrogen in India is likely to come from fertilizer production, so it's very much a part of that. Just a few reflections, because time is short. I know this is around resilience, this conference, but I think there's going to be increasing focus on mitigation in the agriculture sector. And actually, mitigation and adaptation are often closely joined in the agriculture sector. And India is a big, I mean, the sector is important for some of these very damaging greenhouse gases, methane, nitrous oxide, where the agriculture sector has a share of over 70% of emissions in India at the moment. And these are important because if we can control methane and nitrous oxide, then because of their relatively short duration in the atmosphere, you can quite quickly make some impact and help the country and help the world move to its net zero targets. And again, in these sectors, I mean, methane, livestock, paddy production, solutions are known. The question is how you actually then take them to scale. And by reducing emissions, you can actually at the same time help to improve the resilience. I know this session is around policy and strategy. I mean, just on policy side, I think this came up, and Professor Chand, you mentioned in your opening comments yesterday. I mean, the policy framework in India is still largely geared towards food availability. And of course, I mean, you mentioned that food inflation can't be allowed to happen. So that remains a legitimate goal. But goals are also shifting. And I think, you know, we need to see whether the funds going into the agriculture from the public side are best being oriented to achieving some of these policy goals, including around climate. And coming back to nitrous oxide, you know, putting large subsidies into the fertilizer sector leads to inefficient use of fertilizer, overuse of fertilizer, and this is a large contributor to emissions. And I think I've seen some work done to say, you know, if you reduce the subsidy going into a nitrogen fertilizers, you're not actually going to have a big impact on yields, but you are going to have a big impact on reducing greenhouse gas emissions. And you can combine that with a focus on soil health and improving soil health. I'm glad to hear that's coming up. I mean, I think this is absolutely critical, not just on the resilience side, but also the possibility of using India's soils for soil sequestration by increasing organic matter in soils is tremendous. And this doesn't mean going to a full natural farming system. I mean, natural farming has some applications, but we want to put agriculture on a sustainable path. And part of putting it on a sustainable path is really looking at how you improve the soils for the long term. In terms of the sort of strategy for this and the strategy for promoting climate resilient agriculture, I mean, the World Bank has been working with the Ministry to help to inform the development of approaches. In Maharashtra, we have the Pokhara project. I mean, the lessons from this are becoming apparent. Firstly, yes, it is important to focus at the local level, panchayat level, work with the farmers. The decision-making has to be happening at that level, but it has to be happening with data, with a knowledge of the implications. And this is where you bring in the sort of scientific base to bear so that communities are making informed decisions. It has to be coupled with access to technology. And so, you know, extension services and reform of extension services, reorientation of extension services is important. And it has to be done with incentives. And again, incentives come back to how the public sector works with farmers to incentivize investments in resilient technologies, because some of the technologies out there, for instance, reducing water use, may have some impacts on yield. So how do you get over that? Just one final comment is on mobilizing private finance. I mean, this is so critical, and it's not just India which is struggling with this. I mean, the private sector still sees agriculture as a risky endeavor. So we need to think more about how we de-risk. In India, you have NABARD, who can play a role in that. Do they have the tools at the moment to be able to allocate funds to these activities? Are commercial banks aware of the opportunities and have tools for managing risk going into the sector? These are the critical issues. I see my time is up. Let me stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew, for very valuable and concise observation on this complex topic. So the last panelist we have is Mr. Goyal from Asian Development Bank. As you know that like World Bank, ADB is also very important multilateral development institutions and very important for Asian country. I have one interesting fact related to ADB. I was a visiting fellow in Japan, and I had opportunity to discuss about Japan not coming out of this low growth or recession in that place. I wrote something. That is what visiting fellow was required to write, and I suggested some crazy solution for Japan. One politician, it was published in Japanese, he read it and he came to discuss with me. So during the discussion, he just told me one very interesting fact that after Japan succeeded in setting up ADB, they had all the plan to set up Asian Monetary Fund. But I think luck was not on their side. Suddenly their economy collapsed and everything that they planned just evaporated. But this shows that how much concern the country was feeling about the region with its own rise. It wanted also a rise of rest of the world. But we also know there are countries in the region who don't care about rise of the region. So very, I think, responsible thinking of Japanese leadership at that time. So Goyal sir, your turn.
Thank you, sir. Honorable Chairman, sir, panelist, fellow panelist, audience. Good evening to you all. And I am grateful to FAO and NITI Aayog for inviting ADB to this forum. First of all, let me also wish you a happy new year because we are meeting first time in this year, 2024. As you are aware that ADB's journey in India for agriculture, water resources and natural resource management started in 2003. And our first intervention or the project investment was in Chhattisgarh. So this is the start of our journey in India, which was led by our outgoing Director General, Mr. Kenichi Yokoyama. And he has extended his warmest greetings, sir, to you. He has just retired and he has gone back to Japan. But he has extensively contributed to the overall growth of agriculture and natural resource and water resource management in India as a whole, and even South Asia, including Nepal and Bangladesh. So coming to our ADB's portfolio, like you might be aware or you might not be aware that our unit was called Agriculture and Natural Resources earlier in 2022. But in 2023, June, it was renamed to Agriculture, Food, Nature and Rural Development, AFNRD. And this is a huge transformation that we have taken consciously, that and our water resources management, natural resource management is part of this AFNRD. So we are giving integrated solutions to our sovereign and non-sovereign products and funding across the region. In terms of our engagement, our country partnership strategy, which was approved in May 2023 after great deliberations with NITI Aayog and Government of India departments, with regard to focus on increased agriculture productivity, rural livelihood and food security, these have been our three main pillars. When we talk about productivity, we are talking about increasing the water use efficiency. And at present, almost 80% water is used for agriculture production, sir. And the current efficiency, conveyance efficiency is around 37-38%. So as part of our National Water Mission goals also, we are supposed to increase our efficiencies by 20%. And ADB is contributing in this particular aspect since 2011. We have been funding technical assistances to develop policies and systems and even models working in Gujarat, Madhya Pradesh, Tamil Nadu, Punjab, all these states, and we have been successful to come up interventions. And at present, we are working on the irrigation modernization program with Central Water Commission in Ministry of Jal Shakti, wherein 4 priority states have been identified. And one large investment project is already completed. You might have heard about Mohanpura Kundalia project in Madhya Pradesh, which is 130,000 hectare project, greenfield pressurized network project, wherein the initial plan was to only irrigate 65,000 hectare. And it is now, with respect to the micro irrigation adaptation, as well as the farmer support services, the area has increased to 130,000 hectares, sir. So this is the transformation. Coming to the second pillar of rural livelihood, we are working on the value chains, which is the missing link. The FPOs, government has very nicely prepared 10,000 FPOs to be supported, but there have been some difficulties as per our upstream knowledge work that we have conducted in Bihar and Maharashtra. We found that small FPOs were unable to get the financial support for the upfront, for the capital cost, for the capital capex, and even OPEX. So we have provided that support through the financial intermediaries and taken that burden in consultation with the Maharashtra marketing board, agriculture marketing board. So this project is already going on in the name of Maharashtra Agri-Business Network Project. And this can be a good combination what World Bank is doing in Pokhara. Along with this value chain combination, it can be a very good model which can be useful for the overall sustainability of the communities, rural communities. Coming to the third aspect, we have been working in the Himalayan state of Himachal Pradesh. 2 different proposals came to us. One was related to the development of lift irrigation schemes, and the other was related to horticulture development in the upper Himalayan region. Apple is very famous, but nobody has thought about the fruits which are produced between mid-Himalayan ranges. So we have combined these 2 proposals, and now about 8,000 hectare area has been now created by overcoming their challenges. There were challenges like stray animals, monkeys, those menaces, plus the forward linkages of the value chains. These models have been created and have been approved by the ministry now, sir. So this project is also launched. A pilot was done in last 3 years on 200 hectare area. I am proud to say that the returns, the income, the farmer which were getting only 50,000, 60,000 per season has gone to 3 lakh rupees. Almost 2 to 3 lakh rupees, because they have converted their conventional crops which were there in the plots of say 10 hectares to 12 hectares. They have brought in high density plantation, duly secured by this fencing, and use of micro irrigation systems. So this production has gone up basically. Coming to another project that we are working in, we have a PM KSY WDC scheme, sir, in Ministry of Agriculture, watershed development component in rural development. So in Northeast India, World Bank has done a wonderful project called Landscape Management Project in Meghalaya. This is a very good cornerstone project. We have picked up that model and we have added value that most of the water in Meghalaya flows down. There is no harvesting facility. So we have done a master plan. We have suggested the locations of the harvesting structures and have combined them with PMKSY WDC 2.0 guidelines, so that the convergence which is missing in the projects is brought into these projects. And we have made livelihood an important link of the communities. So in this manner, the water security for drinking water, for agriculture, horticulture, fisheries, the water reservoirs which are created, fisheries is promoted, plus the renewable energy is also there, and ecotourism potential is tremendous in Meghalaya. So that is also linked as part of the value chain into this. So these are some of the initiatives that ADB is currently promoting, and we are very proud to be contributing to the nation building as a whole. And thank you for this opportunity, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Goel Saab, for sharing experience of ADB with us. I think I will not be fair to the participant if I don't give opportunity to you to ask any question or make a brief comment on any of the issue which has been discussed. Ji. Can you pass on mic to him?
Very good evening. I am Tushar. This is the last session which I am attending, but very thought-provoking because it is actually designing the strategy. As a part of my company, I most of the time in farm, and I already visits every farm most of the time with the workers, crop systems, and everything. My takeaway from this all 8 sessions is like wherever the onus is there, it is completely on the farmers. Though in the value chain, everybody is involved. Farmer is there, companies are there, stakeholders, bankers are there. But everybody is suggesting that farmers has to take this decision, that decision, he has to take this, he has to do that. So I think there is a little imbalance somewhere, first thing. Second thing is that we have discussed n number of issues, and every issue is coming to the point of incentivization. Give some incentive, give some credit, and let us make the circle complete. I don't think so. This is the essentiality because what is the incentivization is given, it is too less when compared with the total output. Just like sir has given the idea, if 1 acre is giving 2 lakh rupees production, who will look after carbon credit who is giving 10,000 rupees? Nobody is going to do. So we come to understand that is there any strategy by government to train farmers to practice resilient agriculture? That means, is there anything where training will be involved, which will be as a strategy? Because we come to know that many lady farmers are also there, who can help in climate resilient agriculture like honeybee production as well as in beekeeping. We understood there are many farmers groups are there who are very, very systematically approaching this. But we doesn't have still now the tags that they are expert into that. So this type of education, or not education, just like say empowerment of these unskilled, so-called unskilled workers, if has been done through the strategy, it will be something outcome for all of us. Thank you.
Any other? Yes.
Thank you. My name is Vivek from World Food Program.
I have a question.
Sir, my question is regarding creating the efficiency of the Finance Commission funding as well as creating a multiplier effect by converging private sector investments. For example, we are speaking about climate resilient agri-food systems, but we are not talking about outlier disaster events and the nexus between adaptation and disaster risk reduction. Finance is flowing in climate, but not under DRR. So if we can bring that convergence and also showcase the models that the government is trying to focus on through the Finance Commission to attract more private sector investment in that regard. Your thoughts on this? Thank you.
So one there, again that side.
Hello to all the esteemed panelists. My name is Orgodeep Saha. I'm from the Good Food Institute, India. And my question is perhaps to Dr. Sir Siraj and also Sir Frank. Of course, it's open to other panelists as well if you want to touch upon it. I think broadly, if I have a little bit extra to say, I'll kind of try to be quick. Broadly, I've been listening to all the conversations, and from what I've understood, generally, we have kind of arrived at a conclusion that panelists touched upon the need for crop diversification, lowered use of inputs, and natural resource conservation as fundamental to promotion of sustainable agriculture, right? We also recognize that without the right incentives, existing production systems will not change. We throughout the discussions, we talk about how the role of the government is central to making all of this happen. But I feel we are somewhere where perhaps underestimating the role of the government as the enabler and not always coming in and doing the execution work, right? And that's where I think the power of markets can be perhaps leveraged a little bit more. We're not discussing how powerful force markets can be. And in that context, I would use a specific example. Are we looking at innovative tertiary value addition to certain crops that have the potential to access, really developed markets and provide high margin to our manufacturers, processors, and farmers in India, in developing country context like India? If I use one example, for example, plant-based meats, which is a really expanding market in the West, sales of that category alone in 2022 was over $2 billion, right? And a lot of the crops that are used in plant-based meats are crops like pulses and legumes that India produces a lot of. And there's a need, like we discussed, to move some acres to these crops and bring them more to the mainstream, right? So are we looking at, is the Ministry of Agriculture is looking at tapping into this global supply chain of making India the source of inputs for, for plant-based meats that is really, fast emerging category in the developed markets. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, last. बीना जी, yeah, I will come to you. Yeah, उधर दे दीजिए. आपसे कर देते हैं बीना जी शुरू. If you have mic with you, no problem. Then we will come to you.
Okay. This doesn't. Yes, it's working. So I had two very quick questions. One is that it would be good to hear more on, we've heard a lot on 2 days on finances, on technology, to hear much more about institutions. So for instance, in relation to forests, we launched this in 1990, the Joint Forest Management Program. And within 10 years, I know that we had increased forest cover by 3.6 million hectares, whereas it was declining earlier. So what is the government thinking now in terms of community institutions, because those seem to work very well? The related question on institutions is on agriculture, that we're talking a lot on institutions at the top of the value chain, which is FPOs. But if you don't produce a surplus, and a lot of these deal with marketing, what about production? So one of the very successful examples at the bottom of the chain is when groups of farmers cultivate together. So I've been giving this example of Kudumshri, where there's 70,000 all women's groups. So it's both inclusive, it's productive, and it would link. Unless we talk about the bottom of the chain, I don't think it'll be enough. And many FPOs also are not working. I mean, you have defunct FPOs, so we need to ask them whether we should sustain them or maybe something else is missing, which is really that there are no farmers who are producing enough surplus. So what are their constraints? Finally, just as a word, can we hear more about fisheries as well? Because that's very much part of the agro-food system. Thank you.
Thank you. Last.
My name is Nivedita, and I come from an organization called WHH. We work with the organizations on the ground working on ecological agriculture. And a message from them that I directly convey to you is, can MG Narega and GPTP work more closely for the benefit of ecological agriculture? We can somehow integrate them better so that at the ground level, you also mentioned the role of Gram Panchayats. So can we bring them closer through some mechanisms that they work together much closer? And a couple of more suggestions would be, can we also have a center for conserving high-yielding indigenous varieties of seeds, especially? Because for farmers, whenever they start working on ecological agriculture, the first question is seed, where to get. They struggle a lot with the seeds. Also, regarding incentives, most of them find the plastic mulch quite unnecessary and would like it to be replaced with green mulch incentive subsidies. The subsidies are there for plastic mulch, but nothing for green mulching. Also, farmers working on integrated farming systems have to run to different departments. Could there be a scheme which helps them, a single window scheme which helps them to work on integrated farming systems? Thank you.
Thank you. Ashokji, quick one.
This is only in response to you to talk about the lifestyle for environment, life, and the green credits. I will just take off from where Franklin left. See, lifestyle for environment was announced by the Honorable Prime Minister at COP26 at Glasgow. So this arose from Indian traditions and culture. So it focuses on mindfulness and concerned use of resources. So he believes that Indian traditions and lifestyles are naturally conservational in nature. To take a concrete example, we have, for example, food loss and waste world over, flow. Now, food loss is more a technological issue. Absence of agri-logistics leads to food loss because we're not able to connect the farm gates and the markets. Whereas food waste is an ethical issue. As we know in India, there are traditions where people, after having their food, they wash their plates and drink that so that not a grain is wasted. This is one concrete example. So generally what is seen is Asian and African societies, food waste is minimal, whereas food loss is more because of absence of agri-logistics. In contrast, the Western societies, food waste is very high and food loss is minimal. So we need to combine food loss and waste to rationalize. So the life arose from this particular belief, Buddhist philosophy, Gandhian philosophy, etc. And how do we now, therefore, take it forward? So therefore, the green credit arose from that. In 2023, the notification was made by the Ministry of Environment and Climate Change to give concrete shape to the life. So what is the difference between carbon credit and green credit? Carbon credit is more compensatory in nature. That means if somebody is already releasing carbon dioxide, he can buy the carbon credit and he's allowed or he's given permits to release 1 unit of carbon dioxide. Normally, 1 carbon credit is equivalent to 1 ton of carbon dioxide or equivalent of any other greenhouse gas. So Western society is releasing more carbon dioxide or greenhouse gas. They will buy carbon credit, say, from India or Nepal and say, I have compensated for that. So now, how does carbon credit operate? Yes, it is also market operated and rate related issue. You plant a tree and then that is assessed, how much of carbon is it sequestering, and the farmer or somebody who plants that gets a carbon credit. So it is more compensatory in nature. But what is the difference? How does it differ from the green credit? Green credit is to promote this mindfulness of use of resources and lifestyles as in India and Asian societies, incentivize that. So what it does is, if, for example, you're buying clothes, you buy clothes and use it till it is torn. Not that I have bought it today, tomorrow a new style has come, I buy another one. So similarly, food. Are you using a steel plate so that it can be used and reused, or use a plastic or a paper and then cause a loss of one tree? So this way it is the life leads into green card, and then it enables accreditation and labeling of the practices by individuals, collectives, companies, industries. So for example, for industries, by enabling them to accredit, they are first allowed to, they have to meet all the rules under the existing norms. For example, what is the pollution level, etc. Along with that,
Ashokji, we now have only 10 minutes left. I'm afraid the IIC management will get in and tell us to.
No, I finish. So I just only want to say that, yes, sir, I'll finish it. So green credit, it incentivizes us to practice, mitigation practices in everyday life, so that we get incentives. So in agriculture, it says you have water harvesting structures. Go for sustainable agriculture, organic farming, natural farming, such other things which will reduce the greenhouse gas emission, and we get a green credit for that. And there is a portal that
Yeah.
Ministry of Environment has got. So we have to register. And there is both an assessment practice like NPOP and also a self-certification practice like our DP for organic practice.
Thank
so these
you.
are
Thank you.
Thanks.
Very valuable, but time constraint is there. Would like to say anything quickly?
How much time we have? A few seconds? Okay. Let me, there's a lot of rich questions. Let me just respond to one of them, which a friend from WFP said about the distinction between climate resilient agriculture and preparing for disasters. I mean, they're part of the same continuum. I mean, the way to think about it conceptually is that a lot of the sort of technologies that we're talking about were sort of the POCRA type actions help farmers to self-insure and manage the risk at farm level. But on top of that, you need to have a mechanism for transferring risk. And, you know, this is where insurance comes in. Now, we could have a whole other 2 days talking about insurance market in India. We don't have time. And whether it's actually fit for purpose at the moment. I mean, uptake's too low. And then on top of that, you need to have another kind of layer for when we're going to see these catastrophic events. And this is where sort of an adaptable safety net type program comes in with backing from a public sector. So these are all part of a continuum. I don't see them as separated. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. Anything? Okay. Franklin? Okay. Want to say? Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, sir, for elaborating on green credits. I think sir has made it very clear. Green credits, you know, doesn't need not be necessarily carbon. Carbon credit, it's all about carbon, but green credits can be anything. It's open-ended. The scope is there. I think this can be a real game changer as far as climate action is concerned for our country. Now, our friends raised a few points with regards to, for example, education of the farmers. I think one of the main strategy of achieving sustainability through this NAMSA is on capacity building of the farmers. We do that. I don't think there is any scheme at all or program of the government that doesn't have a component of education or extension that is basically capacity building of the farmers that is embedded in our program. We talk about, you know, agricultural inputs. I think efficient use of resources, this is the foundation, the fundamental as far as, you know, sustainability in agriculture is concerned. We have given to the world, you know, natural farming, neem-coated urea, so many things. I think we are doing great in this aspect also. With regards to, you know, the safeguards, disaster, you know, aspect of sustainability, we have NDMF fund, which is being anchored by NARA. Sir will know very well about it. We are working, I think, really hard on agro advisories. Yeah. We have, you know, insurance schemes for the farmers. I think that's quite extensive also. And many of our these adaptation measures from integrated farming system, agroforestry, bamboo, these are basically being taken up to insulate the farmers against this kind of climate risk. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, friends. We will continue our discussion during tea also after this event. I need to spare 4 or 5 minutes for organizer to do some formality of vote of thanks. I would only take 1 minute to say that there are 2 basic premises. One is that we will need more food. Whatever we do, we cannot make compromise on this. Whether we adopt life or not life, we will require more food. And second is that we require more food with less emissions. That is also the second premise, that we require more food with less emissions. This is not possible with business as usual. The more we continue with business as usual, the more difficult we make this trade-off. So the sooner we realize that let us give up business as usual and think in the mold of climate smart agriculture. That is the way ahead. There are so many things under this. And I would like to stop by quoting. There is one famous दोहा, रहमन मुश्किल हो गई टेढ़े दो काम सीधे से जग ना मिले उल्टे मिले ना राम. So this choice always human beings have faced and we will continue to face. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Chand. Thank you, gentlemen. Requesting FAOR India, Mr. Takayaki, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Thank you very much. I'm very happy that I don't have time to talk about the lot. It means that the discussion was so rich and everybody was engaged. And initially we thought that we would have very few people at the end of this session, but as you see, there's so many people are still with us. And this was a joint event organized by NITI Aayog and the Ministry of Agriculture and the Farmers Affairs, Welfares. And I especially thank the Professor Ramesh Chand being the chair of this whole event, and Mr. Franklin Kopang, and he's been with us throughout the planning process, and then he's giving the full support to this organization. As Professor Chan said, this is just the beginning, and we are planning to continue, and we know that food to contact, and at least from the now on, we will start calling the people, and not only the panel members, but also all the participants, to provide your wisdom and experience as well, and then create a policy belief, at least, as a result or the outcome of this organization. And if that is really good, and we would like to aim to develop, prepare the book under the guidance of the Professor Chand. And also, I would like to announce that FAO and the government of India, as well as NABARD, we are preparing developing the 2 concept notes to be submitted to the Green Climate Fund. As a part of it, we are preparing the investment plan together with the NABARD. So a lot of going on, and I hope that Andrew, as well as the Vikas, ADB, we will approach you, and then we can develop the sort of the co-financing arrangement. And one of the concept note will be the agroforestry. The other one is the greening of the enterprises. So a lot of the discussion here will be included into the concept note and the investment plan. And in the process, obviously, we'll get back to you and then collect your wisdom. And yesterday and today, we discussed a lot on a crop-based agri-food system, and you felt that this is not enough. Livestock and fishery we left out. It was intentional, to be honest with you. If we pack the livestock and the fishery into this 2 days event, it will be too much. So we already started discussing with the Ministry of the Livestock and the Fishery to organize similar type of the event. Initially, we thought that in the March, but election will be looming. So probably we're going to have sometime in July if time allows. So just for information that we will organize in the follow-up event, especially on the livestock and the fishery. So just to keep in mind. And if you're interested, please join. As you saw that this issue of the agri-food system is complex. And it's not just an agriculture. We are talking about agri-food system. I would like to keep banging this concept, agri-food system. And it is not just agri-food system we are talking about. Climate resilient agri-food system. So we are putting a lot of the layers, and I always, as I said yesterday, I like to make our staff members a challenge And I would like to challenge all of you to come along to come up with the idea of the climate resilient agri-food system. And throughout the session, the importance of the private sector has always mentioned, and FAO doesn't have the good sort of the tools to work with the private sector because of the public nature, and we mainly working with the government. But we will figure it out how to develop the partnership with the private sectors. And finally, I would like to thank all of you, but especially the farmers came from all along from the different parts of India, and their participation really enriched the discussion. And from my side, this is jointly organized by NITI Aayog and the Ministry of Agriculture. But I'd like to thank my FAO staff member put a lot of the effort to make this happen, especially the Manoj, Baru, and Pooja. Please stand up. And all of three of you put a lot of the time. I know that the three of you spend a lot of times to make it happen. And Manoj calling you, all of you, especially the panelists, to make sure that everybody will be on the table, on the dice. So thank you again, and thank you very much, people on the dice, especially the Professor Ramesh Chand and Mr. Franklin. And we will continue to work, and with your guidance, and we will develop the further sustainable and also climate resilient agri-food system in India. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir.